I don't know that we talked about it too much, but I had in my bracket, I'm like, this is the a-hole matchup.
My perspective is that you would love to play for him.
I don't know him well enough.
I think you would.
But, yeah, I mean, would I love to play for Belichick? Sure.
Competitive desire, yeah.
Yeah.
And you have that.
So, yeah, here we go. And so, yeah, it's and this is where you're in your bracket. And, having picked who I believe is the winner, I was mulling around out of 17 brackets in our own personal family bracket. I was mulling around early on, right around 13, 10, 9. And then after all the games were played yesterday, who was sitting there in the 2 spot? That would be me, Mr. Patience. And who's in the 1 spot? My wife.
Who has Illinois winning?
Yes. And we could be facing off in the national title game.
Well, hold on. The national title game Saturday night.
Well, it probably is, yes. And, whoever wins that Michigan-Arizona game is going to be favored on Monday night. Yeah. But it would be an epic matchup in the Jansen house.
It would be. Now, Michigan's done this emphatically, right? This is 4 wins, all where they score at least 90 points, all by double digits. And by the way, the Elite Eight, they had the stat at the end of the broadcast. Michigan's margin of victory in the Elite Eight is the largest of any team in the Elite Eight since 1989. 1989 is when Michigan won their national title.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well,
as you are well aware.
In 89, they absolutely destroyed Virginia in the regional final. It's probably one of the most pleasurable Michigan basketball wins ever. It was just an annihilation.
It was.
Yes, what Jim didn't mention, by the way, is that Michigan is the one who did it.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
It's interesting, Tom, because you have this theory, and I don't know if people feel it, that because of the landscape of college athletics, the mercenary culture, are people as connected to this Michigan team as maybe some of those other ones that have made the Final Four, made the national title?
I don't know. I just have this little bit of a feeling like people are a little bit emotionally detached from this team. Like maybe it was a Trey Burke shot in 13 that made people get attached because that was a great basketball moment.
Yeah.
Then they destroyed Syracuse, I think, on the next Sunday. 18 was more of a Cinderella run. Wasn't that with the whole airplane incident? And
yeah. No, that
was the year before, Greg said.
I think there might be some of that because there hasn't been any, quote, dramatic moment. But how dare they just win by 20?
I think that's it, John. It's attachment is emotional. Emotion gets stirred by close games, by 30-foot game-tying threes, by buzzer beaters by freshmen, by nip-and-tuck games in the Elite Eight, not by putting the SEC in a trash can, which is essentially what they did this weekend.
Yep.
I do like the trash can aspect of it, too.
Oh, me too.
And so I do not feel that way.
Yeah, I would think you view this as your best chance to win a national title because 18, I thought Villanova was clearly the better team going into that national title game. Now, you always have a puncher's chance, but I thought they were the underdog. Yeah. Michigan doesn't feel like the underdog, and there's something that you should attach to when you feel like, oh, yeah, we're as good as any team in the country. This is our national title to go win. That typically rallies people, I would think.
Well, and I think part of it was the game yesterday where I was 100% fully invested up until halftime. And then at halftime,
Charles Barkley.
Yeah, and then I didn't even hear what his comments were.
He said it's over.
Yeah, and so at halftime, I felt like, okay, I'm going to keep it on. I've got some work I'm going to do in the house, and I was walking past the TV, and I thought, oh, okay, well, now it's 25 points. Okay, yeah, we're taking care of business. Oh, now it's 30 points. Oh, okay, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to pay attention, but I'm not going to be sitting there watching because the game was pretty much decided.
It was a full half of garbage time basketball, essentially.
Yeah, Dusty's boy even scored.
Oh, I was still all in the whole way. I watched the Charlie May, three, contest, rebound, everything. I didn't
even realize he had scored until this morning.
Yeah,
I saw one of the highlights on social media, and I'm like,
laugher.
Yeah.
How about for Dusty now? This is 2 Final Fours in 4 years. Different schools, but to do it with 2 different schools in 4 years, Final Four again.
Yeah, and I mean the reports are that Ward Manuel and Dusty May and the parties that are all involved have been working on a new deal since before the Big Ten tournament, and so that's good to know because obviously North Carolina, I'm sure, is knocking on the door. There's going to be other programs that'll knock on the door and they'll show up with a bag of money, and now it's going to be is Michigan going to be able to come up with the same bag of money? Are they willing to come up with the same bag of money? I would assume that they would for the coach, but we'll see. Is he going to be that mercenary that he's also hired?
Text says, John, I think they were talking about MSU and UConn as the a-hole showdown. Izzo and Hurley.
No, I don't put. I mean, yeah, okay, he gets after officials, and would you want to be an official in that game? Probably not. But I still I don't put Izzo in the same category as Hurley, or certainly not in the same category as Mick Cronin, the little man.
Hate to break it to you, John, but Dusty is the more hated coach over Hurley. Unnamed text.
Okay, outside of Michigan circles, he may be. That's fine.
As the kids like to say, they hate us because they ain't us.
No, it's true. Right. Look, there are programs that spent more on their roster than Michigan, and they are not playing right now. Kentucky, Duke, Louisville, among others. So, look, the portal's there for everybody. You got to identify talent and build a team. Dusty's done it.
And it's very similar to, and I praised Kirk Cignetti for not necessarily spending the money or working the system like you can now in today's college sports atmosphere, the business of college sports, but to be able to bring in year one, 40 new guys into the program this year, same thing, a whole bunch of new guys, remaking the roster every year. That's what you do in college sports now, but to be able to get those guys to gel and become a team. And I think it's even more important in football because instead of 5 guys, you've got 11 on one side, you get 22 guys, you get 33 guys if you're including special teams. Like, that's a tough job to do, and it takes a great coach to do that.
Well, you got to get everybody on the same page and connect everybody. Yeah. They certainly have on the floor. Tom's question was about fans. Do you feel as connected to this team? Just to put some context to it, Michigan was an underdog in the national title when they faced Villanova. They were an underdog in the national title slightly when they faced Louisville. Michigan is favored on Saturday night, albeit by 1.5, but Michigan is favored. I would think you'd feel connected to a team you most believed could win a national title. Their best chance to win a national title since the Fab Five is what you're watching right now. So whether you watch these guys, hatch and grow for 4 years or not, I think you watch your television and you see them decapitate everybody, and I would think it rallies people. 248-539-9797. We'll talk Tigers, Wings, and Decker later in the hour. We start with John and his obnoxious maize and blue.
Obnoxious?
Yes, it's very aggressive today. It's very aggressive. It's 97.1. Shaner Roofing, let's talk about it. If you are in the market for a new roof or windows or even siding, they're big decisions for your home, and when it's time, you need a company you can trust. Over 30 years, Michigan homeowners know they've counted on Shaner Roofing. Shaner's bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. So here's what sets them apart. Shaner's local, they're family-owned, and they treat every customer like a member of that family. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. And they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. It's not bought. That reputation is earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. MyMichiganRoof.com. MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all these great sporting moments as at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience. Built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Down goes Duke.
Wow.
One of the all-time chokes in college basketball history.
I wonder how many people, just like I talked about the Michigan game, now we're not as invested unless you're a huge college basketball nerd in the UConn Duke game. We all thought that might be the better matchup of the day, and it ultimately proved to be, but they were up at halftime very similar to Michigan, and I think there's a lot of people that
Well, early in that game, UConn couldn't shoot. They're getting clowned on the glass. They're down as many as 19 points. And we just watched a blowout earlier in the day. If you turned it off, you missed one of the great finishes. What is Duke doing? There's 10 seconds left. Hold the ball and get fouled.
they don't even have to get it across half court. Like there's no half court violation.
What? And then fine, you cough it up. Boozer at midcourt coughs the ball up.
Little Boozer.
Yeah, Little Boozer. There's two of them.
Yeah.
Get a hand up, maybe, to allow Mullins, the freshman from UConn, to shoot a long three uncontested. Why are your hands? Hand down, man down. Season's over.
Yeah. Oh, he can't hit it from the logo.
Oops.
Nothing but the bottom of the net.
Just a little note here. Maybe if everything plays out differently if Duke didn't foul before that possession.
Right.
So everybody always talks about fouling when you're up 3.
Oh, yeah,
If you
that
only
was
take
big
two free
Boozer.
throws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they felt good about it because the guy didn't even make
I know,
both.
but you just nobody ever talks about, well, how does everything play out?
Yeah, because most people expect you to sit on the ball in the final 10 seconds. Right. I mean, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I'm not complaining because it means Duke's gone. Duke loses and America wins.
Just the bigger thing here, too, is, I mean, Duke is always getting the brand talk and the national talk, and UConn doesn't get the respect that Duke gets. And they've been the better basketball program this century.
Oh, yeah. And think about this, too, for Duke. They lost in agonizing fashion last year. Remember they went on that stretch against Houston where they couldn't buy a bucket, blew a big lead?
If you look at the game probability charts for both of those games, they are nearly identical.
Wow.
Shire.
I was just going to bring that up. Shire.
He's going to be getting a ton of heat, man, because I think he's done an outstanding job replacing a legend. It's so hard to do that.
Yeah.
This reminds me a little bit of when George Seifert replaced Bill Walsh. The 49ers kind of were still super competitive for years, and it took them like 5 years to win it, though.
I mean, I think he's still recruiting, obviously, at an elite level. And they're doing it the old school Duke way. And you could say old school college basketball way because all 5 of their starters were Duke recruits. But they're still the one and done type.
Maybe if the Boozer brothers weren't doing commercials, they could focus more on basketball and they'd win.
Yeah, I know those damn Applebee's.
Well, I know a local coach who was in a couple commercials yesterday, too. I saw it before the Michigan game, before the Duke game.
Oh, yeah, the lawnmowers.
Yeah, but NIL bad.
Izzo.
Oh, was it? I didn't. I don't pay attention to the commercials.
Well, Spartan fans will be happy to
I
know.
don't see Dusty May doing commercials.
Oh, stop.
Spartan fans will be happy to know Tom is not retiring.
Oh yeah, he's back and energized, as he had said. He's going to be back, and I don't know how you move on from a legend.
I didn't suggest they would.
No. I'm just saying it's Spartan fans. I'm curious.
But I think that's a cauldron of emotions that we'll tap into today because, look, he's a Hall of Famer. He's won a national title. Next year's in Detroit, the Final Four. He's got this great class. But if they're not going to use the portal, like aggressively, kick guys out of their starting lineup and go get like elite players, I don't think this is going to go the way Spartan fans continue to hope. Like there's always next year and Izzo will rally the troops. They've made one Final Four in the last 10 years. And they haven't done it since COVID and the portal. So he's become Mr. March Your Ass Home.
That's Jim Costa.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Our resident Spartan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Yes.
Good morning.
All right. So a 2-year-old is safe after being inside of a car that was repossessed on Friday in Detroit. Kind of another incident that's similar to what happened just a few weeks ago. Well, Detroit police say as soon as the repo driver was notified of this toddler, he turned around and the child was reunited with its mom. So everything is good. Everyone is okay. But the repo driver who works for the company Bulldog Recovery said he looked inside of the car, but the windows were so dark that he couldn't see the child. Also later said the child was covered in a blanket. Officials are saying that the driver did do everything correctly. And once he was notified that there was this little toddler in the car, he instantly turned around. He said he pulled over about 4 or 5 different times just to check on the toddler, make sure everything was okay. And surprisingly, the kid was asleep the entire time.
Oh, wow.
Never even woke up. Like, slept through it all. Didn't even know what was going on. So everyone's okay. Just very scary for sure. Police in Plymouth are searching for a pit bull that was part of a pack of dogs that attacked and injured a runner on Saturday morning. Police said the pit bull and 2 cane corsos attacked the runner shortly after 6:30 a.m. When officers received a call about the attack, the victim was unresponsive, was no longer fighting back. And then when the first officer arrived, they could not immediately even reach the man because the dogs blocked access. They were like aggressively approaching the officer. The officer fired at the dogs, hitting one of the cane corsos, but all 3 dogs ran off. The victim was rushed to the hospital. He's now in stable condition, so that's good. The cane corso that was shot was found about 5 blocks from the incident and was euthanized due to safety concerns. The other cane corso was found near an elementary school, was secured, taken in for quarantine, and police are still searching for the pit bull. They do know or have identified the owner of the dogs. Well, you probably saw this story trending all over the weekend. Tiger Woods was arrested for driving under the influence after he flipped his Land Rover near his home in Florida on Friday afternoon. According to police, he was driving at a high rate of speed when he tried to pass a truck that was pulling a trailer. He clipped it. His SUV ended up on the side. Tiger was able to crawl out through the passenger door. Neither he nor the other driver involved were injured, which is good news. Police say that Tiger showed signs of impairment, but he did blow a 0.00 on a breathalyzer test. He refused to take a blood test, so there's no word on what he might have been under the influence of, but he was charged with DUI, with property damage, and refusal to submit a lawful test. He was released that same evening. So
he's lucky to be alive, and he's lucky that no one else was killed.
Yeah. The amount of times this happens to him, it's not specific to him, but for those that continue to do this, especially a guy with his means, like, just hire a driver.
I mean, it's as self-destructive a behavior as we've seen from athletes, like what he's done over the years. And it's just another example. Get it together.
Yeah.
Yep. An American Airlines plane was diverted to Detroit Metro Airport on Sunday, where airport police and the FBI boarded the plane for a customer disturbance. Now, I don't have a whole lot of details about the incident because they weren't provided beyond the fact that it did involve a disruptive customer, and they say that customer or passenger was removed from the aircraft. The FBI did state that there was no current public threat at the time. But
scary, though.
Oh, for sure, especially
if you're on the plane. Yeah.
like to know what was going on. Finally, a kangaroo named Chesney is back home after pulling off a full-on escape from a Wisconsin petting zoo and then staying on the run for 3 days. So he's now like a little local celebrity because of this stunt that he pulled. According to his owner, the 16-month-old kangaroo was spooked by some stray dogs that kind of like ran up to the enclosure, started barking, and then they say somehow this kangaroo cleared the 8-foot fence and just took off. And then basically what followed was a small town search party. They were using like volunteers and heat sensing drones to find this kangaroo. And there were sightings all over the town, but nobody could catch it. And this kangaroo was jumping in rivers to get away, and people would be close and then it would hop away.
So I guess the question would be like, if you're just one of the volunteers out there, how do you catch a kangaroo?
I don't know. A big net? No, I have no idea.
No, I mean, it's,
But the owners were then able to kind of like get it to calm down, and it just hopped back to them, and he's safe. Everyone's safe.
Huh. Interesting.
I wouldn't know where to start, John.
I know. I can't imagine you would. I wouldn't either. Tackle it.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, good luck. Are they fast, kangaroos?
I don't
would
know.
imagine.
Yeah, I would think so. And how big are they?
Well, this one was a young kangaroo. Oh no, I thought I had this side, but it's the size of the fence. Hold on. I don't know. I have no idea. A small human.
Okay.
Maybe we need a kangaroo combine.
Oh, small human, like a McCronin.
Sure. How small is he?
Oh, he's I don't know. Was it 5'8"?
Oh,
10?
he's a
Generous, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's Heather with the news. We opened the show talking college hoops, and of course got open lines if you want to talk about Michigan to the Final Four or State's exit in the Sweet 16. We're going to talk Tigers, Wings, and Taylor Decker all in the next 45 minutes. Here's some big headlines, some big stories. We'll start with the Tigers next. Some takeaways from the opening series against the Padres. It's 97-1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. You can give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Unbelievable. 10-pitch battle for rookie Kevin McGonigal.
What a great eye.
He's playing like a vet. Battling, fighting, delivering. And the Tigers take 2 of 3 in the opening series of the season. If you're looking for takeaways, we've got him. Can I say he's the best hitter on the team? Leads him in hits and total bases, and he has that approach at the plate in the big moment.
I would say right now it'd be between him and Colt Keith. And so Colt Keith had, in a loss, Kevin McGonigal had 3 strikeouts, and Colt Keith was 2 of 3 in that last game. And so it's between the two of them. The most enjoyable one to watch is probably Kevin McGonigal.
Yeah. Green and Carpenter are 1 of 23 to start the season.
Yeah. And Kerry Carpenter has yet to actually, he's made connection on some foul balls.
Mm-hmm.
Some
he's
outs,
walked a couple times.
but has yet to get an A hit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's leadoff.
You have thoughts on that?
Yes, I do. And it's, we all know that eventually he's going to hit.
Yes.
But until he does, don't you want to have somebody up at the top of the order that is putting bat to ball?
Yeah, AJ's explained it to us before. They like forcing that decision the third time through the order because then Kerry gets a third at-bat against a righty, which he typically does very well. That's why they do it. I know. That's why they do it.
Okay, so who is getting that contact?
Yeah, it's you're talking about McGonigal.
Yeah, or Colt Keith.
Right.
So put either. If you don't want to put a rookie up there to lead off the game, which I think I would be fine with. I obviously was fine with it last week when we talked about, hey, he's got to be in the top 3. Then put Colt Keith first and Torres second, and then McGonigal third. You're going to have to make the adjustment until Kerry Carpenter finds his swing this year. It's going to happen. It just hasn't happened yet.
How big an issue are strikeouts? We've seen 32 of them through 3 games, averaging more than 10 a game. Because I would note that that's a lot, but I'd also point out that they're walking quite a bit too. They're top 5 right now in walks with 5 per game. Mm-hmm. Some of this is we are only talking about a 3-game sample size. Well, one of the big takeaways for me over the weekend was, hey, you take 2 or 3. You know how you take 2 or 3? Skubal and Valdez are as potent a 1-2 punch as it's as advertised, right? Those 2 guys come in and take the first 2 games, and even though you lose the last one, you move on. You win your series and you move on. Open up the phones, 248-539-9797. Some Tiger opening series takeaways. They're going to play tonight out west. Late start. Justin Verlander will make his Tigers re-debut against Arizona.
It's going to be a late one.
Yep.
You staying up?
I'll get some of it. I'm not going to make it till 1 a.m.
It's first pitch not until 10:10?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I could go on an old man diatribe. I feel that way more doing this shift. Nobody ever starts on time in sports.
Right, yeah.
It's like a given. It's going to be 15 minutes after the start time and all this.
Why don't they just adjust the start time?
Tom,
I know that there's a lot of pregame that has to go into it, but if it's 10:10 and the first pitch isn't going to be until 10:25, then just say 10:25 and let everybody else do their thing.
Baseball's actually pretty good with the exact start time.
Baseball's
opening
the
day
best of the
can get a
group.
little weird because ceremonies can go long and things like that. First pitches.
Baseball's not normally 15 minutes late, but I routinely see it with like hockey when ABC has a hockey game. It's like forget about it, dude.
The NFL is very good at being on time. For when they say kickoff, it's there.
So is it just really college basketball? And I get the same
NBA does it
same arena. And in the tournament, if you've got 2 games back to back, the first one goes long, the second one gets backed up, but the first one doesn't start until 10 or 15 minutes later. And in college football, it's always like 5 minutes after, and there's slides and all that crap.
Some of this too is if you look on just whatever app you use, like I use the ESPN app, it says 7:00 Piston start. It's not a 7:00 Piston start. It's a 7:10 start according to the NBA, but then it doesn't even start at 7:10. Sorry, we don't need to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Anyway, 10:10 tonight, whenever they start, Verlander will have the ball. Tom, takeaways from the opening series?
Certainly with Torque and Green and Carpenter, they got to get it corrected fast because you'll see what happened Saturday night, which is 2 hits, happen when McGonigal doesn't deliver. But the bright side is my biggest takeaway right now. With McGonigal, he leads the way, but Dylan and how about Keith?
Yeah.
Keith actually has a higher batting average than McGonigal right now. If Colt Keith has a breakthrough, this team's going to be really, really good.
Well, suddenly the left side of the infield has your 2 best bats through 3 games.
And they didn't even go add one.
Right. Well, does McGonigal count?
Don't block the young guys.
Look, when you have a generational hitting prospect, I'm more open to it. When it's Jace Young we can't block, that's why I bitched about it.
Or Trey Sweeney.
Right.
The other thing, too, just the firm foundation with the top 2 starters. What, they give up 2 runs?
Right. Yeah, Valdez ran into a little trouble and got out of it. I mean, that's why you have those experienced guys. And that's a good lineup. Like, San Diego's got a very good lineup.
Oh, yeah. But it's hard to take too big of any
I
reaction.
know. It was something to discuss.
The fact that they came out rolling, I that's a good sign. They didn't have one of these stinkers where I think there's 3 teams in the NL East that are 0-3, something like that.
Yeah.
And the Mets fans are already booing Bo Bichette.
Well,
They're 2-1.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Diamondbacks are one of them, and that's who they face for the next 3 games.
It's actually the NL West that's got the 3 0-3 teams.
The schedule does set up nicely. Like, right, Arizona, St. Louis is expected to have a down year. That's for the home opener series coming up this weekend. Good chance to get off to a hot start.
It's been a lot of fun to watch this team. And I can't wait until we have some actual normal start times where we get a chance to see more of this team and watch a complete 9 innings.
I was bummed they didn't play yesterday. I know we had other stuff to watch and whatever, but you get in that routine, and they're not going to have a Sunday off now until the end of the season.
Yeah. It did seem weird that they would start the season off and then all of a sudden, hey, no one's playing, or they're not playing on Sunday, but hey, you get the travel day, you go to Arizona, and and they have another day off after the Arizona series.
Yep, Thursday they'll be off. Yeah. Get ready for the home opener on Friday.
Using up all those days off early.
248-539-9797.
But watching McGonigal at the plate, we have heard AJ and Scott Harris and everybody talk about professional at bats. And then you see on, what was it, Friday night, the 10 pitch at bat where he's fouling some balls off, and then in the middle of it, like you have some that you see other guys chase that are out of the zone. His ability to protect the zone and be able to identify strikes, swing at strikes, let the balls go. It's for such a young player. I mean, he's only 21. He's really has this feeling like he is, when he's at the plate, you kind of feel like it's a 6 or 7 year vet because of his approach.
He won't give in on those breaking pitches. Even with 2 strikes, he won't give you that swing and miss that the pitcher's baiting you for. Yeah. Which is not something it's one thing to be like, hey, his approach is advanced for a 21-year-old. That approach and that at-bat is something from a 25, 28, 30-year-old, a guy who's been around the league and gone through a handful of seasons, and he's doing it after only a handful of games. I mean, it was a second game in the bigs.
Right, yeah. Not even a handful of games.
It's ridiculous. Text says, guys, some things that stand out from the opening weekend. John's brother, Kenley Jansen, looked dominant in that Friday appearance.
Attaboy.
He did.
Yeah.
Hardly could touch him. Riley Green cutting down the strikeouts is the 2026 version of Miggy being in the best shape of his life. It's a work in progress, guys. Torque, Green, and Carp collectively are 3 for 34 with like 15 strikeouts from an unnamed texter.
Yeah. I mean, I do think those guys, I have more confidence that Carp and Green are, and I know we're coming off of a 31 home run performance by Torque last year, but it's kind of been that roller coaster for him.
And the takeaway that I had with Dingler, Keith, and McGonigal, these are homegrown kind of Harris guys, okay? And the approach was valuing the strike zone versus the guys Carp, Torque, and Green.
Holdovers.
Were the holdovers and didn't go through the farm system.
That Scott Harris
that approach.
Yeah.
That is a huge sign.
Good point. I got it. It feels like weird because it's only 3 games, so it's like how big a deal. But that is an interesting way of looking at it. That line in the sand as they try to reset the identity of this baseball team, own the zone. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about our hockey team. Another no-show.
Get that walleye button ready.
Oh, boy. And we'll talk Taylor Decker 702, because I don't know if you saw, he met with Justin Rogers, and he is not happy about how this thing went down with the Lions. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, quite honestly, it's not really close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, again, not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And why would you trust from the competition in the same class any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Can't work with it, can't play with it, it's useless. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers that 5-link coil suspension we've been talking about, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Here's all you got to do. Pull into your Ram dealer today, walk through the door, and when they greet you, tell them I sent you.
So that was cool. That was Saturday night. We'll get to that in a second. 248-539-9797. Owen Tippett just blowing by everybody and having whatever he wants. We opened the show talking a little Michigan hoops because John is decked out in his maize and blue for his basketball team, his hockey team, maybe even his women's basketball team. But we asked a question about the men, and it was your investment level with a group of ragtag mercenaries. Are you enjoying this as much as you have in the past? More so? Or is it not the same? You have a harder time connecting. Let's get to Gordon on a cell. Gordon, you're on 97.1.
Happy Monday, gentlemen. Victory Monday, go blue. Just wanted to say the emotional attachment is definitely high. It probably took me till January to recognize the name to the jersey number with the team, just with the turnover, but I've enjoyed this so much. My son's 4 years old. We watch every game. Then the next day we hit Bleacher Report, watch the locker room stuff. It's just been outstanding.
It has been a lot of fun, and hey, trust me, I think everybody else is in January trying to figure out who it was that was on the court as well. Some of that is just, hey, college basketball for some of us doesn't start until
football's done.
Yeah, it's just been outstanding. And John, just a side note, my little guy's 4. He can recite the victors perfectly. When I was practicing with it, my wife's like, you should be working on schoolwork with him. I said, honey, that's what his teachers get paid for.
That's right.
Anyway, guys, go blue. Love you guys. Keep doing what you do.
Thanks,
you.
Gordon. Yep, thanks, Gordon. Keep up the good parenting.
And I think his point about getting attached to a team, winning will do that. Would you rather have a bunch of 3- and 4-year guys but they lose and never win anything? Or would you rather get attached to a group that's won 35 games, 28 of them are by double digits, including every game in the tournament? John, winning is contagious. Winning is fun. They've got a better chance to win this national title than at any point in my life. That's a generation of Wolverine fans. This is your best chance. I don't care if they all showed up yesterday to the gym.
It's probably one of those things like Gordon just talked about. Hey, he didn't really start to get attached until January. Some even after that. And I've talked about my love of college football, which is my favorite thing in the world, was my favorite thing in the world. The way college sports are now, the business of it has taken away the attachment for a lot of fans. Mm-hmm. But if your team is in college football, if they're going to the college football playoffs, I guarantee you, whether it happened at the beginning of the year or it happens at the end of the year, you start to get attached because that's what success will do for a team. And it's the same thing now with college basketball. It may take a little bit longer, but if you see the new business of sports working out for your team, it's a little easier to accept
and embrace. A few texts. One points out Illinois was also in the Final Four in '89, connecting more dots to Michigan's last national title. Mm-hmm. There's no attachment of players when they're brand new every single year. It's the unnamed text. Cookies calling John obnoxious is hilarious. How many catios do you have again? That's Scott in Carlton.
Thanks, Scott.
Just one. Just one.
Multiple floors.
Yeah, it does have some attractions to
air
it.
Controlled.
Yes.
Climate controlled.
Yeah, all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little indoor, a little swimming pool situation, all of it.
Catnip on demand.
Yeah, like a little waiter that brings it over.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, so the Michigan stuff is there, 248-539-9797. Saturday night. Saturday night was a joke. You can tell me you're mad at Steve Yzerman. I'm mad at these players. When you have multiple home games in this stretch and you're down 3-0 and 4-0 in these hockey games, you can say, well, maybe we don't have enough talent to be a playoff team, and that's a reflection of the general manager. You should have enough fight to be in these hockey games. Like, it's a joke to go 10 minutes registering a shot. It's a joke to play in front of your home fans who want to supply that energy and suffocate them with your lazy, sloppy play repeatedly. I'm mad at the players. If your name's not Alex DeBrincat, Mo Sider, or John Gibson, step it up. This is a collective malaise from this hockey team. And you can bitch about the direction of the team, the effort, the tenacity. It's not there from the group. When your captain says we're mad after losing to Ottawa, and then 2 games later, you're down 4-0 at home to the Flyers, you weren't mad enough. I'm upset at these players more than anybody else right now, John.
Well, so we were upset with Steve Yzerman because of the depth of talent. You lose two guys in Larkin and Kopp, and all of a sudden, hey, things fall apart. Well, they're back. They're at full strength. And Steve Yzerman did go out and get reinforcements at the trade deadline. And yeah, we could still talk about the talent level of the team, but this was a team leading up to those two injuries that was in the playoff mix.
John.
And they're still quote unquote in it, but it's what's frustrating is the inconsistency from this team where, yeah, okay, you're playing against Montreal and or Ottawa, and you can't find a way in a gotta-have-it game. And then all of a sudden, didn't I mention it? Hey, they're going to draw you right back in because they're going to go to Buffalo and get a win. Of
course.
And they did.
And by the way, they hadn't scored like a first period goal in 3 weeks. They scored 3 in the first against Buffalo. It's like, oh, hey, here you go. There's enough talent on this team to make the playoffs. I firmly believe that. But they don't play to it. They had more talent than Ottawa last Tuesday when they're missing 5 defensemen. They had more talent than Philly, who's a young hockey team playing with a little bit of juice. But make no mistake about it, this Wings roster is better than that Flyers roster. Yet it's 4-0.
It just doesn't feel like anything lasts
Yeah.
with this team because, and you brought this up earlier when we were talking, in regards to Dylan Larkin's comments of, we're angry after this Ottawa game. And, okay, so it carries over to Buffalo, and they play angry. They play aggressive. They go out there and they score 3 goals in the first period.
Hey, there you go.
They take control of the game. And then they come home and nothing. Like they can't keep that same drive game to game.
You know what it actually is? It's insulting. Like they score a few goals at the end to make the Ottawa game 3-2. They scored a few goals in a flurry to get back in the Flyer game. It's actually insulting that you only play hockey for 5 minutes at a time.
And then
That's
their coach,
insulting. Hold on, to the fan base, you've won twice in your last 10 home games. 2-8 in the last 10 games at home. Inexcusable, unacceptable.
and the coach after the game says they're not working hard nor smart. How many? We're 73 games into the season.
That's the thing. Like you could be upset at where they are this far into the Yzer plan, and I think that's warranted. But I'm more upset that these guys don't even play hard game in and game out.
Well, fortunately, they're playing Pittsburgh on the road,
On a
Philly
back-to-back.
on the road. I mean, if you want to make a playoff push, then go play on the road.
The idea that this team's stringing together games. Open lines, 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Well, Tennessee kept it close with Michigan yesterday for all of about 9 minutes, but after trailing 16-14, the Wolverines went on a 21-0 run against the Volunteers that propelled them to an eventual 92-65 win to advance to the Final Four. Dusty May shared why that 21-0 run happened after the game. Michigan's 33-point win is the largest in the Elite Eight since 1989, and when it was also Michigan who beat Virginia by 37 points en route to the school's only national championship. Now the Wolverines will face Arizona on Saturday in the Final Four. The combined record of those teams this season is 71-5. In the other Final Four matchup, the Illini were probably scouting to play Duke last night after the Blue Devils led by 19 points and 15 at halftime. UConn said not so fast, though, as the Huskies rallied from the deficit to pull off the second largest Elite Eight comeback ever. Braylon Mullins had the clutch three after he stole the ball with less than 10 seconds to go to finally lift UConn over Duke 73-72. Huskies now get Illinois on Saturday. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Some feedback on the Wings, and then we'll get to Taylor Decker, who is not happy with the Detroit Lions. He sat down with Justin Rogers. We'll give you some of that. And then, of course, get back into college hoops. 7:35, Michigan in the Final Four. Michigan State season ends before the Final Four in the Sweet 16.
Oh, are you talking basketball or hockey?
It's a fair point, John.
Oh, just make sure you clarify.
Yeah. I don't want to dwell on college hockey, but yeah, Michigan State, they blew it.
How's that bracket looking?
Yeah. 3-1 in the third period. You got the best goalie in the sport, Hobie Baker, finalist, and you go home. Thank you. All right. Not a good weekend for the Spartans. Not a good weekend for the Red Wings. We talk about Saturday night. Saturday night, you're down 4-0 at home. And I just said, look, the roster is good enough to be fighting for this playoff spot, but the team doesn't fight for it. The team doesn't show it consistently. I'm mad at the players more than anybody else right now. We can do a post-mortem on roster decisions and why they are where they are. But, John, if they play to their roster, they beat Ottawa last week and they beat Philadelphia on Saturday night. Mm-hmm. And they're in right now, at least going to the finish. Instead, they're drifting further and further away. They've lost 8 of the last 10 home games. And yeah, maybe they just need to get away. There's just no excuses for this hockey team anymore.
No, and I mean, they are. It does feel like they're drifting further away, but they're still only 2 points back. They will play Columbus. And
play the Flyers twice.
There's 3 teams with 86 points. It's Ottawa, Detroit, and the Flyers. Now they're chasing Columbus for that last spot, and really that's what it is, because I don't think there's anything they can do to catch up to Boston. And Boston's at 92.
Right, and Montreal's run away with this.
Yeah. And so it's just simply, how do they find a way to get that last wild card spot? Can they do enough in the final couple weeks to get into the playoffs? And it is, after last season, we heard from Dylan Larkin, and we saw Steve Yzerman go out and make this team better. He spent a first-round pick, made this team better. They get back to full strength, and they can't find a way to put 2 games back-to-back.
Tex says, I went to the game and Edvinson's terrible. His passes get intercepted all the time. He was one of the main reasons for our tough loss. Dan in Lake Orion. Well, that was the first goal of the game. Tex says, if you think this team has the talent to be in the playoffs, then wouldn't the blame go on coaching? If the players are good enough, but the team consistently falls short, that becomes a coaching issue. Do we need to look at Todd's future employment? Another says, when do we start putting blame on Todd? He's saying all these things in the postgame, but nothing ever changes on the ice. Doesn't that come back to coaching? Is he more of a speaker than a coach? I think I'm done with him too.
I don't know. I like Todd McClellan. From what I've heard from him, he doesn't gloss things over.
He addresses them head on.
Yeah.
And you know where you stand, and he call guys out. I've said all along, though, it's an issue that you have to call guys out a dozen times in an 82-game season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just last month they're just jerseys out there. Basically said the same thing with the not playing smart.
Yeah. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Like, we could bring in a different coach to say back check, put shots on net,
right,
enter the zone with some urgency. If the players are tuning guys out or just don't want it bad enough, then I don't know that it matters who the coach is. Like, you shouldn't need Connor McDavid to get in the playoffs. Like, doesn't it feel like that? Like, well, they don't have enough stars. It shouldn't matter to get in the playoffs.
Right. If you're talking about trying to gain the 1 seed or make a Stanley Cup run.
Different story.
Yeah, but to just get that last then we're only talking about the last wild card spot.
1 measly wild card spot.
When they play their best, they should be a playoff team.
Right.
And asking a team to play their best the majority of the time is, think about questioning that. That's a problem right there.
Especially when you know what's at stake every single night.
We're going to put it on a silver platter for you multiple times down the stretch. Do you want it? And their answer every time is no. No, thank you. No. Hey, Ottawa's missing half their team. They're on a back-to-back. Do you want to win the game? How about Saturday night? Saturday night, everything you could have asked for is happening. All the right things around you are taking place. You're getting the help you desperately need. It's losses from everybody of significance. Columbus, Pittsburgh, Ottawa, they all lose. All you got to do is win. Go get your playoff spot. Beat a Flyers team that's not even in the field. Just win the game. How about score a goal before they get 4 goals? Like, come on, guys. Anyway, text says, Jim, you're dead wrong. They don't have the talent to be a playoff team. They're not more talented than Philadelphia. Would this person have sent this text 2 weeks ago? Like, the Flyers have played well since the Olympic break, but let's not act like the Flyers are a juggernaut. Flyers also have a minus goal differential, for the record.
Yeah. I mean, it's like versus like, and they can't find a way. And it's when you got to have it, and you've got to have at the end of the season, and you're within a point, within 2 points, or you have a point lead. I just don't understand why they can't put a good performance out there in gotta have it games.
Right, and it's not an excuse to say, well, it was a back-to-back, right? So they played Buffalo, had to travel, played a back-to-back. Ottawa was on a back-to-back when they beat Detroit. Philly was on a back-to-back yesterday and beat the Dallas Stars. Pittsburgh's going to be on a back-to-back tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. Will you be surprised if the Pens beat the Wings on a back-to-back? There's just no excuses. Tex says Larkin has to go. Need a culture move. Another says the group has no juice. Reminds me of the Lions. Jim, do you still think Falk is a laser beam move? Dude's a bum. Wasted a first-round pick. Do you guys know what's going to happen? The Wings are going to miss the playoffs by 1 point, and the pick they traded is going to end up in the top 3 because of the stupid lottery.
I know that's the worry.
I don't want to live in that world.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. I mean, we'll take calls. We're kind of juggling a lot today. We mentioned Tigers, we mentioned Michigan, mentioned the Red Wings. I would love John Jansen's feedback on this Taylor Decker drama. So he met with Justin Rogers, who did like an exclusive one-on-one breakdown. Justin Rogers, Detroit Football Network, detailed how things fell apart so quickly. Decker claims on his exit interviews, 2 things were made clear. The Lions wanted him back, and Decker was not interested in taking a pay cut. However, when the 2 sides reconvened after Decker announced he'd return for his 11th season, he was blindsided when the team told his agent the only way he'd return if there was a pay cut. There wasn't much discussion. He turned down the offer before the 2 sides even discussed numbers.
Okay, so my take on that is he told them he wasn't going to take a pay cut. That doesn't mean they have to accept that. And in fact, they accepted that he wasn't going to take a pay cut. And then when they came back, they reconvened. And he says, in my week since notifying the team of my return, there have been numerous discussions, many of which were a surprise to me, and we could not find common ground. Therefore, I decided to request my release. I was in a similar situation. 10 years with the team. I was blindsided because a couple of days before I was due a huge bonus, they flew me in, said, hey, we're going to release you. And it was well after free agency. This happened early enough that if Decker wants to go out and find a team, he's taking his time. He's deciding if he wants to play for another team or not. It sounds kind of like he does. I don't have an issue with what the Lions did.
I don't either. Now, he says there's a blurb where here's what's driving Decker crazy. This does feel a little personal. Since talking to Campbell on February 23rd, he hasn't heard from team leadership. There wasn't a follow-up from his coach. Holmes never reached out, and Decker had to make first contact with position coach Hank Fraley, a man he publicly went to bat for when Campbell was hired. And given everything he had to the franchise for a decade, Decker expected more. He wanted to hear from his coach, from the general manager. He wanted a simple thank you on his way out the door. And just as badly, he wanted to say thank you for everything the organization has meant to him. Okay. Could the Lions have sent him an edible arrangement? Yes. Is that really the issue here? You didn't want a pay cut. So this was always a moot point.
Right.
You weren't playing up to that level. They needed the cap space. This is a business. They could have patted you on the ass one more time or stopped by or made one more phone call. But is that really the issue here? You didn't want a pay cut. They wanted a pay cut. It's a business.
When you're cut like that or you request your release, I've said this before. There are so many professional athletes that would like the opportunity to determine how they leave an organization or game. Yet there are only a handful in the history of any sport where you actually get to dictate that moment. And I wasn't of that talent. Taylor Decker isn't of that talent. Like you didn't, you're just not there. And if you spend a decade there, even if they had called and said, Taylor, we really appreciate everything that you've done. I mean, Sheila could have made that call.
Sure.
Dan could have made that call. Brad Holmes, Hank Fraley, hell, the equipment managers could have made that call. And I don't think it would have made a difference. It wouldn't have made a difference for me. I still would have left with bitter feelings.
I think it's so important you said that because I can't say it that way, but you were in that spot. But I feel the same way you do. Like his bitterness, whatever resentment is there, would be there regardless. Whether they gave him a thank you note or made one more phone call or returned a call, he didn't want to play on a pay cut.
Right. At least they offered him a pay cut.
Right.
You know, hey, the discussions were, if you're going to come back, you may have told us you weren't going to take a pay cut. All right, you make your feelings known. And I'm telling you, if you want to come back, you're going to have to take a pay cut.
It kind of feels like, because he had been public about contemplating retirement, it kind of felt like it was only going to be worth it to him at a certain number. I'm not going to go put my body through this again for less.
Okay, well, then go somewhere else and find that number.
And he hasn't.
Yeah.
It hasn't materialized yet. Well, the answer just might be that your appetite's bigger than your stomach. Right?
Yeah. I mean,
what's worth it to you to play football is not what the league thinks you're worth to play football, so then you're in limbo. And that doesn't mean the Lions disrespect, are all the other teams disrespecting him too? Or is his market what his market is?
The market is what the market is. And is there a place for him to play? Sure.
Of course.
In fact, there might even be a place where he comes back to Detroit, but it's going to have to be at a number that works for the Lions. And maybe that ship has sailed.
Did the Lions handle this right? Or is this just how the business goes? Does he have a right to be upset? It's 97-1.
Hey, if I've spent most of my career protecting people, and when I needed protection for my home, I called the guys at Rapid Roofing. There was a no pressure, no gimmicks, honest guidance so I could make the right decision for my home, and they did everything they said they were going to do. Showed up in one day. They do most roofs in one day. Ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put a new roof on, cleaned everything up, and they were gone. They also do siding, windows, gutter installation. They do it all. You can find them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
No issue with how the Lions handled the Taylor Decker situation, although there are some hurt feelings. He spoke to Justin Rogers at his house this weekend. He didn't want to play for a pay cut, so this is always going to be a moot point. This is always going to head for a divorce. He wishes he got a thank you. They could have sent him an edible arrangement. I mean, but at the end of the day, the NFL is a business, and this wasn't going to work out from a business standpoint.
Right.
So, text coming in. Taylor Decker injury report. Questionable with feelings. Pay Schmay. They should have paid Decker. They need the depth, period. Well, we'll see what they do in the draft.
Right.
And it's not like everybody else is rushing to pay Taylor Decker. Clearly, his number is higher than what he's worth, which is why he's not playing right now. Text calls him a drama queen, typical Buckeye. Another says, cry me a river. He wants to get paid for the past.
I'm not going to, having been where he's at, he can say whatever he wants. And I'm not going to sit there and say, you're being a crybaby, you're doing all this stuff. It's you, when you've been in the NFL long enough, you know that it's a business. You see business moves, but it becomes very personal when that business is you. And that's when it hurts. You think, because everybody thinks, it's never going to happen to me until it does.
Yeah. Your shelf life. You know, everybody has one.
If I'm him and he still wants to play another year, I'll take a look at the opponents and say, okay, do I want to go play for the Bears? Do I want to go play for Green Bay? Do I want to play for Minnesota? Is there an opportunity there? Or anyone else on the schedule? It's exactly what I did. I just happened to be fortunate enough to be able to come home and play for Detroit. And I just wanted to play somebody that was going to play against Washington that next year.
So I got a question for you guys. Do you think the Lions culture and the grit and all that stuff, and the way they kind of put this whole thing together is kind of creating this reaction from players? So Decker, Anzalone dropped numerous things before the season, even during, wanting to get paid. Ragnow, you go back to last year, 2 days before he retired, Dave Burkett had a report that he was unhappy with his contract situation. That the culture is creating a sense of false loyalty with the players, and they're kind of like, man, we're all really together, and we love Dan Campbell, and we're going to lay it all on the line. All that is kind of creating this false sense of security.
It's
like we're going to get taken care of because we had total buy-in.
Well, but they do. They do take care of their own, to a fault almost.
But then the business gets in the way, which is what's happening now with these three guys.
The business is what it is. And again, whether it's Anzalone, whether it's Decker, yes, they took care of Decker. They threw Anzalone a bone before the season started. Now, it wasn't a big bone, but they did throw him a bone. And at some point, I thought this was a good move because we're all removed from it. We're not Decker. We're not the Lions. And they've rewarded their guys. They rewarded Decker a couple of years ago. They rewarded Montgomery. They do reward them, but you also have to realize that when your usefulness or at the price that they're paying you doesn't match up, that's when the business takes an effect.
Right. I don't think I'm just curious if the players are potentially just getting this false sense of security.
I like how you presented that it's
like, they're kind of like they're almost duping themselves that eventually the end is coming. I mean, even a little bit of it happened with Jamal Williams. Like the foundational pieces that have gone through the war here.
Well, some of it I feel like is inherent to athletics. Like you're competitive, You don't think you're going to fall off. You always think you have more to give. Then the team has a coach who says, all I care about is you. They have jumped out to extend guys.
Yeah.
It has created an attachment beyond this is my employer, I show up and play and go home.
Yeah.
They have a greater attachment to the team, which makes the ending all that much harder to process.
And as a player, when you leave or you're asked to leave, I don't really think it would matter. Even if, like I said, if Dan Campbell called, Hank Fraley called, Sheila called, I don't think it would matter. You would come up with another thing of why you were disrespected because you're not leaving on your terms. There was no parade thrown for Taylor Decker. There was no pomp and circumstance. It was just, and if you want to stick around, you're going to have to take a pay cut.
Look, and the guys who cover this team speak highly of Taylor Decker.
Yeah, we do too.
And no, I know, but guys like in the locker room after every game, normally, you have a chance to blow guys off or give them extra time. And he was part of the old guard, saw, where the bodies were buried in the dark times and was here for the rise up to division titles and playoff wins. And it felt like the cherry on top, the finality of all of this was we were going to win a Super Bowl with them. And now you got to process that's all gone from his standpoint.
And John, were you flown in when you were cut?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, didn't you do something to Dan Snyder's plane on the way back?
There may have been a rumor of that. There may be photo evidence of that. I don't think he owns that plane anymore. He doesn't own the team anymore, so it doesn't matter.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So a jogger in Plymouth was attacked by a pack of dogs on Saturday morning, and now police are searching for one of those dogs, a pit bull that is still on the loose. Police were called around 6:30 a.m. about this man who appeared lifeless while being mauled by 3 dogs, a pit bull and 2 cane corsos. When the officer arrived at the scene, it was actually hard for them to approach the victim because the dogs were so aggressive in nature. So the officer fired at the dogs, hitting one of the cane corsos. The runner was taken to the hospital, listed in stable condition. The dog's owner has been identified. 2 of the cane corsos have been found, and then that pit bull is still on the loose.
Oof. Look out.
Yeah, last week a bill was proposed in the Michigan Senate that would require older drivers to undergo more frequent testing to renew or obtain a driver's license. So the bill would require drivers 75 or older to pass a vision exam, a written knowledge test, and a driving skills test every 4 years to renew or to obtain their license. And then once a driver turns 85, those same tests would be required every single year. Now, some people, this may sound perfect, right? That's what they want to see. But there's a lot of seniors who are saying, wait a minute, this legislation unfairly singles us out. And they say that we're not the issue. It's the younger drivers that are more distracted behind the wheel. And some say every year, that's just is overkill. And if you really want to do something, you should make every driver do this, not just the older drivers. Now, there is some data that does show drivers 65 and older were involved in more fatal crashes in Michigan since 2024. But it could also be that there are more older drivers on the road than younger drivers. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'd love to see more of the numbers. I mean,
Yes.
The thought would be that slower reaction time, not processing the information as fast, especially you're talking not 65, 75 and even up to 85.
Now, it sounds like this bill has seen little movement beyond being referred to the Senate Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. So we'll see if anything moves forward. A toddler is safe after being accidentally towed away in a car that was being repossessed in Detroit. It happened on Friday. The repo driver did say, hey, I looked in the car, but the windows were so tinted I couldn't see inside. Had no idea that this little 2-year-old was back there. But when the driver was notified, quickly turned around, reunited the toddler with the mother. No one was injured. The toddler, it sounds like, actually slept through the entire thing. And police say they will not be seeking any charges in the incident. So the golf world is reacting after Tiger Woods' latest DUI crash, and some big names are calling for accountability. So following the rollover crash in Florida, several PGA figures are now saying that Woods needs to face real consequences, not just move past another incident. Authorities say that he appeared lethargic, appeared impaired at the scene, even though a breathalyzer showed that there was no alcohol in his system. He was arrested after refusing a urine test and now faces charges including DUI and property damage. Now, this marks his second DUI arrest, adds to a history of past crashes and issues tied to prescription drugs. So there's former players and analysts that are saying, hey, it's time for a reset. They're calling this disturbing. They say, hey, he should need to step away from the game entirely and focus on his health. So
when you are putting yourself in that position, it's one thing. He's also fortunate that someone else didn't die in his rollover. Yeah. I mean,
or just injured. It's especially when you're somebody of his means. If you're having these issues,
and these are issues that have plagued him for a long time, this is not the first time.
Hire a driver.
Here's some good news. Car thefts across the country dropping, and data shows they've dropped by 23% in 2025, and in Michigan as well, they've dropped by 22%. But it does appear that thieves have favorite vehicles they target in the state. So the most frequently stolen cars in Michigan, a Jeep Grand Cherokee, number one, more than 1,200 thefts in 2025, followed by the Dodge Durango, the Ram 1500, Chevy Malibu, and Dodge Charger. So food for thought.
Yeah. My golf cart wasn't on the list, so I think I'm all right. Heather with the news. Coming up next, we're talking Michigan into the Final Four. We'll get to the Spartans, who had their tourney run end in the Sweet 16. It's 97-1. If you want a whiter or straighter smile heading into the spring, Brightside Dental is where you need to go. New patients are always welcome. They've got a $35 new patient special. Brightside's not some big national chain. They're locally owned and they're part of the community. 9 Metro Detroit locations. They treat patients like neighbors, and they want to keep Michigan families smiling all year round. Guys are notorious for putting off doctor's appointments, dentist appointments too. At Brightside, they're not going to lecture you or guilt trip you if you haven't been to that regular 6-month cleaning. And if you need to get a couple cavities filled like I did, they'll make it painless. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We did get one text begging us not to talk about the Spartans. Doesn't want us rubbing it in. We're going to talk about them. But we'll start with the Wolverines, who are still dancing, John, into the Final Four. And I know you're well aware because we noticed you as soon as we walked in today. For those that want to watch on the Twitch stream.
Oh, you did?
Heather was blinded.
I didn't know if you guys would notice.
Oh my gosh, I was blinded before I even walked into the building. I drove past the windows and I could see you. It was just like a beacon of light.
That's what I thought. I mean, angels singing and a beacon of light. It's usually how I'm described. As a beacon of light.
You got to wear sunglasses in the studio with you today.
You're welcome.
Look, you got a lot to be happy about. Your basketball team on the men's side is in the Final Four. Your hockey team is in the Frozen Four. The women's basketball team is a shot, albeit underdogs against Texas. Let's focus on the hoops team. This is Dusty May doing it again. Final Four with two different teams, and Michigan doing it and making it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're averaging 95 points per tournament performance. They are blowing out teams. Not just double digits, but 20-point victories. And they've pretty much walked through the bracket so far. Now, we did say at the beginning of the tournament, the toughest bracket was the one Michigan State was in. Yeah. Duke, UConn, all of those. And then I think we had actually maybe said, who did we say had the easiest?
Arizona, I think.
Arizona, and then I think it was Michigan because of the injuries that were there. It was Texas Tech. It was Iowa State that was inconsistent. And now all of a sudden, hey, you got the Final Four, Michigan against Arizona, and it feels like the winner of that game, I could say this because my wife's not listening right now, will be the eventual national champion.
Yeah, Saturday night feels like the de facto national title, the way the NFC title felt last year. You know, if the Rams or the Seahawks win, they're going to beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. If Michigan or Arizona win, that's the best team in college basketball this year. These teams have been dominant. Michigan, to your point, 90-plus points in every game in the tournament, all double-digit wins. The Wolverines have won 35 games. 28 of them are by double digits this season. Safe to say you're not having a hard time buying it and getting attached to this group. That was Tom's question. Was in today's era of the portal, lack of continuity, mercenaries, are people as bought into this Michigan team as the others, right? The 2018 team played for a national title. The 2013 team, Trey Burke, played for a national title. Those Beeline teams. Do you feel as attached to this team as those teams?
I do think some of it's the Beeline factor. And I do think Michigan fans are a little bit uncomfortable with the NIL and how they're doing it.
Do you think they're uncomfortable with it?
Okay, so we did this thing, roughly a month ago. If you're going to enjoy this championship, then you embrace NIL or you're a hypocrite.
Yeah.
And I found that we were expressing how it was challenging, but this is the way it is now. We got a text earlier in the show from an Ohio State fan saying, it's funny how you guys called them mercenaries when they were with us and we won a championship, but now you're soaking all this in and enjoying it. And I agree with them. If you're gonna enjoy this championship, you have to embrace NIL. But I also think the 13 run had the magical Burke moment. The 18 run had the pool shot against Houston. You know, there was some kind of attaching to it. I do think the dominant nature with the way they're winning. Is it a little boring, as crazy as that sounds?
Well, I mean, so I get it. Like, hey, there's not been that last-second heroic shot to identify this team with. They've been identified, and we talked about it during the regular season, by double-digit wins. They were identified early on in the season by 40-point wins against ranked teams like Gonzaga. But on the flip side, this is a team that they have been dominant. They haven't needed those last second. And to your point, yesterday at halftime, I was kind of like, I'll leave the game on, but there's other things that I'm going to do. And I'm going to continue to walk by the TV just to monitor it to make sure Michigan, instead of 25, it's now 30 points.
Look, Michigan fans will have to answer for themselves how attached they are to this group. But where I'm sitting, I'm looking at their best team. Pretty easy to buy into teams that win and win handily and look like the national champion. Like when Michigan played Villanova in 2018, they were underdogs. When Michigan played Louisville in 2013, it was supposed to be a close game, but they were underdogs. if you feel like you got the best team in college basketball, that's something you buy into. And I think it's real simple. This is the sport now. If it's going to be the sport, either you're embracing it and winning or you're Tom Izzo. Like, what side of the coin do you want to be? And I think Michigan and Dusty May have embraced this, and you should embrace them. And I think Michigan fans are. It's just an interesting question. Like, do you feel that level of attachment? I would think winning would do that.
Well, I want to flip this onto the team that they're playing on Saturday, Arizona. Mm-hmm. Do you think they're enjoying it? Yeah, they've been just as dominant as Michigan, and they're going to have a lot of players who are only there for 1 year. Sure, it's Koa Pete. He's a freshman, but he's going to be going to the NBA.
Yep.
Braden Burries is going to be going to the NBA. Jaden Bradley is a transfer.
It's a good point. I mean, their group is... this is what the sport is. It's a year-to-year sport. You flush it. At the end of this season, you flush it and you start over.
Well, and it's been a year-to-year sport because we had talked about a lot of the dominant teams were just simply made up of the one-and-dones. Mm-hmm. And now it's still some of those one-and-dones. Duke has some of those players. That's who they've traditionally recruited. But now you're having the one-and-done in a different format where teams are they're going to have players. Yaxel Lindenborg is going to be here for 1 year and done. Mm-hmm. He happens to be a little bit older, but he's going to be one and done for Michigan.
Text coming in. Even though these players are transfers, I am attached to this as a Wolverine fan, period. No matter who's playing, I'm all in. Love what this team's doing. Enjoying Michigan more than ever. The crying from Spartans have made it better. A senior at Michigan going to a Final Four. It's been an amazing season. I'm ready for us to compete for a hat trick. Football, basketball, and hockey titles in my 4 years. The run is not as rewarding as past runs. It's still enjoyable, but I haven't been able to watch these guys grow and blossom over 4 years. Beeline is so much more lovable than Dusty. The sport is a soulless version of itself. Go Blue. It's just not the same. Nick and Marquette.
So I think people are questioning whether Dusty May is as good of a coach as John Beeline. Like, I don't think any Michigan fans question whether Beeline was a good coach. I think even Michigan State fans had a slight respect for Beeline. With Dusty May, it's like, because Beeline did it squeaky clean, right? I did it the right way. Well, this is the right way now.
Yeah, that's what I would stress, is every era of college hoops has had, like, the way to do it. If you go back far enough, you had to have 3 and 4 year guys.
Right. And
then there was a period where the one and done ruled the sport. And now it's the portal. The right way is what you have to do to win. And if we're going to say, well, how good of a coach is Dusty? Let's have the conversation. How good of a coach is Dusty? Because Kentucky spent more money on their roster. Louisville and Duke spent more money on their roster. Why aren't they still playing? And isn't part of being a good coach identifying, recruiting, and bringing together talents and making them cohesive? Is that not coaching? I mean, I forgot where the only way you get credit is if you're coaching Hoosiers. Like, you're allowed to bring good players in and get the most out of that group, which is what Dusty May's doing. I don't know why this has to be he's not as good a coach because he recruited really well.
Well, did we not just celebrate it with Hoosiers on the football side of things?
Yeah,
with Kirk Cignetti?
Good point.
And it's a different style because the business of college sports has changed. And Kirk Cignetti goes to Indiana. They have a huge investment. And now all of a sudden, hey, with all the players originally coming from JMU, but it's last year, there was still, hey, your quarterback is new. You've got new linemen. You've got new players everywhere. You have to find a way to get them to play as a team. And we saw it with Nick Marsh in regards to, hey, you're not going to be an individual. I'm going to chew you out before practice even starts from Kirk Cignetti's point of view because we have to become a team. We only have 1 year to be this team. And in basketball, it's the same thing.
Text asks, what's this about mercenaries? Yaxo's the only top portal guy. Morrow played 8 minutes a game at the end of the bench on UCLA, and Merez was a rim runner, rebounder at Illinois. Yax is the top guy, but don't act like everybody else has been can't-miss prospects. Well, if you go back, Michigan did bring in one of the best portal classes in the country.
Yeah, some would say the best portal class.
Yeah, it was 1 or 2 on most sites. And Yax is a big reason. But that's not a slight to Dusty that they used the transfer portal effectively and got really good players.
No, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Not use the portal and because other teams are going to?
248-539-9797. We'll have that conversation about the Wolverines and mixing the Spartans. It's 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like banking world is constantly shifting. Mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing's not changing: the commitment First Merchants Bank has to your local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them make every single day. Here's a couple of examples. I'm talking about real boots-on-the-ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant, and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking. They're passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. Visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Tom Izzo's not going anywhere, as if there was any doubt. He says, I'm not retiring. And look, Final Four's in Detroit next year. How do Spartan fans feel about it? Plenty of time to get into that conversation. We are flooded with response on Michigan hoops. Into the Final Four. Dusty May's not done it with 2 teams in 4 years. People questioning just how great of a coach he is bizarre behavior. We've asked Michigan fans, how attached to this team are you? And we've heard a lot about college sports and how they've changed in the portal. And it's year to year. Are you enjoying this team as much as the Beeline teams that made runs to the Final Four and played for a national title? 248-539-9797. I'm very attached to this team. For years, the SEC had NIL before there was NIL. NIL means now it's legal. These conferences can't keep up with the Big Ten. Money talks. Go Illinois. Go Blue. Frank in a truck.
So that's a Final Four this year in football and basketball with no SEC. Now, they just did have Florida win it last year, so let's not go crazy.
Right.
It says it's a different era, and yes, the attachment to players may be different, but the attachment to this team is still the same. And if your team is doing what Michigan's doing, you're going to enjoy it. It just means there's more areas for rivals to dig at your school. Look, what Michigan's doing is putting up 90 in every single game and winning by double digits. It's as dominant a performance. What they just did in the Elite Eight is the largest margin of victory in an Elite Eight since the 98 Wolverines, who won the national title. Tech says they're incredibly likable if you look at it impartially. And one points out, guys, it's stuff like Charlie May hitting a shot. You see how close this team is. They love each other. There's chemistry. That's what matters.
Well, when you're talking about college sports, it's really hard for a lot of people to look at it impartially.
Oh, of course.
You just can't.
Don't have to embrace NIL to be appreciative of what Michigan's doing and taking advantage of it. I don't like NIL, but I'm glad Michigan is doing this. Scott at the gym.
Yeah, if it's going to be there, then utilize all the tools at your disposal.
In November and December, I didn't know any of these guys. Now it's like they're all old friends. It's 2026. This is college sports. Don in Armada. Dusty May is a generational coach, and I've been incredibly impressed with him. I'm fully on board. I don't care how they build a championship, as long as it's within the rules. Michigan alumni. Guys, good coaching can be told with 2 things. What do you do after a timeout, and how do you adjust after halftime? Michigan always comes out of a timeout with a bucket, and they're known for blowing out teams in the second half. Questioning Dusty May's coaching ability because he brought in great players is a lazy argument. Matt in Metamora. And I saw one text that said, it's not like he's doing this at DePaul, guys. Well, but he did this at FAU.
Right. Yeah. He made a Final Four run.
If only there was a way to judge how Dusty would have done it in mid-major. Oh, wait. It was like 3 years ago. He was in the Final Four.
I don't know how you can't think that he's not a good coach.
He's an excellent
Is
coach.
he great?
He's an excellent coach.
Let's see if builds this tremendous legacy. Maybe he's one of the newer guys that does in the sport. Did you notice him yesterday? He got mad when he was kind of mad at himself when he made that challenge because Tennessee was going to retain the ball anyways because of the possession arrow. He was like, you could tell he was stewing big time.
Yeah. He's a damn good basketball coach. Like, I'm sorry if people are going to take it away from him because he used the portal. Using the portal is a hallmark of good coaching in 2026.
Well, and in today's day and age, the head coach of any program, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, doesn't matter. You're more of a CEO. Now, in basketball, yes, you've got the timeouts. You've got all those things that last texter talked about. But you have to be able to show that you can repeat this. Now, he's got his resume says, okay, he did it at FAU. Last year made the Sweet 16. This year makes the Final Four. Ultimately, to be talked about as a great coach, you have to win a championship. And it's not just a conference championship. You got to win a national title. Can he do it? Can he ultimately do that this year? But how repeatable is it? Because he is in a position where it's going to have to be year after year where he reloads through the transfer portal. Now he has recruited well.
Yeah. Look, everybody's excited about the Izzo class coming in. Michigan's got a great class coming in too, for talking freshmen. The difference is how aggressively will you attack the portal? Michigan had one of the best portal classes in the country, and it shows they got one of the best teams in the country.
And look, the other thing about Michigan and the portal guys, outside of Yaks, These are all underclassmen. They can come back next year. And I think that's was the magic of what he did at FAU. He got all those guys through the portal, got them there, got to the Final Four, and he re-ran it back the same 5 starters the next year.
Tech says, hey guys, people complain it's not as pure as the past, but on the other hand, it's hard to root for this team. It says, what do you want? Stay in the past and not be at this point, or embrace it and be in the Final Four with major success. Adapt, or if you don't, you'll see what not adapting does, in parentheses, MSU. And on MSU, we're going to get into them in the 8 o'clock hour. It says, what does the Final Four being in Detroit have to do with Izzo retiring? I don't see how those facts are related, Nick and Clarkston. Well, of course, Izzo's going to come back and coach this team next year when the Final Four is in Detroit. To his point, though, any guarantee Tom's going to be there?
Well, there's no guarantee Dusty May's going to be there.
No, I know, but I think he was making a joke.
Right, yeah.
Says, I'm a Spartan fan. I'm done. I don't care about college basketball, and I'm not coming back until Tom is gone. Quote, dude is a bum. Guys, there's no reason to mix in the Spartans. Let us die in peace. There's a lot of MSU fans worked up today.
Was it the hockey game and getting ousted instead of making the Frozen Four, or was it the basketball performance?
Look, basketball matters more to Spartan fans, but the hockey team had a better chance to win the national title.
Yeah, well, as you thought.
As I clearly thought. Not a good weekend for the Spartans. The conversation with Izzo, how do you want to set this up for the 8 o'clock hour? Because I want Spartan fans to feel like this is a safe space to vent. Like, you had a Hall of Fame coach. He's coming back, but I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, I think that's how you set it up.
Okay.
How do you feel about Coach Izzo saying after the game that he's coming back? I don't have it doesn't really matter what I think. If I say I don't have an issue with him coming back because I think he's a legend. I think he's a great coach. And people are going to say, "Oh, well, Michigan just wants to, do what they did this year and beat them twice a year." If we're going to continue to go to the portal, if I say I want him out, then it's, "Oh, well, you can you not handle a Hall of Fame coach?" It doesn't matter what a Wolverine thinks.
Mm-hmm. It's all about how the Spartans feel about it, because they made the Sweet 16, but the standard at MSU was so much higher, and it was set by Tom Izzo himself, right? But is the standard slipping if you're just okay with this being who they are? Because they've only made one Final Four in the last 10 years, and none since COVID, none in the portal era. From Mr. March to Mr. March your ass home.
Yeah.
97-1.
It was a Michigan coronation yesterday in the Windy City as the Wolverines boat raced Tennessee 92-65 to return to the Final Four for the first time since 2018 and 9th time in program history. This has been a long time coming for a Michigan team that was favored in 37 of 38 games so far this season. The team that Dusty May built for the Final Four is going there this weekend, and yesterday he talked about one of his philosophies in building this talented roster. The 33-point win was Michigan's 8th largest this year in a season of 28 double-digit victories so far. The Wolverines will now face one of the only other teams in the country with fewer losses than them in the Final Four in Arizona, who is 36-2 this year. That game tips at 8:49 on Saturday in Indy. The other game in Indy will be UConn and Illinois after the Huskies mustered an impossible comeback last night against Duke, trailing by as many as 19 points in the first half and 15 at the break. UConn slowly chipped away at the lead and had outscored Duke 41-28 in the second half. That was until Braylon Mullins stole the ball from Duke with less than 10 seconds to go and then hit a three to put the Huskies up 73-72 with 0.4 seconds remaining. They're back to the Final Four. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
John, just to give people a sample of the early returns, I've grown to absolutely hate Tom Izzo. He hasn't done anything in over a decade. Another, I don't care if he won't retire. Fire Izzo. He's holding this once proud program back. And one says, be careful pushing out a legend. Ask Michigan fans if they really wanted Lloyd Carr fired looking back now.
Lloyd Carr wasn't fired.
No, but there people were growing frustrated. You can't spell
Sure.
Lloyd without 3 L's, right?
Yeah.
And then replacing a legend, easier said than done. So, look, I can't speak for Spartan fans. Would love to know how they feel. We have Brendan Shabath, a Spartan. How do you feel about Izzo?
I think I just always laugh when this topic comes up because the texters and callers that suggest that they fire Tom Izzo,
Never going to happen.
It not only is it never going to happen, it's just an idiotic take. And I wonder what type of person that is. Like, I have an idea of what type of fan or what type of follower of Michigan State that is. Maybe, we have plenty of Walmart Wolverines. Maybe that's a Walmart Spartan, someone who didn't go to the school or doesn't follow the basketball team throughout the year or hasn't for the last 30 years that he's been at Michigan State. But my question to those people would be, who do you want instead? Who's better? Who are you going to get to replace Tom Izzo? Because who wants to be the guy that follows the guy? If they were to fire Tom Izzo or push him out, he just brought in $400 million anyways to the athletic department. He's not going anywhere, okay?
So let's take the extreme out of this because it's not real life to talk about him being shown the door.
Correct.
Or even pushed out the door.
Correct.
But you as a fan with him as your coach, knowing, hey, the standard at MSU is Final Fours and getting him that second national title. They've been to one Final Four in 10 years. Is that standard slipping under his watch?
I will add that before yesterday, just to set the record, Michigan had been to one in the last 10 years,
right?
Pre-COVID.
But you guys are a better basketball school and all that stuff.
But I think I don't know that the standard is slipping. I think there was an area there. Of course, it coincides with the years that I was there covering the team, which is delightful for me. But there was a period there where it felt like that. There was the COVID season when they went, I think, 19-10, and they had to win 3 games against top 5 teams in the last week of the season to even get in the tournament. And they were a play-in. They lose to UCLA as the 11 seed. That 3 to 4 year stretch there from right after COVID, the first season after COVID, when he would have had a Final Four team the year that got canceled by all intents and purposes, the 3 to 4 year stretch after the Aaron Henry and Gabe Brown and A.J. Hoggard disaster, I think really you can attribute that to the fact that he didn't have a good point guard who didn't have the stones to be a Michigan State point guard.
But ultimately that rests with Izzo.
Sure, I guess. And I think that was in his resistance, his uber resistance to the portal days. We've seen him come around in recent years. I think people are not giving enough credit.
Is he going to add multiple starters from the portal this year?
I don't know that he needs to. Depends on who stays. Like he said, he's going to go into his locker room and get in the portal, as he always calls it, and try to get Devine Ugachukwu and Caleb Glenn and Kerr Tang and Cohen Carr to stay. And I don't think those guys are going anywhere. And then you add the freshman class that they bring in. They probably need to go get a big of some sort, a proven Division I talent of actual size. They're bringing in a 7'1" kid. They've got another, Jesse McCullough's 6'11", 240, and he got a little bit of run this year.
He did, but they're losing their two bigs from the front court. They're losing Kohler and they're losing Cooper.
Yes.
And if they're going to replace them with freshmen or depth, I don't know that they're doing enough to chase down Izzo's second national title. And maybe he's okay with it, but my question to Spartan fans is, are you okay with that?
Or is it the play for not next year, but the year after, or the third year?
No, I want him to go get a starting center in the portal. Absolutely. That's what many people wanted him to do last year and the year before when they went and got Zapala and I can't remember the other kid's name.
Walker?
Frankie Fiddler or something.
Oh, yeah. Frankie Fiddler out of Omaha.
Yeah, exactly. Those are not the type of guys I'm referring to. I want them to go get a talented center who...
One of the 10 best players in the portal needs to be wearing Spartan green and white.
Exactly. And if that's too much to ask for Tom, then I'll wait till next year then. But I don't. We've seen him add in the portal in the last 2 years and have teams that had the talent to get to a Final Four, one team that was a game short, and another team that was 2 games short to a UConn team who doesn't lose if they make it to the Sweet 16. So I'm not too worried about the expectation or the level at which they play. I think he's coming around on the portal. They are paying players at a comparable rate to other teams in the country. As far as we know, we don't have true numbers for NIL, but from what we can tell, Michigan State is up there with the top 10 programs in the country as far as what they're compensating their roster with. And so they just weren't good enough this year. And I think the injuries were part of it. I think the shooting was part of it. And that might change if Caleb Glenn gets to play or Divine Ugachukwu and whatnot. But I appreciated their effort. There was nobody more mad on planet Earth than me in the first 15 minutes of the game on, was it Friday, Saturday? Whatever it was.
Yeah, Friday.
And the fact that they came back and even took the lead and made it a game was impressive.
So, Brendan, you said that there's actually Michigan State fans that didn't go to the school?
There are, believe it or not, actually. There's one that works here. Evan.
Are they Wall Sparts?
That'd be a good way to put it, yeah.
I thought it was Sam's Club Spartans. Wasn't that the...
We got the Dollar Tree Sparties too or whatever on ticket. I thought that was breaking news when you said that.
Yeah. I mean, actually, people that follow the school that didn't go there. Huh.
No, there are. There are just an infinitely more number that didn't go to Michigan that will
It's just harder to get in.
defend them to the death. Absolutely, yeah. They don't accept kids from here.
Well, I appreciate you batting lead off on this. We want to hear from Spartan fans. 248-539-9797. I would say the standard slipped. I mean, when you have one Final Four in a decade, I feel comfortable saying the standard has slipped. Now, does that mean you want to get him into a wheelchair and wheel him out of the game? That's for you to answer as a Spartan fan. He has to adapt. But I feel like we've said that for years, plural. And when the standard is, hey, we got to make the Final Four at the bare minimum for Tom Izzo. I mean, the guy's done it as often as he did. That's how he set the bar. And now he's chasing his second national title. So you got to square the circle on this. If he's going to win that second national title or get back to the standard at Michigan State, he has to do things he's been uncomfortable with.
Well, and here's an area where I don't know the answer to the question. How attractive is it for a player in the portal to want to go and play for Coach Izzo if they're going to be that one-and-done type player? He is an abrasive coach. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't know the answer to this question. Right. I would think if there are holes in your game and you want to go to a coach that can coach the game, he would actually be a coach that you'd want to play for.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been able to draw those top players out of the portal.
I guess a fear from afar would be that what Brendan said, he's going to go to his locker room first, and if Tang wants to come back and Ugachukwu is going to come back, and they just bring back last year's team because the guys want to fight again, the guys weren't good enough this year.
Right? He doesn't have that cutthroat, hey, if you're not good enough.
I want him to go to a player and go, hey, you're a B-level player. I'm replacing your ass in the portal. Does he have it in him? Because he invests in these young people, and I think it's something people admire about Tom Izzo. But, like, candidly, does that hurt him? Because he can't go to Kurt Tang and go, hey, buddy, you're just not that good. You're just not that good. Best of luck playing for NC State. I got to replace you with a stud two-guard to put next to Fierce next year who can bury threes in bunches. Sorry. I know I recruited you, and I talked to your mom and dad. I'm not making a spot for you. I'm going to the portal to replace you. And I don't even mean to single out Tang. I'm just saying if he's not willing to do those things, does that hold him back from getting where he wants to go?
It may, and I'm also not going to sit here and crucify him for it. Because, and I understand.
But then you've accepted what your program limitations are. And if you're at peace with it, it sounds like Brendan
does give you some limitations, right? It just also makes you be better on that initial recruit.
Right.
If you're going to commit to a player, because there are a lot of coaches right now that'll look at you and say, hey, if you don't want to leave, I'm going to ask you to leave.
Right.
And I'm not in support of that.
It's cutthroat. Let's get to the phones. Pedro in Port Huron, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I'm a Spartan fan. You can call me a Walmart Spartan fan because I didn't actually go to the school. I'm one of the few. So with Izzo, I feel like there's limitations with him now. Like I just have to disagree with I think it was Brennan. I just feel like there's a ceiling with him, and it's the Sweet 16. Like And it's not even just the transfer portal stuff, which we obviously know he has an issue with. It's just his whole offensive system. Like, you see all these other teams shooting threes, spreading the floor, having all these players that can do it, and we don't have that. He decides to go with this too big. Kohler can shoot a little bit. Carr can't shoot at all. Let's put three guys out there that can't really shoot, and our point guard can't really shoot, so we're going to have really one, maybe above-average shooter. And, like, you watch his offense, now UConn's offense is really nice, so I don't think most teams have what they have.
Right.
But it seems like everything they do is 3 to 5 feet behind the three-point line. Like where's the movement? Where's the penetration? Where's anything? You know what I'm saying? It seems like it's our point guard doing everything and no one else doing anything.
Yeah, it's like we had talked about, it was encouraging in the early rounds of the tournament that MSU was making as many threes and a high percentage of them. And it's not the only reason they lost on Friday night, but when you make 4 3-pointers total for the game, it's really hard to win basketball games at any level playing that way.
Right, in today's era of basketball.
And when your lineup, like, you look at the guys who play the big minutes for MSU. Fears is a below average 3-point shooter. Cooper doesn't shoot threes. Carr is not a good 3-point shooter. When the majority of the guys in your lineup aren't 3-point shooters, it puts a lot of pressure on Kohler to be that pick and pop big.
Yeah.
And if he's not rolling, you're in the Stone Ages then, right? Then your offense really becomes a rock fight. And they also should have made some more layups at the rim, and there were other things they could have done in that game. But for that to be a recurring complaint from Spartan fans, hey, I wish we were a little more free-flowing shooting team, and to have those complaints again and have it come up in a big game, it's why you wonder.
Well, and that's why I ask, are the top recruits the things that maybe he needs to be able to get over the hump and get back to a Final Four, get to a national championship, is a stud 3-point shooter in the portal this coming year? Does he not want to go to East Lansing because he's not going to get that opportunity?
Tech says, to be fair to Izzo, they did show some guys the door in the past, Rocket Watts and Xavier Booker, even from a more recent team. Okay, that's just what it takes, though. Tech says Izzo can't do that to Tang. That's Taylor in Arizona. Final Fours don't matter. It's national title or bust, and Izzo has been a bust for 30 years, nearly 30 years. Losing Kohler and Cooper, good. Talentless bums, be an improvement by default. As a Spartan alum, I've grown apathetic to Izzo and the basketball program. I've grown to accept Tom will never sniff another Final Four, let alone a title.
I don't know what the answer is for him, because they have made investments into the basketball program. They've made investments that we don't necessarily know what they are. They're probably not as celebrated, but can he attract, like Michigan did with Yaks, can he attract the number one portal target?
Yeah. Or, one of the top handful
top
of
2
guys.
or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people point out he's used the portal here or there, but it's on guys that are role players.
Right. Does he
guys.
even want to bring in a guy that's going to be your number one featured player,
but imagine
that's not recruited by him, but it's a transfer portal athlete?
Well, it's a risk because you get to vet guys a lot more when you recruit them as freshmen, right? That process is more than a couple weeks. It's a lot to say, I want to bring a guy in and hand him the keys to my offense. But, John, think about the world where they have Yaks on their team, or the equivalent of that next year. Fears doesn't have to be everything offensively. Right. Ideally, that guy can shoot, and it creates a real problem for people.
And when you go to what he has talked about, when asked about the portal or asked about his roster, what does he say? The first thing I'm going to go do is recruit my own roster.
248-539-9797. Talking to Spartan fans. We are going to get into the Tigers, the Red Wings, Taylor Decker, all of it on a Monday. It's 97.1.
If your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. They got an early spring special. If you buy a new furnace or AC, you're going to get half off installation. And if you're tired of all those power outages, they've got generators in stock as well and ready to install. Financing available. Schedule your free home in-home estimate. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and you know my daily routine starts before most people are even out of bed, right? My alarm goes off at 4:30, and I'm on air by 6 a.m., and that's why 7-Eleven's Fusion Energy is a game changer. It's a good-for-you energy drink full of antioxidants and 4 patented ingredients not found in any other drink. So I love that it's a better, slow-release caffeine that lasts for hours, and the best part, there's no crash. I saw a difference immediately. So if you're not a coffee drinker like me, go check out one of Fusion Energy's 5 great flavors. My favorite is the new strawberry lemonade. Grab your Fusion Energy today at 7-Eleven or Speedway.
And down goes Duke. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin, Greg behind the glass. Michigan to the Final Four. UConn to the Final Four at the buzzer.
That was crazy. That was insane.
So much of that, right? They're up 19 points. It's one of the all-time chokes in college basketball history. It's the 6th largest blown lead in the history of the tournament. To do it in that way where, John, they got the lead with 10 seconds. Take the foul. You don't even have to advance past half court.
No.
Dribble, get fouled. Don't make a dumb pass. And if you make a dumb pass, get a hand up.
Yeah.
John, it's like his controller died. He just stood and stared as the kid shot the game-winning 3. Mullins, the freshman from UConn, uncontested on the final shot.
Yeah. Now, it was a spectacular shot.
Of course.
And he hadn't hit one all day long.
But, John, go back if you can and watch it. Step up, hand up. What are we doing? There's 2 seconds to go.
He had a clear look at the basket. He was shooting from the logo, and it was nothing but the bottom of the net. I mean, he nailed that sucker.
And when Duke loses, America wins, so I love it.
Yeah, I think everybody was celebrating. Whether or not you like UConn, no one really cares. I don't particularly care for Hurley as a coach. I think he's kind of annoying. But, yeah, Duke goes down, and it was awesome.
And I give Hurley credit for not immediately fouling when the ball was being inbounded. Like, there was enough time for UConn to create front court pressure. And then if they get across half court, which they're about to,
it's over.
Then you foul. And, yeah, you cost yourself 4 seconds. It's the argument. To me, if you've got a little bit of time there, that you always do at least try to make 1 or 2 steals before you make the foul.
Well, yeah, we see it all the time. College basketball, even when it's looking good, all it takes is one kid feels the heat, feels the pressure, throws the ball away, and that's what one of the Boozer brothers did.
Yeah.
My thing was UConn looked so horrible in the first half. I thought there was 0 chance of a comeback.
Well, it felt like kind of that day, right? Michigan wins going away. Duke's up big.
I was like, where's UConn's offense going to come from? Because it was just so stale, and Duke just was dominating them defensively. And I was thinking back to the Michigan game when Duke played good defense against Michigan, and I'm just like, they're not coming back. And then they did it.
The only thing they had for a while was Reed under the hoop. Like, they couldn't make shots early.
Yeah.
And once they started smothering him, it was like, oh, this isn't going to go well for UConn. Caravan didn't even make a bucket till the second half.
No.
I wonder if people who had Duke in their bracket to win it all but don't like Duke, how they're feeling this morning. There still has to be some like, yeah, well, at least they lost that way.
Well, it's back-to-back years they've lost in agonizing fashion.
Right, yeah. If you had Duke winning it all, and that's how it goes down, like, and you didn't like Duke, but you picked them because you thought they were going to win it, it's got to be one of those, you're kicking yourself, I knew I should have known better.
And I just find it funny, too, that UConn is the most dominant. They should be the number 1 brand college basketball team. They have 6 natties since 99. I think they've beaten Duke the last several times they played in the tournament.
And they're going for their 3rd title in 4 years.
Yeah. It's like UConn, when you think college basketball, you should think UConn, but people still do Duke. Duke's only got 5 since 91.
It's a more abrasive, pretentious brand. Easier to hate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Duke?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Although
generations have hated Duke.
Your father's father hated Duke.
I mean, come on.
Country was founded on the hate of the Duke Blue Devils. George Washington once famously said, F Duke.
Right. Yes.
Give me liberty or death to Duke.
Yes.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a Detroit boxing legend is now at the center of a concerning situation involving his health and finances. Tommy Hearns, the Hall of Famer known as the Hitman, has been placed under court-ordered guardianship and conservatorship following allegations that he may have been financially exploited. So an Oakland County judge appointed his son, Ronald Hearns, to oversee both his personal care and finances after testimony raised concern about his well-being. So the decision actually came after weeks of escalating legal proceedings that included allegations of financial exploitation and an alleged kidnapping, right? It's a really long, complicated story between his family, right? It's a family battle between his ex, his daughter, his sons, a lot going on. Officials, including Adult Protective Services, have been investigating. It also comes after reports that he lost his longtime home and may be dealing with ongoing health issues. So despite all of that, Hearns himself says that he's doing okay, told reporters that he feels fine and wants things to move smoothly. One of Detroit's most iconic food brands is changing hands, but it's staying close to home. Buddy's Pizza, the birthplace of Detroit-style pizza, has officially been sold to a group of local investors with deep ties to the area. So the new ownership group says that this isn't just business, it's personal. They say they grew up eating Buddy's, and they see it as a major part of Detroit's identity, not just, a restaurant. So the new owners say their focus will be on protecting what makes Buddy's special, the quality, the consistency, the classic Detroit-style square pizza, but they also plan to expand Buddy's presence in the frozen pizza grocery aisle.
Oh, okay.
So you'll see some of that, sounds like, in the future. So I guess good news. It's all staying local and everything's...
Because you never know when a place changes ownership. These are the things you want to hear.
Yes, so it sounds like it's in good hands. Now, this could be maybe the most, delicious crime you've heard all week, or maybe ever. More than 12 tons of Kit Kat bars have been stolen in a massive heist in Europe. We're talking over 400,000 chocolate bars that were being transported from a factory in Italy to Poland, and the entire truck vanished.
It vanished.
Gone.
What do you mean vanished?
It's a caper.
It's gone. It's gone with all the chocolate bars inside. So it sounds like there was some brand new Kit Kats, like a new version of Kit Kats that were also
a European version?
Maybe. I don't know what it was, but some new form was in this van. So anyway, it sounds like there's concerns that these bars can now end up being sold through unofficial channels. But Nestle says, hey, there's no safety risks. They're working with authorities to track all of the stolen bars down. And they say there's also all of the Kit Kat bars are traceable. They have a traceable batch code. So once they pop up, they'll be able to be identified. And obviously the company's concerned, but they are making some jokes saying that the thieves have exceptional taste. Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of taste, we've been doing a lot of this now that baseball is back, talking about ballpark food.
Yep.
And we've talked all about the new food you can get when you head down to watch the Tigers at Comerica Park. And we've talked about other food. And I have more that are these are called the absurd food items you can buy at ballparks across the country.
Oh, let's hear it.
So we've got the Take Me Out to the Ball Game Shake. This is from the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh, I saw this one.
Oh my God.
Looks amazing.
You have to see a photo of it because it is massive. It's this milkshake with whipped cream, peanut butter sandwich cookies, Cracker Jacks on it. I mean, it's huge. Did you see the brisket donuts?
Oh, yes.
John?
Oh, yes.
Which team has that?
Did I see the brisket
Astros.
donuts?
Houston Astros. The brisket is inside the donuts, which is then covered in barbecue sauce topped with mac and cheese. I mean, just wild.
Incredible.
I've told you guys about the Twisket before. It's
What
the
is that one?
Twinkie that's cut in half, and they put brisket in the middle of it, and it is delicious.
Goodness. The Grizzilla from the Colorado Rockies. It's just a 2-foot hot dog, but you can basically put any type of topping on it that you want. So you can
Yes, please.
smother it in mac and cheese. It's it's meant to be shared, I would imagine.
Depends.
The Schwarbomb Sundae.
Yeah.
Philly.
Yeah. It's in a mini helmet, but it's ice cream topped with a funnel cake fried Uncrustable. Okay. Strawberry sauce and fruity cereal.
Yeah, it's a little bit too sweet for me.
And then, it is sweet, but I would try it. The S'mores Quesadilla.
Oh, yeah.
Also
Very
sounds
interested.
great.
Who's got that?
That's the Kansas City Royals. It's obviously like a normal size quesadilla, but the inside has Nutella, marshmallow fluff, graham cracker crumbs, topped with strawberry pico de gallo. Sounds good to me.
Did you hear the meme going around about the Seattle new offering? It's not real. It's the toilet. It's called the Big Dumper, and it's got it's filled with chocolate ice cream and chocolate sauce
there you
in
go.
honor of, obviously, Cal Raleigh.
That's funny.
It's Heather with the news. Hey, we're going to talk a little about the Tigers coming up next. Some takeaways from the opening series of the year. We'll get to the Red Wings at 8:50 and talk Taylor Decker, who's not happy with the Lions at 9:02. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Kevin McGonigal delivers again. I feel like we're going to hear a lot of that this season. That's Dan Dickerson on the call. That's a 10-pitch battle. Are we sure this guy's only played 2 big league games?
The feeling that you have every time he's at the plate is you're going to get a quality at bat. Now, he had 3 strikeouts on the third game.
Yeah.
But we saw what he did, 4 hits in the first game, and the 10-pitch at bat where he gets up there and he's battling away, fouling some pitches off, and in the middle of it shows great discipline of not being too aggressive, not wanting something that's not there, and not swinging at something that's out of the strike zone. His approach is very professional.
To not give in, right? So many guys just go up and they're taking wild hacks. And look, the Tigers have struck out 32 times in 3 games. I mean, it's still a concern. Mm-hmm. But to see a guy who's supposed to be different approach at the plate.
And he is different.
Yeah, look, they're also drawing a lot of walks right now as a group. Okay, takeaways from the first weekend. 248-539-9797.
Well, the easiest one, first one is, did you win the series? They did. And AJ talks about that. Like, you're not going to sweep every series. You're not going to always go on 9-10 game winning streaks, but to win series after series after series. And it was only 2 years ago at the end of the year where he's like, hey, we just want to keep stacking series wins on top of series wins. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, hey, you come out, you win the first 2 games, you win the series. Would we like to sweep it? Sure. It wasn't in the cards, but now you move on to Arizona, and it's a team that hasn't won yet. Can you sweep this series? Can you simply win it? If you win 2 out of every 3, that's over 100 wins. Now, again, that's not going to happen.
No. You're not going to be able to line up your rotation every series, but I thought you saw the 1-2 punch was as advertised, right? Well, Skubal and Valdez are doing what Skubal and Valdez are supposed to do.
And tonight, JV's on the mound.
10-10, stay up late.
Uh-huh.
I think one of the headlines is, you've got a good 1-2 punch. Another would be, is McGonigal already the best hitter on this team? Leads him in total bases, right? Leads him in hits. Is he already the best hitter on this team? The approach, the things we highlight with the 10-pitch battle, clutch moments, driving guys in.
Yeah.
I mean, all of this is couched with the obvious, it's only 3 baseball games. But he has been their best hitter through 3 baseball games.
Yeah.
I mean, behind him, it's not Green or Carp. They're off to slow starts. It would be Dingler or Keith.
Right. Keith has been really good. In fact, he's got the best batting average through the first 3 games, and then it's followed by McGonigal. And of guys that are regular games players. And you look at Dingler with what he's been able to do. Only one that's gone yards so far. Carp is he's going to find his swing at some point. He's going to find his rhythm. I don't expect him to go 0 for the season.
Okay, yes. Well said.
Right. It's just like I don't expect...
Breaking news.
Yeah, I don't expect McGonigal to hit 417 throughout the entire season.
I'm not so sure about that one.
Come on. But it's if it's going to take him some time, why not put McGonigal up there? Why not put Colt Keith up there?
All right, so the Carp leadoff thing, I know it's something that you wanted to talk about. Like, we know why they do it. AJ's talked to us about it for years, I feel like now. They want to force that decision for his 3rd time up. Batting him leadoff is that 19th at bat. Mm-hmm. And they want to know, can I get 3 matchups against a righty? That's why they do it.
Right.
But at the same time, you can't build the entire lineup around Carp's 3rd at bat, right? Especially if he does get off to a slow start this year. You have other guys who could be table setters on this team. I think that's part of being a longer, deeper, more dangerous lineup.
Right. And then you also think about, okay, well, what are the pitchers that they're going to have to pitch to that maybe are striking some fear? Colt Keith is one of them. Kevin McGonigal is becoming one of those guys. So does that, having him behind Torque right now, does that mean that they have to give Torque something better? Because hey, it just is, are they going to have to pitch to certain guys because they want to avoid other hitters? And that's where AJ is going to have to start tweaking the roster lineup, or in terms of the batting lineup, which he does. And so I would be surprised if Carp isn't bumped out of that leadoff spot.
I also wouldn't be surprised if he sticks with it because it's been 3 games.
Yeah, but how long do you stick with it?
Mm-hmm.
If he's going to continue to struggle, then it's not that you're going to move him out of the lineup, but you don't want a guy that's not hitting to get the most at bats.
Thing is, it will probably last a little while just because this was a clear decision that was made in the offseason that this is how they wanted to put this lineup together.
Right.
How long do you wait to adjust?
I know.
More than 3 games. And they're going to play a righty tonight, so I bet you Carp's leading off again tonight if I had to guess.
I mean, usually it's probably not quite as long, but kind of like you give somebody 100 at bats before you send them down rule. It's probably a couple weeks.
Yeah. Look, if he hasn't had a hit by opening day, I think we're all going to want to see somebody else lead off, but that doesn't mean the process is wrong. He's clearly, to your point, not going to go 0-for. Yeah, with him and Green, they're a combined 1 of 23 right now to start the season.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think Torque hasn't really gotten off to a hot start either. Yeah, it's funny. Like you made this note, Tom, and maybe it's completely nothing, but it's an interesting note that the guys that Harris prioritized, the more patient approach at the plate, Harris guys are McGonigal, Dingler, and Keith, and could all have really big years and help get this offense more stable versus the guys that didn't come up through the minors during Harris's tenure. Green and Carp and Torque have been much streakier batters.
Yeah, and it's when you see these guys starting to materialize, homegrown talent. Well, I'm not used to that around here.
Right.
Seriously. I mean, the fact that did he draft Keith? I don't think he drafted Keith.
No, but he came up under.
But he was so far down, and they got him that contract so soon. No, that the younger guys, Dingler, Keith, and McGonigal are all guys that came up from the bottom of the system since Harris has been here. And remember when Harris talked about value in the strike zone?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm seeing versus Torque and Green and Carp had already been up or had come way up and didn't go through the system, maybe valuing it the way they do it now.
Maybe it's something or nothing, but I thought it was an interesting observation, like that line in the sand of guys who came up with this emphasis in the system. Other observations and takeaways. We got open lines, 248-539-9797, but we have a lot to hit today. We've talked Final Four, Michigan, and what's ahead for them. We're going to talk Taylor Decker at 9:02 because he has some issues with the team, and he was public about that. We also should talk about the Red Wings. As positive as the Tigers start has been, Saturday night was a joke. We'll talk about our hockey team next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new Ram truck this month, or a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, quite honestly, it's not that close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. And for power, not much of a competition here. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition side, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Not much power there. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan, so we get a chance to employ our own. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And tell them I sent you.
Fun times. It's Ken Cal, Saturday night. Ho-hum. Gotta have it spot. Wings down 4-0. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin, Greg behind the glass. We're going to get into Taylor Decker stuff in the 9 o'clock hour. He's not happy with the Lions. Does he have a point? With the Red Wings, I know there's a lot of frustration with the roster and how it was assembled and with Yzerman. I'm mad at the players. And that doesn't mean you can't be mad at both, but I'm mad at these players, John, because Saturday night was a joke. This is twice in a week at home against lesser teams where they aren't down 1-0 or 2-0, but 3-0 and 4-0. Ottawa's playing shorthanded on a back-to-back. The Flyers were sellers at the deadline. Now, they've risen all the way back up to where Detroit currently sits. They're tied in the standings, but it's because Detroit has played down to competition. It's a joke. You can question if this team has enough talent to do something in the playoffs. John, they have enough talent to win these games. And when they come out that flat, that pathetic, I'm mad at the players more than anybody else right now.
Well, it's on the heels of what they did in Buffalo, too. And I know, hey, okay, Saturday, they're on a back-to-back themselves, but they're losing to other teams that are on back-to-back. Why can't they go to Buffalo, get that big win, and use that momentum to come home, play in front of their home fans, and start at least better than they did against Philly?
When they lost to Ottawa last week, Larkin comes out and says, we're mad. Maybe they played mad against Buffalo, John. They scored 3 first-period goals. They hadn't scored in the first period in nearly 3 weeks. Played mad, right? That's a Buffalo team that's in the playoffs, and they took it to them from the jump. We're the mad Red Wings. We got something to prove. That lasted all of 24 hours. You go to, like, how annoying is that? How insulting is that as a fan?
Yeah.
That you can't play more than one game or more than one period or more than 5 minutes at a time. When you go 10 minutes on Saturday registering one shot, all to give this like last second surge, that last second surge is insulting. Where was that all game? Why is this not the standard for your team that you will play that way from the jump? Because if they do, John, they could be a playoff team.
Right.
All issues about the roster and 5-on-5 and reliance on a power play and a goalie, all of those concerns could still be there, and those could still be big picture conversations. But in the face of all of it, if they just played to their damn potential, as mediocre as it may be, they would have won a couple more hockey games. They'd be in the playoffs right now. If they just played to what mediocre potential they do have, they'd be a playoff team.
It's just frustrating because it's so up and down. They get a couple of wins at home against Calgary and Montreal, and we're all thinking, all right, here we go. You know, and this is without Dylan Larkin.
Right.
Now all of a sudden they get him back, and it's the best performance is on the road against a playoff team in Buffalo.
Yep.
And you can't find a way to put these back to back. And Dylan Larkin said after the Ottawa loss, like, hey, we're mad. Okay, well, then you go out and it only lasts, that feeling for them, that motivation for them only lasts one game. And they can't do it at home.
They have lost 8 of their last 10 home games. Isn't that wild? Like, given what's at stake, that was going into the Olympic break and then immediately following the Olympic break, right?
Yeah.
Knowing how murderous the month of March is, the death march. 2-8 their last 10 home games. Hey, bright side, they're going to go on the road for 3 this week.
Right.
But we don't trust any sustainable play from this hockey team. Game to game, period to period, the spine that's supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Like, if your name's not DeBrincat, Sider, or Gibson, although Gibson is, I think, being overtaxed, everybody else on this team should be called out and has so much more to give. I can't be mad at DeBrincat, Sider, or Gibson. Everybody else, I feel like you got room to gripe with.
Yeah. It's just frustrating. That's what it really comes down to. It's frustrating because of the now 4 marches of the last 2 years where you could have been a playoff team, but you weren't. You could have been one this year, and currently you're not. Doesn't mean they're out. Doesn't mean they can't make a move. But what evidence do you have that says that they will?
Right, 9 games to go. Just update people where they're at right now. They're out of the playoffs. They're 2 points back of Columbus. They'll still play Columbus one more time, but how do you feel about them in a gotta-have-it spot? Not good. The fight for the division is all but over. It's really about one playoff spot, right? It feels like Montreal's locking up a division spot with Boston on their heels to take up the number one wild card spot.
It's all about that last wild card spot.
Yeah. And as much as you go, well, maybe they can catch Columbus. Philly's even with them, and the Flyers are going to play Detroit twice more before the season's over. Ottawa is tied with Detroit, and Ottawa won the last game and is playing better hockey, and they should get Jake Sanderson back. So, sure, you're in the mix, you've been in the mix, but everybody's heating up. Everybody's playing their best hockey in the gotta-have-it time. Everybody else is playing with urgency night in and night out, and not our Red Wings. And that's why I think it's a reflection on the professionals in that locker room who are not treating this like professionals.
And I know we get the calls all the time, the texts all the time. Why even bother making it into the playoffs if it's just going to be a first-round exit? They should be playing playoff hockey right now.
Yep.
And we're not seeing it.
Get to the phones. We'll talk Decker in the 9 o'clock hour. Bill in Farmington Hills. Bill, you got thoughts here on 97.1.
Yeah, Todd McClellan had what I thought was the quote of the year after Saturday when he said there are guys in the locker room who are not working hard enough or smart enough. And that tells me that, I'm not in the camp to fire McClellan or fire Eisman. I put it on the players because they brought them to this point. I think there are about probably 4 to 6 guys, if they do not make the playoffs this year, who are not going to be on this team next year, as it should be. And, do they make the playoffs on the first round exit? Okay, maybe there's 4 guys. If they don't make the playoffs, maybe there's 6 guys. But, this is a team that was drafted, very talented, very young. But one thing I think they're missing is a real strong up, in front of the net guy. But I think there's probably a half dozen guys who are on the chopping block if they don't make the playoffs.
As they should be. I mean,
should be.
Yeah, there should be very few, if any, sacred cows on this hockey team. Like I said, Mo Seider's their best player. I'm not trying to run him out of town. But there are very few guys I feel like are bolted down here. I know.
You're left speechless because it is so damn frustrating.
Text coming in, we'll get phone calls. Wings have no heart. Even the Buffalo game was really only the opening period. It looks like they don't care whether they get in or not. Why can't the Wings play the first and second period like it's the third? This is 100% Steve. If the players don't have enough fight, that's on Steve for not getting players with fight. When you go to a restaurant and get served something you don't like, do you blame the ingredients or you blame the chef? I'm blaming the chef for all of this. Tex said everybody on the roster is available. Nobody is safe this offseason when it comes to player movement. I would trade Dylan Larkin for a ham sandwich straight up or cut Lucas Raymond because they're both useless frauds. One adds, do we have a Raymond problem? He's been invisible since the extension. He has 3 goals in the last 4 games, and he has a point per game on the season. At the same time...
Well, we talk about all of these stats throughout the course of the season. And Lucas Raymond, okay, the last 4 games. But when you need it most, who is stepping up?
I did want to make that note. The goal Raymond scored against the Flyers. Hey, they're making a surge at the last second. Why is this 4-0 before the surge? Why was it 3-0 last Tuesday against Ottawa before a 2-goal surge? That's my biggest gripe with these guys is... It's insulting to me because it shows me you're capable. You're just not going to do it. And that someone's got to stir up that room. That's why I say no one should be safe.
Right, I agree with that.
Like Jonathan Huberdeau was a 100-point player. He was traded from Florida in the Matthew Tkachuk deal. Like, good players could get dealt because this is unacceptable. We got calls to get to. Next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Plenty of games coming up tonight in sports, especially for the Night Owls. At 9:30 tonight, the Pistons will take on the Thunder in Oklahoma City. Cade Cunningham is still out as he is expected to be reevaluated for his collapsed lung on Thursday this week. The Pistons could be without a number of other starters as well, as Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, Duncan Robinson, and Asar Thompson are all listed as doubtful tonight against the defending champs. Isaiah Stewart is still listed as out with his calf strain as well. The Thunder have not yet submitted their injury report for today, but if history is any indication, don't expect a ton of their starters to be ready either. OKC enters tonight after beating the Knicks last night. Last time they faced Detroit on the second night of a back-to-back, the Thunder rested 98 points per game before tip-off. We'll give you the latest updates when they release the injury report for OKC. That game tips off in Oklahoma City at 9:30 tonight over on WWJ News Radio 950. The Tigers will be here on 97.1 very late tonight as they are way out west to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. First pitch in Game 4 of the season for Detroit gets started at 10:10 tonight as Justin Verlander is slated to re-debut with the Tigers. Our pregame coverage starts at 9:45. Also, Michigan women's basketball will face Texas tonight at 7 o'clock down in Fort Worth with a berth in the Final Four on the line. Michigan is trying to become the first school ever to make the Final Four in men's and women's hoops and men's hockey in the same season. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
He's quoted as saying it feels like a high school breakup where you can't make eye contact when you pass in the hall. We'll get to Taylor Decker's quotes in a second. We'll talk Red Wing hockey with you guys. Go to the phones. Justin in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, one of those last texts you read absolutely nailed what I wanted to say. Like, I get you never apologize for a win. That Buffalo win was disgusting. I've never been more upset at a win ever. They played super well in the first half, maybe first 8 minutes of that first period, came out with their hair on fire, and then just got absolutely dominated in the second and third. They got outshot 2-1 or darn near close to that.
Right.
There's just no hop to their skate. There's no urgency. Kane's a dead body out there, man. I get he provides elite passing in certain situations. He's a dead body on defense. Nobody back checks. They don't fight for pucks in the corner. When pucks are in the corner, these guys skate in so soft, so slow. And I'm not the guy screaming for good cover on the blue line. I don't care about that. But part of the game is get in the corner, get in there. You might take a hit, but get the puck out. They just dump it in, line change, their zone entry. I could go on and on, man. And it's so frustrating. I just want playoff hockey back, man. I'm 40 years old. I remember those when I was a kid, man, those Wings teams. I know that's what everybody wants.
Justin, you and me, two peas in a pod, man. Like, I grew up with this team being a cup team. The playoffs were a given. I'm not going to say we were spoiled.
But I mean, we kind of were.
But maybe we were. And what I just want us to start getting a taste of that again. I'm not even talking about hoisting the Stanley Cup right now. Like, you shouldn't have to have Connor McDavid to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I want May, maybe June hockey. You know what I mean? I want to watch Pistons playoffs and Red Wings playoffs at the same time. I'm ready to blow the whole thing up. I don't know what the answer is, man. Like, I don't know if it's the coach. I don't know if it's the players. I don't know if it's the GM. Whatever it is, it's not working, man. Blow it up, start over.
You want accountability for this. And look, they made a move at the deadline. Did it transform them into a cup team? No. Did I think it at least put them in a good spot to make the playoffs? Yeah, but you got to do something with it. And when you have Ottawa on a silver platter on a back-to-back and you're down 3-0 at home.
Yeah.
On Saturday, John, Boston loses. I think Columbus lost. Pittsburgh lost. Like, everybody's losing on Saturday. It's a golden opportunity. You're down 4-0 at home to the Flyers. Like, to me, that's a compete thing. You got to at least be in these hockey games. I'm not saying they're going to win every single one of them. I'm under no delusions of who they are as a hockey team. But for them to have that flat performance twice in a week span at home with what's on the line, by the way, with Larkin back in the lineup, largely healthy. Nobody's 100% healthy at this time of year, but largely healthy. Certainly the better team in both those games than an injured Ottawa and a young Flyers team. You want some accountability. Let's get to Jerome. Well, before we get to Jerome, what was that McClellan quote after Saturday's game?
He said they're not working hard nor smart. So your head coach is questioning you putting in a full effort the entire time you're on the ice. A month ago, he called them there's some people out there that are just jerseys. I mean, I don't understand. Like, are the players hearing this, or is he just talking to the media? Like, does it get?
There's no way he's only telling the media this. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? And
Where's their heart then? Why?
And that's what some people have texted in today saying, like, this is on McClellan if the coach can't get it out of him. I mean, does he have to mother bleep them every game? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, translation to not working hard nor smart is you're not trying all the time, and you're dumb. I mean, you're playing dumb.
And look, you can blame the coach, but I mean, I'm not sure what he's supposed to do outside of taking the ozone face off himself and then skating it in and finishing. Like, I mean,
there is clearly something amiss to me in that locker room. I just feel it.
If and when they miss,
they don't have the right chemistry.
If and when they miss, I will be fascinated to see what that exit interview process is like and who's not here next year.
I mean, some people just think they're not good enough on the third and fourth lines. They think they're really fourth and fifth lines.
Well, Tom, that may be true, and I'm not trying to defend the roster construction this far in. I'm certainly not. I'm simply saying they should have won the Ottawa game and the Flyer game with what they have.
All right. You're seeing the growth in Sider, and he's been getting paid for a while now, but you're not seeing it in Raymond.
No. Let's go to Jerome. You're on 97.1.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry about that, Jerome. What's up? Good morning.
Hey, I called last Wednesday about the goals being called back for offside, and they did it again.
Yep.
This time, Raymond was 2 feet offside, and another player was just on the blue line. We score a goal, and then it's called back, and then they just collapse after that. I was trying to get out last Wednesday, but it was their awareness is off. Mm-hmm. Something's going on between the ears. It's got to be, because when they do that, they score, everyone's happy, we score, and then after that, it gets called back and they collapse. And then I called it. I knew he was going to give up a hat trick. It's not just that the team is not playing good team defense.
No, they were letting Tippett go downhill and punish him all night in that game. And it was from the first period on. Now, Jerome, the goal that got called back earlier in the week, I think, was in a closer game. It may have been the first goal of the game, and it was called back. This game against the Flyers, though.
This game and the game before that.
Well, no, the Flyers, I believe.
Got called back.
But they were down 3-0, I believe, when the Flyer goal got called back. When the Wings goal against the Flyers got called back. And Philly had one taken back anyway for offside later in the game. But I know you're not bitching about the call. You're just saying this team can't handle that adversity. When they think they get a goal and it gets taken away from them, then they immediately go give up a goal. It speaks to a lack of mental toughness. Jim, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Hey, you made a great point this morning, and it's really what we've been seeing from these Red Wings is they've lost 8 out of their last 10 home games.
Yep.
That kind of reminds me like the girl you call on the phone, and you call her and call you, and she never calls you back. Finally, you got to realize, I don't think she likes me. And I got to tell you, I don't think this team embraces the city of Detroit. And I think as a result, I don't know if the city's really embracing this team. And that's why you're seeing some of the play that you're seeing. I mean, golly, even the Lions, when they were bad, you at least thought they were trying to win it for the city. I don't know. This team there's something not right. And I think you guys are right. You got to look at all the personnel.
Well, the city will embrace a team that shows some grit, shows some fight. Even if they're scratching and clawing to get into the playoffs, it doesn't feel like that's what this team is capable of doing. It's not what they're showing.
Took the words right out of this texter's mouth. Rob in North Carolina. Wings play with zero urgency, not gritty enough. Weak forechecks, slow line changes, limited ozone time. It's just not good enough. The best part of the Wings game Saturday night was the national anthem. That lady killed it. That's what it's come to, John. Says it's sad where this is the best part of a Wings game is when they're not playing. That's from Tome and Mike. Please hold. Waiting another season pass for Yzerman. It's March, and we're talking about what's needed in 2027. Matt in Heartland. The disgrace falls on the third and fourth lines. They're just bodies. Jim, the team is not talented enough. You're overrating them. There's maybe 1 or 2 above average players on this team. My point is they should have beat Ottawa and Philly as currently constructed with this roster in those situations. Let's get to Dave in Monroe, and then we'll get to Decker. Dave, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to acknowledge the lack of really high picks. No first overalls, no top tier. So that's reflected in the quality of the players that we have. I mean, look at San Jose or some of the other up-and-coming teams that have these Columbus, really high picks. That's reflected in the quality of players. So I got to kind of give Yzerman a pass on that.
But hold on, I just want to be clear. We shouldn't need Celebrini to make the playoffs. Like those people, those players may be the difference in the cup teams and the playoff teams. But the idea is we're talking about just getting in.
To what end, though? I mean, the goal is
two different conversations, Dave. Two different conversations. I'm saying this team can't even get in the playoffs, and the response to that can't be they don't have a number one overall pick. That cannot be what stops them from making the playoffs.
Well, I would say any high picks, 1 through 4, they've just been non-existent.
Well, they have 2 from the top 6, Sider and Raymond, right? And I think they have as many as.
But those are quality players, though. They're quality players.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
I mean, Raymond is in a short. Raymond is probably 1 or 2 from his draft. If you did a redraft, it'd be Stützle from Ottawa and probably Lucas Raymond right there after him.
Right, I know. But what I like to think about is the players drafted after the ones that Yzerman picked. How many of them are really cup caliber players? So did he miss, or they just weren't there? Is what I'm getting at.
I mean, I could do the classic Stoney and look through every draft. I'm sure there are people taken after the Wings picks that are good hockey players.
Right, it's always there. But my whole point is we haven't had any luck at the draft. I think that's hurt us really bad.
To a point. But to the point where they can't make the playoffs is where I draw the line.
I surrendered that excuse after year 5. I thought it was a legit excuse when this first started that they were getting jobbed. They got jobbed in the one after COVID because that was their worst team. And they had that weird split where they made more of a share with the lottery.
So this Decker stuff.
What about this excuse? The cupboard was bare when he took over.
You're just trying to set me off. I don't even fight those people. Like, we all experienced it in different ways. Some people checked out and they just were not a very good team. We all know how bad it was when Steve took over. There were people chanting, "Come home, Stevie," knowing this was going to be a huge project, that they were starting from below ground zero, that they had to take a couple years to gut out some bad contracts and draft some dudes. Well, it's been years even since then, though.
I've said that I thought a typical rebuild, a lot of GMs will put 5 years on it.
Okay.
At least. Ken Holland puts 10. But
that was 10 to win a cup.
Right. Giving Yzerman 7, I was fine with because of what he took over. But it's just, these third and fourth lines, man, I really question the Kane signing and bringing him in all along. I'm not sure it was the greatest of fits. Look, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But he's not playing like a Hall of Famer anymore.
No. I mean,
if he's chasing records instead of, where's his championship DNA coming into this team?
Yeah.
Well, remember,
you'd love for him to knock a couple heads together.
Taze was the captain.
Right.
Or
Taze is that tough two-way center.
Is to your point, is he just looking for these moments and these landmarks, and for the rest of it, he's just kind of coasting?
It is interesting because we were a team that would take a chance on him when he was coming off the hip, but his choice to stay, is it because it's easy? His buddy DeBrincat's here, the kids get along, and Ken Daniels is going to be the guy to call my highlights. These are all cool things, but none of those are, we're a team that's going to go on a run.
Well, that's my thing, is where's his championship experience? He has 3 cups. Where's that coming in here? Why is a team that Patrick Kane is on is doing this for 3 straight years now?
So I think we should end up pushing the news back a little this hour because I want to make sure we have time to talk through this Decker stuff. Because, John, your perspective is the perspective I want most. You were in this position near the end of the NFL career. Mm-hmm. What if the team doesn't treat you well? What did you make of how the Lions handled this? We'll tell you where Decker stands and some of his reaction next. 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, you need to go see Dr. Mark Berkowitz. He's been doing hair restoration for over 30 years, and he does intentionally limit how many patients he takes at a time. So when his consultation calendar fills, it closes, and yes, there is a wait list. So you might start thinking about flying overseas, or maybe some of the guys in your circle have said, yeah, Turkey, it seems cheaper for hair restoration. But what you don't necessarily think about is the follow-up care. What happens if something goes wrong or doesn't go perfectly once you're home? This is Medical and Follow-Up Matters. Accountability matters. Michigan Hair Restoration is local, medically supervised, and the same team is with you before, during, and after. Dr. B, he's trusted this process enough to have it done himself, and he's done it on his own son, and that tells you everything. So if hair loss has been on your mind, this is one of those moments where waiting usually means missing your window. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com and request a consultation before you're out of time.
He was, linked to in Tampa, Then now they have hard ass, gonna tell you how he thinks guy, and you're doing the exact same thing.
Think about all the businesses that keep Detroit moving. Retail stores, restaurants, warehouses, offices, and job sites. They can't afford break-ins. They can't afford fire damage, and they certainly can't afford downtime. That's where Guardian Alarm comes in. Security cameras, fire protection, access control, live local monitoring, backed by real people 24/7. Guardian Alarm has been protecting Michigan businesses since 1930. If you run a business and want real protection, not guesswork, call Guardian Alarm. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
You've been in his shoes. John, did the Lions treat Taylor Decker poorly? Did they do something wrong?
No, so as I understand it, now you'll get into more of the details of the article, the interview that was done with Taylor Decker, but when they left after the exit interviews, Taylor Decker made it known that he wasn't going to take a pay cut. And then he makes the announcement right after the combine that he is ready to come back. They have conversations in the next couple of weeks, and the Lions said, well, if you are going to come back, you're going to have to take a pay cut. He refused. They couldn't find common ground, and so they parted ways. Is there any part of that where I'm off?
No.
That's the nuts and bolts of it. And so, no, the Lions didn't do anything wrong. They had that conversation with them, and these are always hard conversations. You get to the end of the career, and you've seen the business side of things. You come in as a rookie, and you think, oh, everything is great. I make the team. I'm a first-round pick, and then all of a sudden, I get a new contract. I get a contract extension, and I've got another couple of years. But you rarely in sports, as professional sports, get to call your shot on how you leave the game or how you leave a team.
So what we have from his conversation with Justin Rogers, apparently, according to Decker, two things were made clear during his exit interviews in January. One, that the Lions wanted him back, and two, that Decker was not interested in taking a pay cut. He said those things were made clear. When they ultimately...
Let me interrupt. Yeah. You can say that to a team. You
can
make it very clear, but they don't have to agree.
Via Rogers, here's what's driving Decker crazy. This does feel a little personal. Since talking to Campbell on February 23rd, he hasn't heard from team leadership. There wasn't a follow-up from the coach. Holmes never reached out. Decker had to make first contact with position coach Hank Fraley, a man he publicly went to bat for when Campbell was hired. After giving everything he had to the franchise for a decade, Decker expected more. He wanted to hear from his coach, from the general manager. He wanted a thank you on the way out the door, and he badly wanted to say thank you for everything the organization has meant to him. Here's another quote from the article where he compares it to being ghosted, like a high school relationship. He goes, it's been radio silence, it's uncomfortable, it's awkward, it feels like a high school breakup where you can't make eye contact when passing each other in the hall.
All right, so, I mean, how did he want his exit to go? Because he did get a chance to say thank you to them and the city of Detroit. He posted the social media post. What more do you want?
Yeah, I kind of feel like if I was the Lions, I go, like, I suppose we could have sent you an edible arrangement. Like, would that have made this any better? You're probably going to be upset regardless. This is a lot to process. You're a hyper-competitive athlete. No one wants to believe their time is up. We made the decision that you're not coming back unless there's a pay cut. And that's a line in the sand you didn't want to cross. They didn't even exchange numbers. So once it was made aware that, hey, we will only have you back at a pay cut, Decker shut down that. There was no negotiating.
Right.
Well, if I'm the Lions, I go, well...
Then there's nothing to negotiate. If you're not going to take less, because we're getting less. We're not getting the same player. We're also not getting the same amount of games. There's nothing that... And could he play 17 games? Maybe. But it's not likely.
And what has the market said? Has the market said, well, this is a grave mistake for the Lions to cut Taylor Decker, and 5 teams instantly flooded him and signed him and paid him as much as he wanted? The answer is he's unsigned.
Well, we don't know what type of interest he's had from other teams.
We know he's unsigned.
We know he's not signed. That is correct. But he could also be waiting it out. He may have some offers sitting on his desk.
If they were for as much as he was going to make for Detroit, he would have already signed them.
You are correct. But what I'm saying is, okay, the market is not what it is for a starting left tackle at the premium price he was getting paid here. He may have those offers, and he may be waiting for other offers, because if somebody gets hurt leading up to training camp, if somebody gets hurt in training camp, now all of a sudden the urgency for another team might be, well, and maybe we up our offer to Taylor Decker because we need somebody with experience.
I'm not ruling out that he is done playing professional football because of what you said. Something could open up for him. What I'm saying is the number he thought he was worth, the league has collectively said you're wrong.
Correct. And so
the Lions aren't wrong. It's the market.
Even if there was a number that was bigger than what the Lions were paying him, it doesn't mean the Lions were wrong, because they needed to move on. They wanted to get younger. They wanted to get healthier. They needed to work on the cap. And his number just didn't fit where this team is right now.
First text. Honestly, Taylor Decker sounds like a chump.
I'm not going to bash him over anything that he has to say, because having been through it, it's very emotional. If I were him, I just wouldn't say anything at this point. I would wait for a year to pass or to sign a new deal and then for some time to pass before I made any public comments.
Lions have always had issues with players leaving. You can't even give a phone call and a thank you to a future Ring of Honor member, almost as lame as how they handled Calvin leaving.
The negotiations are through his agent. And when it's all said and done, and Dan Campbell, Brett Holmes, Sheila, if they call him at some point, like, it's really raw in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And if Dan calls him up, I mean, what's the conversation going to go? Is it just going to be a shouting match? Would you prefer that?
Yeah, if it's tense and uncomfortable.
If I'm just going to complain about the fact that I've given so much to the team, I've done this, yet you're not willing to pay me one more year?
Yeah, is he going to argue with them or guilt them or plead his case and argue? It's like, dude, you have an agent. You didn't even want to talk about taking a pay cut. We didn't even get to exchange numbers because you're that adamant, like, you're only playing at this number. Well, hey, respect, but we don't have to pay you that number.
Right.
It's business. Well, then once it becomes business, then you can't get mad that they're treating it like a business.
And, I mean, how was it left? He obviously said, I want to play one more year. And so did he say, well, I am still going to play one more year. I'm going to go somewhere else. Do you expect a phone call after that?
Yeah, again, I'm reading. It says, the two sides reconvened after Decker announced he'd return for his 11th season. He was blindsided when the team told his agent the only way he'd return was on a pay cut. There wasn't much discussion after that. Decker turned down the offer before the two sides even discussed numbers. Well, I wouldn't fault it if I'm like the team's perspective going, oh, like, you're clearly very emotional about this.
Right.
So then you go be emotional. We're not going to sit here and fight with you about it. You have your line in the sand. You're not playing for a penny less for the Detroit Lions. We do not feel that way. So we can argue more if that would make you feel good. Or, like, he wants a phone call and a thank you. Is that what he's really upset about? Or is he upset that he's not a member of the Detroit Lions at the pay that he thought he was getting? Because I think it's that.
And if he had a number and says, I'll play this year, but I'm only playing for this number. Now he has to decide, am I willing to play for a lower number somewhere else?
Right. He has to make that determination. How about this perspective? Guys, didn't Decker ask for a raise a few years ago and the Lions gave it to him? No complaining then. The dude's injured more often now and just not as good.
It is, like I said, when you are a rookie, and even in your first few years, you see the business, you learn more about the business, and you understand more that it is a business, and that personal feelings aside, tough decisions are made, right or wrong. There are some tough decisions that are made where, yeah, you get screwed over because your cap number was too high. You're still a really good player. But then when the business becomes you at the end of your career, it changes everything, because it is personal, but it's only personal to you, not necessarily the business that is the Detroit Lions.
Twitch comment says Decker sounds whiny. Another says they did him a favor by cutting him before the start of free agency.
Yes.
That's a good point, too. Tom, you had an observation. You thought the way the Lions have treated their players has set themselves up for like a false sense of
I want
loyalty.
Just the entire thing. Decker, Ragnow, Anzalone, the guys that were here from the get-go, even more so the offensive linemen, I said, but the culture that was built on grit, Campbell cares for his players. It's a friendly player environment type thing and stuff that I wonder if that creates a false sense of security from the business aspect of the NFL. They really bought into it. They were foundational pieces and stuff like that. But in the end, the business ends up getting in the way. And then also they see these other contracts being handed out to the guys that haven't been around here as long. And they get, think we're going to get ours too, or we're going to be taken care of. And that it just kind of creates in their mind, because Ragnow complained about his contract 2 days before he retired last year. The report from Dave Burkett was that he wanted more money. Anzalone dropped little social hints throughout the offseason and wanting to get an extension, and it didn't come. And I just wonder if these guys talk in the locker room and it creates we thought we were going to taken care of here, but wait, they're just like every other NFL team.
Yeah, I mean, they did him a solid by making this known and allowing him to become available before free agency started. I mean, that's huge. I wasn't cut until May 29th.
Yeah, it's brutal.
And do a bonus. Yeah, do a bonus June 1.
Huh. Well, you were flown in though and told.
Right.
And then they flew you home, right?
Yes.
And you allegedly did something to Dan Snyder's plane?
There's some reports that I was alone in his plane for, I don't know, an hour and a half. And I enjoyed my time.
Okay, then.
It's a nice plane.
When will those stories hear the light of day?
Someday.
Okay, but today's not that day.
No.
Look, to Tom's point, I think the Lions have done right by their players, but they're not going to make bad decisions for the sake of being good guys.
Right. They have a responsibility to the other 52 guys that are on that roster. They've got a responsibility to themselves and to winning football games.
I know Holmes has taken a lot of shots this offseason. This is one I'm just not going to rip him for.
No.
Should they have been more professional or friendly or nice or kind when they parted ways with a player who didn't want to negotiate at all?
And these emotions that Taylor Decker is having, they may never go away.
Right.
I'm better off now in a better mental space, handling things that go on with the Washington football team, but there's still bitterness as to how it ended.
I know we're late, but I just want to make this point maybe a little clearer. Maybe the Lions were upset with him. You didn't want to negotiate at all?
Right. After everything we've done for you?
We've given you pay raises and taken care of you, and look, you've contemplated retirement. We're squeezing with the cap as it is. We want to negotiate. We don't even know the numbers because he shut it down immediately. If I'm the team, I go, buzz off. You don't even want to talk the numbers? So
breakups are always nasty.
Yeah, no kidding. We'll get Heather's news in next. Talk more about our teams in college basketball. It's 97.1.
Hey, you want a nice green lawn? Then you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call because, hey, it is warming up. We're getting some rain. You can give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN, or you can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Early treatment is the key for greener grass and fewer weeds. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And that program is brought to you by Natural Way. Tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer? Give them a call. 888-GET-GREEN. Right now, for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. You can also get green, stay green, and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, which is coming up quickly, for the early bird discount. They've been doing this in Michigan since 1990. They know what's going on. They will fix every problem. They won't bring them to you. They just fix it. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Again, that number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
We'll get to Michigan still dancing, Sparty not. But first, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so there was a scary moment that took place for passengers on a Frontier flight that just landed in Atlanta. Authorities say this unruly passenger on the flight made a verbal bomb threat while the plane was taxiing to the gate at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. And according to reports, the man also allegedly threatened to kill a woman that he was sitting next to. So, of course, the pilots then contacted traffic control, and things went really quickly from there. They moved the plane to a more secure area. All the passengers had to be evacuated using the stairs. They were then bused to their correct terminals. And it sounds like it was all determined that this was not credible, right? But they did treat it.
You have to.
You have to. No threat to the public. But the FBI is now leading the investigation, and it's not yet clear if this passenger will face charges or not. TSA workers who have gone more than a month without pay could start seeing checks as soon as today. So this is obviously great news, but it's still unclear how long it will take before airport security lines really ease up. According to the White House, how long it will take to get back to normal will depend on how many TSA agents quit during the shutdown. The Department of Homeland Security said that nearly 500 agents left during the shutdown. There's another former TSA officer who says that the staffing crisis won't improve significantly until agents are confident that they won't miss more paychecks. And he thinks the longer lines could continue for about a week or two before we really start seeing normalcy at the airport.
Now, is this pay with back pay?
The article didn't go into details about that.
I would assume it would be, but
let's hope, because they've gone like 40 days without any money. So, yes. Yeah. Now, if we do continue to see these long lines at airports, there is a way you can skip them if you're willing to pay. So travelers are actually hiring people to stand in TSA lines for them. And now what's becoming this kind of like bizarre side hustle during all this airport, $25 an hour, normally a minimum of at least 2 hours to book.
So you drive to the airport, $50, 2 hours.
Hey, if you're
maybe
not doing
$100 for 4 hours.
I mean, but it's not per family; it's per person, right?
Oh.
So you can't hire one person to hold a spot for 4 people. If you've got 4 people in your family, you need to hire one person to stand in line for each of the bodies.
So if 4 people stand in line,
apparently
$400 for 4 hours.
Well, for 4 hours, but if you're only going to have them for 2, that's $200.
Well, yeah, it still adds up.
It depends what kind of money you've got in your pocket and what you're willing
Are they
to
communicating
pay.
with you then too?
Yes.
Hey, it's moving faster.
They do. They communicate with you. They call you. They text you to let you know where they are. And then when they're close to the front, you kind of pop right in and
better get your butt over here.
Get on in. I don't know. It's an interesting concept.
Imagine being in line as a normal person and seeing these like people who've been standing next to you for 3 hours sub out at the last minute.
I mean, but as long as there is a body for each person, I don't think I would care. If there was one person standing there and then like a group came in, it'd be like, oh man, like that's why I get you have to hire one person for each body.
Should you even be
Is
allowed
that a
to
rule
hold?
by the line waiters?
Yes.
Or
They've created, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all... And
because
of
the
course,
TSA doesn't say, or airports don't say, well, there has to be a body for a body.
No, and they don't support this at all. They are not saying you should do this. They're actually trying to discourage people from doing this, saying that it does come with risks.
Like if you're in line, you have to have a ticket.
Oh.
And these line sitters, they come with like they make it look like they're traveling. They bring like a duffel bag. Oh yeah, they like play the part. They've got like a duffel bag loaded with some stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
So we've talked a lot about Tiger Woods and his DUI arrest on Friday following that rollover crash in Florida. And we did ask, like, hey, why not just hire a driver? Well, according to sources, he won't do that because he's too private and doesn't want anyone knowing his whereabouts. Apparently, he doesn't want employees to, quote, watch over him and know what he's doing. The sources also say that he thinks he is fine to drive. But I would say...
His driving record would argue that.
Exactly.
Yeah, look, if you want to drive yourself to places to maintain your privacy, don't do it under the influence.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if you're going to be under the influence and you can't help yourself...
Uber.
Yeah.
They don't have to hire... I mean...
Private driver, there's a million solutions for someone with his means.
Exactly.
And by the way, he didn't die. No. Someone else could have.
Thankfully, nobody did. So the rematch between boxing legends Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao could be in jeopardy. So Mayweather was slated to end his nearly decade-long retirement against Pacquiao on September 19th. This was at the Sphere, right? But during this meet and greet on Saturday, Mayweather kind of cast some doubts on this pending fight, saying that it would actually be an exhibition and they don't know if it's going to take place at the Sphere or not. Like, there's not 100% guaranteed where this is going to happen. So his comments really contradict Netflix's announcement to the rematch, also contradict Pacquiao's team's announcement as well. They said he would only fight in a sanctioned pro fight. So now it's kind of just like, it sounds like this fight and even Mayweather's like boxing career is kind of uncertain.
I didn't think he was still fighting.
Yeah. I mean, ask anybody if they really care.
Thank you. Heather with the news. You guys have to appreciate John Jansen's attire today. I mean, he's all in for his maize and blue. He is decked out. That is a Michigan hat.
Yeah.
But then an aggressively bright maize long sleeve number.
Wasn't sure you guys would notice. I mean, it was a good weekend for the maize and blue.
You don't need to show us your boxers, but I can only imagine.
Well, you're assuming I have any on.
Oh, okay. Look, you got a lot to be excited about. You got a couple teams in the Final Four, one in Frozen Four, one in the Final Four. You got a women's team that might make their way in tonight. You're feeling good about your teams.
It was a good weekend. It's a positive weekend.
Michigan's has got as good a shot as any to win the national title.
And what may have made it even sweeter was, and Greg, I'm not sure if you saw this yesterday, Bruce Pearl, before the game said, or maybe it was in the first little bit of the game, Tennessee is not going to be a team that Michigan will be able to punk.
Oops.
Anytime you can make him look foolish, it's another good day. It just added onto it.
I would consider what took place a punking.
Yes.
When the game's over at halftime.
I got a text from my friend that said he absolutely loves hearing Rocky Top when Tennessee's getting run.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So just to put it in context, Michigan has won every game in this tournament, scoring at least 90 points and winning every game by double digits. Mm-hmm. They've won 35 games this season. 28 of them are by double digits. A dominant team, maybe only challenged by Arizona, who's also won every game in the tournament by double digits and has won 35, 36 games with only 2 losses. A worthwhile showdown, a heavyweight bout on Saturday night.
And, I mean, I think Brendan had this. I don't remember what the win total between the two teams was, but I know between the two teams, Arizona and Michigan, there's only 5 losses through the entire season. Yeah. So it is a big-time heavyweight bout for Saturday.
Michigan's Elite Eight punking, the largest margin of victory since Michigan did it themselves back in 1989, the year they won their national title.
Oh, is that when they won the national title?
When they punked Virginia.
Yes. Anybody that's having a hard time connecting to this team, why? I mean, winning's fun. Maybe it doesn't have the same connection as the Trey Burke Michigan team that played for a national title, but this is a better team.
Well, and it's in large part because of those 28 double-digit wins, is in large part due to the stress-free season that Michigan fans have faced.
A lot of snoozers, a lot of yawning.
Yeah, I mean, just like yesterday, like at halftime, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to leave the game on, and I'm just going to continue to check the progress as I'm doing other chores throughout the house. And, I come back, they're up 25. I'll pass by again another, 10 minutes. They're up 30.
I mean, Michigan was openly killing clock with like 10-plus minutes to go.
Oh, yeah, Yax was, you see, just letting the ball sit on the ground.
Yeah.
Letting the clock run without the shot clock moving.
Yeah.
Look, we're going to have more time to talk about Michigan because they're still playing. Michigan State's season is done. We'll talk about them coming up next. In the spot that you find yourself as a Spartan fan, Izzo says, I'm not retiring. How do you feel about Izzo staying on, even though the standards, only made one Final Four in the last 10 years, standards have been slipping. It's 97-1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And when you put the Ram side by side, as we all do when we're buying cars, with the competition, quite honestly, it's not very close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power, Not much of a competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition side, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights, and for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it's going to take is literally one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother that ride is. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So other financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today, walk through those double doors, and when you walk in, tell them I sent you.
Question for Spartan fans. You all the way on board with Izzo still? He says he's coming back. 248-539-9797. They lost, and it was a predictable night where the shooting was just inadequate. 4 made threes for the entire game. And they dug themselves too big a hole early. I know they fought back, but come on. With Izzo, he says, I'm coming back. Final Four's in Detroit next year, John. The idea that Spartan fans could see him coaching the Spartans in the Final Four next year could be exciting, but will he get back to a Final Four? He hasn't done it post-COVID. They've only done it once in the last 10 seasons. I would say the standard is slipping.
It's hard for me to make that judgment because from the outside looking in, the quality of basketball. Now, I know the Final Fours hasn't been there. You said once in the last 10 years. The national championship, we all know the last one is in 2000 for the Big Ten in itself. So it's not like anybody else in the Big Ten is lighting on fire.
No.
And what was it, 28 years in a row that he's been in the tournament? He runs a clean program.
Yeah.
He does a great job of developing players. And it's like there's a lot of programs around the country that would look at that and go, I'd take that. But again, it's not the standard necessarily that Michigan State basketball fans have that they want.
Or that even he set. Like, that's the thing. Keep in mind, when he took over, they made the Final Four 99, 2000, 2001. He's made 8, but 6 of them came between 99 and 2010. And they've only made the 2 since 2015 and 2019, none since COVID. Like, the idea that MSU is a program that prides itself on making the Final Four, and that's what you need to do for Izzo to win his second national title, that's not who they are. It's not who they've been.
And it's also, we always use COVID as the kind of that one landmark. Well, since then there's been a number of different changes to player availability in terms of transfer, and now you have NIL on top of that. They've made investment into the players,
and they've brought some guys in from the portal, but it's typically like Zapala or Tyson Walker or Fiddler or like bench guys, role players. It's typically not, this is going to be my 1A or my 1B.
So the question I have there, and this is one that I just have a question, I don't have an answer to, are those 1A and 1B players, are they ones that would want to go play for Coach Izzo? If they're just going to be one and done. And I don't know the answer to that question. How attractive is it to go play for Coach Izzo if that's your station in college basketball?
But think about what you just said. How attractive is it to play for Tom Izzo?
But I'm saying it may be very attractive.
No. I know you're asking the question, but I'm saying if I'm a Spartan fan, the answer better be it's super attractive. And if it's not, that's a red flag. And I would say what's going to make a guy pick MSU? Some of it is, the coach. Call it what it is. Some of it is who has the most zeros in the offer. And MSU's not a broke university. So if they go out this portal and I go, hey, I got Fears coming back. I want to get Cohen Carr back too. I need some guys in the front court that aren't freshmen and unproven. I'm going to go get the best or one of the best front court players in the country to be our leading or co-leading scorer next season, and I'm going to pay them $5 million. And I'm going to do it because Izzo doesn't have 5 more years. We said it last year. How many years have we said it? Like, you're running out of time.
I think the bigger question is Coach Izzo willing to go get the star of the show next year out of the transfer portal, or is he so committed to his own guys that he's recruited, he's made promises to, he's developing, that he wants those guys to be the star of the show?
So I was going to ask you a question about Izzo. So each year, CBS will bring in a coach as like a guest analyst for the Final Four. If Tom Izzo were asked to go and do this Final Four, should he go with Michigan in it?
I would love it. Just from an interesting perspective. Could you imagine he's there and Dusty is winning the national title?
I think I would decline if I were.
I think he would decline.
Yeah. I think it's on the table. I mean, they always get somebody. He's done it before.
Look, I like Izzo the person. I think he's great in front of a microphone. He's never afraid to be who he is. I would love to see him on TV.
I don't think Shire will be available. He won't be recovered yet.
Yeah.
No.
By the way, so this stat, Greg, give him credit for it.
Okay.
UConn, 14-1 all time in the Final Four.
Holy cow.
Their only loss was to
I don't know.
Michigan State at Ford Field in 09.
Oh, that's right.
That's incredible.
That's incredible. 14-1 in the Final Four.
Like, they don't get the credit. I know we mentioned a few times this show, but they are the face of college basketball, not Duke.
So you had the stat 6 national titles for them since 99.
Yeah.
That's more than Duke has.
Yep.
They've won 2 of the last 3 and could win 3 of the last 4.
Yeah. And I think it would be with at least 3 coaches.
Wow. Yeah. Incredible.
Good morning, Gator.
Good morning.
How's your weekend?
It's all right. We hit or miss. There's some good stuff and then some not so good stuff. I was more upset about Michigan State blowing it in hockey than I was the basketball game.
Yeah.
See, that's what I said.
Well,
they
I
had a
figured
real
as
shot
much,
to
yeah.
win the national title in hockey.
Yeah, I told people asked me on, I don't know if it was you guys asked me or somebody else asked me about what am I going to be, which would I rather have? I'm like, I want the hockey because they have a better chance in hockey than they do in basketball.
And they've been sitting right at the surface, right on the edge this whole time. 1 seeds. They had a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, thanks.
They got the best goalie in hockey, in college hockey.
Yeah, well, doesn't matter. Didn't matter. It didn't matter on Saturday afternoon with a 2-goal lead and 5 minutes to go, and they keep icing the puck for stupid reasons. Let's keep everybody on the ice. Get them tired. Goal, overtime, goal. Nice job. Anyway, hi, Doug.
Hi, what's up, man?
Yeah,
It'll be okay.
Tigers are 2-1. That's good.
Yeah,
It'll be okay.
Yeah. JV on the mound tonight. Carson Anderson coming up next. It's 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yep. Happy birthday to my niece, Hannah.
Happy birthday to Hannah.
26 today.
Wow. She's getting old.
Oh, don't say that. No, I'm getting old. You're getting old.
What? Nah. Still young at heart.
I didn't say we weren't young at heart.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. It's just a number, right?
Yeah.
Just a number.
It's just a bigger number every year.
It's the way it works.
Yeah.
Getting old is better than not getting old.
No, that's true. I'll take it.
Getting old or not living anymore, I'll go with the getting old.
Yes.
Yeah, quite a weekend in sports, and certainly a good one for Michigan. The Tigers are damn interesting as they continue their season. Red Wings got to get back on the road. Michigan State, it was a tough one. Do you want to characterize your feelings right out of the gate for both hockey and basketball?
I wasn't that. I mean, it was obviously I'm disappointed with basketball with them losing.
Yeah,
but UConn's good. I'm fine with them losing to UConn. It's just, I mean, the way they lost, it's the recipe to lose for Michigan State. You know, you go into serious drought, and you're not shooting well from the outside. You're not gonna, and then your best player isn't anywhere near your best player. Fears had a terrible game from the floor. And if he's going to have a terrible game from the floor, at least distribute the basketball. He had 7 assists. It wasn't like his typical double-digit game. So it just wasn't there for him, and I'm okay with it. I think the program's fine. Anybody that's going to be saying stupid stuff about Izzo, do it at your own peril, man, because he's not going anywhere, nor should he. He's got a great recruiting class coming in. Hopefully they can, hang on to the guys and not let them hit the portal. And maybe you can get a break and somebody doesn't decide to go pro. That'd be great too. The hockey crushed me. It was soul crushing on Saturday. Watching that game with a 2-goal lead and 5 minutes to go, just to get to the Frozen Four. It was right there. They got down 1-0, they came back and scored, and then added to it. And then they just start indiscriminately after they get their third goal. They're just icing the puck constantly. And, when you ice the puck, Doug, you can't change your lines. And guys are getting tired. And then you get 2 goals in like 40 seconds or something. It was just frustrating as all hell because you've got the best goaltender in the NCAA. You've got a really potent team, although Stramel got hurt, and that did not help. But you still have this 2-goal lead. And it was just very depressing. And then you go to overtime, and you don't even have time to sit down before it's over. There's a screenshot from the point, and there's nobody from Wisconsin in front. It was Michigan State players that were screening their own goalie. And Augustine never saw it. It goes past him, and his arms start to flail around because, he's like, wait a minute, what just happened? And it was gone like that. So that sucked. That was soul crushing. And then watching, I don't know, what do you want to call that Red Wing game on Saturday night, and the Tigers. Fortunately, I was out. I went to Label Kitchen and Bar in Brighton on Saturday night. See Garrett and my buddy Garrett play with his band, the 89X's, and that was fun. They were great. So I, look up at the TVs. They got 2 TVs in front of me. One had Red Wings, one had Tigers. And then I had the band playing great, so I was in. You
were in your element. It was a good mood. Good place for you.
Despite the Red Wings' disgusting effort for the first 48 minutes, 50 minutes of that game, 55 minutes of that game, and then they come with this flurry at the end, and it's just frustrating. We got a lot. All that stuff will get unpacked with a little bit more depth as the show goes on. Of course, Michigan advanced to the Final Four with their win yesterday over Tennessee. Close for about 10 minutes, and then the Wolverines ran away and broke it wide open against the Volunteers. And I'll just say this, it is amazing how that team, they are an attractive team to watch. They play the game the way you want your teams to play it. And they do the unglamorous stuff extraordinarily well. And what I'm talking about is the defensive end. And on the offensive end, man, they share the basketball. They do not have shot hunters. They do not have guys going for their own stats. They make the extra pass and then the one extra pass and get really good looks on the offensive end. They are dialed in as they're off to the Final Four. And as the week goes on, we'll get to it more in depth. But Arizona is basically the West Coast monster. And watching them this year, people probably aren't going to remember this, but somebody called up and made the comment that in January they thought Michigan was the best team in the country. You were saying it. And I said, I'm going to hold off on that because I haven't seen enough of Arizona. And I watched Arizona blow somebody out. I don't even remember who it was. And I'm like, well, we'll see what happens. And I really sat down to watch their game at Houston. And I came away from that thinking Arizona is every bit as good as Michigan. And now the two of them will face each other Saturday night in what is going to be a heavyweight matchup. It's the kind of games you dream about, and those two teams are exceptionally good. And Michigan's playing well and playing really, really well. And they've got a bit of a swagger, and credit Dusty May for putting this group together, and then credit the players for making it work.
because they play like a team that's been playing together forever, and they're not. And Michigan fans, I think you know what I'm talking about. They just play the game in such an attractive way. It's easy to watch. It's fun to watch. So Monday's main Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally them up and we post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Calls already starting to line up. At the end of this week, we're going to have Tiger opening day, Scott, and it looks like it might be a little bit dreary in the morning, but weather's going to clear in the afternoon, and we could have temperatures pushing 70 for opening day. But it's the holiday in Detroit, and I mean, there's some buzz created about this Tiger team and the kid and his at bat Friday night. I was reading ESPN did a story about all the best rookies and what a weekend that they had, an opening weekend of baseball. And what was considered the highlight was McGonigal's 10-pitch at bat, and the 2-run single that he ended up producing at the end of set at bat. The kid is looks every bit the real deal.
I love watching him hit. I love it. The way he protects the plate, and he's got such a great knowledge of it. And when he hits the ball, he hits it hard. He's got more power than I thought he did. I mean, he should have 2 home runs at this point, or could have 2 home runs. I guess he had the first in that first game, hit it off the wall, and then the other one was robbed. Frankly, it would have been a home run, but the center fielder did a great job in making the play. But he's fun to watch. He's making the plays he needs to make in the field as well. And it's an entertaining form of baseball when you've got young guys to root for and veterans to root for. Was Kenley Jansen any good?
Yeah,
I'm asking for a friend. I don't know. I saw something. I'm sorry. Did he throw 11 pitches and 10 were for strikes?
Mm-hmm.
And were all 3 swings and misses for the outs? Good God. If that's the Kenley Jansen we're getting, then I really like the back end of the bullpen, if that's the case. And I just like that they have options. It could be Will Vest. It could be Kenley Jansen. It could be, anybody. It could be, anybody else, Horton or whatever. Holton, I should say. I like this team. They're fun to watch, and let's hope it continues tonight now that they're in Arizona.
Gator's in a very sarcastic place this morning. On his show sheet, one of his notes was, does anyone know if Duke lost?
I don't know. I didn't see. Did they?
That he adds, was it a painful loss?
If they lost, I don't know. If they lost, did it hurt, do you think?
Oh, that was something else. 248-539-9797. March Madness delivers madness. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We'll get more into the Final Four. Michigan advancing. What's next for MSU? Red Wings, Tigers, Pistons, and maybe even some Lions stuff mixed in as well. It's going to be a busy Monday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Look, I know the Bernsteins well. If you're hurt, you need a firm that insurance companies actually respect, and that is Sam Bernstein Law. They've been winning here for 50 years, and they demand respect for their clients. Call Sam. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Wild weekend of sports.
Hey, there's good news and bad news.
With?
Good news is that Michigan State hockey forward, Porter Martone, he's going pro. Bad news is that he's going right away to the pros to play for Philadelphia, who the Red Wings play twice more, and who they're competing with for the final wild card spot.
So is he going to be able to? Is he going to break their lineup?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, he's really good.
Oh, I know, but sometimes even those really good guys, they don't go right to the men's league, as they say. But
top prospect makes a quick jump to the NHL roster after the end of his collegiate season is the headline on Pro Hockey Reviews.
248-539-9797. Matt, you're on 97.1. Morning, Matt.
Good morning, Doug. Good morning, Scott. So, Champ and Chump, Champ, Tigers, and UConn for getting Duke out of there. I have a few chumps. The first one is that Reds umpire who had his calls overturned 7 times. All right, you need to go back to umpire school or whatever they do to learn. Red Wings, second chump. Like, I'm officially done because I had bought back in after they beat the Bruins. And I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. Nope, they lost again. So I'm done. I don't care about the Red Wings anymore.
After they beat the Sabres?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, I'm done. I don't care about the team anymore.
Well, you don't care, or you're not going to emotionally invest yourself in the next few games. That's a tough look to come back and lose that game Saturday. It was back to back. Thankfully, they go on the road, and I mean that with sincerity.
I'll come back next season if they can get their crap together. But for right now, I'm done.
Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm not there.
No, it's not an easy road, but it's also not absolutely impossible. The way it's impossible is if they keep playing Jekyll and Hyde hockey. If they play more Hyde than Jekyll, then they're really in trouble. I mean, from one game to the next, I don't understand it. You had this amazing performance on Friday night at Buffalo against one of the better teams in hockey, and you win it, and there really isn't even much of a struggle to win it. You won it. Mm-hmm. And then you don't show up on Saturday. You give up 3 quick goals. They score a goal, looks great, and then that one gets disallowed again for the 3rd time in like a week. They've had a disallowed goal because of offsides. I don't know if they had a single goal disallowed in the regular season up until the point a week and a half ago, but now it's 3 in like 10 days, and it's brutal. And it takes all the wind out of the sails. Crowd wants to get into it, and they can't get into it because referee rightfully so said no goal. Offside. And then they give up a 4th goal. And you're like, are you kidding me? You just give up a 4th goal. And just kind of, limp through it. And then with 5 minutes to go, they start showing a pulse again, and they pull the goaltender and they get another goal. And then they're just, that close to forcing overtime, but they didn't get it done. And I don't know why this team shows the different effort from night to night. There is no sense of urgency. Or not a consistent sense of urgency, I guess, is the right way to put it. I mean, you can't go and just play 10 minutes of a 60-minute game. You can't do that and expect to win. Everybody else is playing. They're in playoff hockey mode, and the Red Wings are not. And I don't understand how it gets to that point. Do they just not have the right mix of players? I was watching Sportsworks last night, and the Birchie kid was on with Dan Miller, and he made a point about Gibson and how great he was from like December 8th to March 8th. Mm-hmm. And then since March 8th, his save percentage is down to like 89, which is considerably lower than the 930 that it was in the previous 3 months. So he's regressed. The defensive round around him just is not consistently good enough. Edvinson doesn't look anywhere near as formidable. Mo Seider made an uncharacteristic turnover that led to a breakaway goal. And just forward-wise, they don't have enough grit. They don't have the guys aren't playing with enough heart, and it's just it looks like the wrong mix of players, and that's a whole other ballgame. That's an Yzerman issue.
And that's something that there's a better version of themselves that they've played better than this, and for long periods of time, and they need to get back to that. And look, they're running out of time to prove that they can. 248-539-9797. Jake in Windsor is next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Just going with the champ and chump. My chump was actually going to be the Red Wings, but I changed my mind. It's going to be Tiger Woods for getting arrested again for the fourth time, second time DUI in the last 9 years. And then the champ is going to be the entire athletics of the University of Michigan. I mean, it's incredible to have the men's basketball, women's basketball team in the Final Four, and then you got Michigan men's hockey in the Frozen Four, which is absolutely incredible to me.
Yeah, they that game yesterday got pretty hairy after jumping out to a 3-0 lead. Then it was 3-1. Then it was 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. And we saw what happened with the Michigan State game, and you had to start wondering, can they hang on to this lead? And they did. They did, but not before it got pretty sketchy there. And there were some big moments late in that game. Ivan Kovic came up big, and that bouncing puck, I don't know if you saw the bouncing puck out in front, like the last 10 seconds of the game. Yeah. There was somebody right on the doorstep there for Duluth.
So close, man. But no, incredible weekend for Michigan athletics for sure.
Yeah, well, they've got it dialed in right now, and we'll see if the women win tonight. But I wonder if anybody's had a team in the men's Final Four, women's Final Four, and the Frozen Four all at the same time. UConn does it with the men and women all the time, and they've done it again. But yeah, they're certainly sitting in a good spot here, and have a chance to bring home maybe multiple national championships. 248-539-9797. Bill is next on 97.1. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, Gator, sorry, my condolences. That was a rough weekend, man.
It wasn't good, no. It's all right. Yeah. I'll be all right. I'm fine.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, my champ's actually Charlie May. That was a great moment when he hit that three. Yeah. I mean, the game was just a blowout. There wasn't, really, much drama in the game, but at that moment when he hit that three, being a senior and everything, you could tell how just jacked the whole team was for that. It was just a great moment. And the chump is Duke. Anytime you can chump Duke is a good day. And I just had an observation. I don't know if you guys listened to Tom Izzo's presser after the game. He came right out and said, I don't know if it was his top or one of his main priorities, said something about hitting the portal right away. And I don't think I've ever heard him say something like that before. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just wondering if that just is.
Well, maybe I misinterpreted. I thought he said the portal's my locker room, and I think he basically means. I interpreted, and I could be wrong on this, but I interpreted as he was going to lock up his guys and make sure that his guys were staying.
Okay, maybe I heard it wrong.
Maybe I heard it wrong. Maybe I heard it wrong. But
yeah, well, I'll have to go back and listen to it.
So yeah, and I mean, look, the thing is, any debate about Izzo and how he runs things, it feels to me like the Brad Holmes debate. Everybody wants the same thing. It's just a debate over what's the best way to get there. And
no, why would you get rid of Tom Izzo? It's ridiculous.
Well, that's not a real conversation. Yeah. I mean, that's.
I think the conversation we had at Michigan State is okay. Now that you're graduating Jackson Kohler and Carson Cooper, how do you replace Biggs? Mm-hmm. Because I don't know if they have that right away, and if you've got incoming freshmen that they're going to have to rely on, I don't know if that's the way to do it. I would hope that they do look at the portal, at least for some size. But yeah, also re-recruiting your guys. Hey, Cohen Carr, are you going pro or are you going to stay in school? If you're staying in school, please stay at Michigan State.
Well, you got to guard your yard anymore, and that's all. I mean,
Beers and Ukachukwu and
they're
Scott.
Look, everybody's on a 1-year contract, and so what you need to do immediately after a season is over is sit down and see which guys are fully committed to returning to your programs, and if they're not, find out why. And typically, the business move is to put your name in the portal no matter what. And because if you put your name in the portal, the school that you are potentially leaving, they will, they get a chance to, you let them know this is serious and It's a business move to get the best offer you can on the table. It's just what it is now. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up as we've got plenty of votes here on this Championship Monday. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35. And yeah, that Duke game in some ways stole the show on the weekend. Of course, here people fired up about Michigan, so Wolverine fans will take your calls, and we'll get a little bit more in depth of where that team is and what they need to do to win a natty, because this game against Arizona on Saturday is as big a heavyweight bout as you could have in college football, or college basketball, rather, in terms of the talent on the court. Michigan and Arizona are really, to me, in a lot of ways, mirror images of one another. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We got open lines. Anything on your mind, fair game. And there's a lot to talk about on this Monday. Michigan's going to the Final Four. Great chance to win a national championship. Michigan's also going to the Frozen Four. Rough weekend for Michigan State. And we'll talk about what's next, really, for Izzo and whether or not he needs to change the way he's doing anything. I don't think there are real conversations about any changes at the top of the program. In fact, I was surprised to hear the morning show getting some feedback in that regard. But is Izzo maybe being too stubborn here? Maybe, but it feels like the Brad Holmes conversation that we have all the time about people who have built a contending team, and then the question is, how do you get over the top? And the Michigan State fans and Izzo, they want the same thing. It's just the debate over how do you get there, and whether or not he's truly reluctant to use the portal, needs to be more aggressive in the portal. He did get 4 transfers this year, 2 of which might have started. Ugachukwu was starting, and the Glenn kid, by accounts, would have started for them. But in the case of, does he need to change anything and get more aggressive in that regard? We shall see. 248-539-9797, Champ and Chump. Of course, the Red Wings had a tough weekend. You've got the Tigers with an exciting start, and the Kid with another impressive moment over the weekend. And they play tonight with Justin Verlander on the mound. How about that? Let's go to Elias in Milford. Hi, Elias.
Hey, fellas. Happy Monday. How are you?
Good.
I got a chump for you. I'm going to start with chump because just can't stop thinking about it. It's got to be the Red Wings. Watching them play the Flyers, I couldn't tell in the third period there when they got the 3 goals in the 3 minutes whether that was the Flyers, their guard, they let their guard down, or if it was the Red Wings just having some adrenaline for 3 short minutes of the game. Whatever that was, I couldn't believe what I was watching. It felt like they just kept playing the replay. So if you're going to get 3 goals in 3 minutes, like where the hell were you the rest of the game? And then champ has to be, for me, the U of M basketball team. It's really impressive watching them do what they're doing, especially compared to some of the other schools out there. It looks like they're on a completely different level. It's cool.
Yeah, they play together so well. It is hard to believe that they haven't played together for a long time, because they play like a team that's played together for a long time. And whether that was specifically by design, that Dusty May made sure that the parts fit together, or they got a little bit fortunate in that regard. Early in that game, for instance, they make the comment that Yaxel Lendeborg hasn't done anything, and then he explodes, but in part because he lets the game come to him, and eventually his teammates, if you pass the ball, if you play for Michigan and you pass the ball, that there's always a chance that you will get it back, because there's not a lot of selfish play out of that group.
No, it's like the other night watching the Pistons play, and Jalen Duren wasn't all that involved on the offense. Didn't need to be. Mm-hmm. Just do his job, playing defense, grab some rebounds. He scored 10 points, but let everybody else was doing their job. So it's okay. Take a back seat, let others perform. And that's the brilliance of what Michigan's got right now, is they're just such a complete team with this rotation that they have. They keep it tight, and it's because all 7 or 8 guys that get to play are really good players, and they're unselfish, and that's how you advance. And these guys have been blowing teams out from day one. This isn't anything new. What was new was that there was that stretch of 4 or 5 games in the middle of the Big Ten season where they looked fallible. Now they're back to their dominance. Now they've got a massive game on Saturday against a really quality Arizona team. This is probably, I think a lot of people would say, this is the final game. I mean, this is what you'd want to see in the NCAA finals, and they're getting it in the semis.
Okay. Gator, our time for our Champ and Chump nominations. My champ of the weekend is Dusty May, and it's building the team the way he built, with the pieces that fit together, and they seem to fit together perfectly. They play an incredibly attractive style, and he's getting the most out of this group. Have a real shot to cut down nets a week from tonight.
Yeah, my champ is University of Michigan. They got it done in hockey. They got it done in basketball. Congratulations. Get to the Final Four and the Frozen Four, and the women getting it done. It was a great weekend if you're a Michigan fan.
My chump of the weekend is Tiger Woods. Look, people have addictions and people have problems, and you hope that they can get them addressed. But he's at the point now where he's lucky he only hurt himself and not others. And Tiger Woods, man, needs some help.
Has he released a statement yet?
No, not that I've seen.
I haven't seen one either. My guess is it's going to be one of 2 things. Either one, it will be, I'm embarrassed and I'm checking myself into rehab, or the second will be more of a lawyer speak one that says,
there was a mistake with some medication. As you know, I'm recovering from various surgeries, and I didn't realize it would have this kind of an effect, and boom, which doesn't explain away what happened in that accident. So it's sad. I hope he figures things out. My champ was Michigan. My chump is Michigan State, because unlike Michigan, they didn't get it done in hockey, losing that game to Wisconsin in painful fashion. They didn't get it done in basketball, losing to UConn and now costing me a 12-pack of beer that I owe Will Birchfield. So I'm not happy about it.
Get your votes in for champion chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? Feedback coming in. My champ is Braden Mullins for his miraculous game winner. My chump is Duke for blowing a big second quarter lead in the Elite Eight for 2 years in a row. That's from Rick and Ferndale. Second half, not quarter. But yes, Rick, we got your vote down.
That was so great. I'll be honest with you, I didn't see it until late night last night. I was doing other stuff and paying attention to other things, and I totally forgot about that game. And I think when I actually had turned it on, it was right about halftime, and Duke was up big, 15 points, whatever. I'm like, all right, Duke is Duke. And then when I saw what happened, I just started laughing out loud, because it's fantastic that it happens to Duke. The other thing that's fantastic is that Duke got duked. That great play that was made years ago, 35 years ago, or whatever it was, with Grant Hill throwing it 3/4 of the court down to Christian Laettner. He catches it, puts it on the floor for a dribble, turns around, jump shot from the free throw line, and knocks it in to knock down Jamal Mashburn and company. That was fantastic. Was this better? Duke had the lead, and it's Duke.
I think it's hard to imagine for people who were around in that moment that Christian Laettner shot, that a moment could match that. And this one did.
To get you into the Final Four, Duke is running out the clock. They're I assume that they were going to get fouled, and they're just trying to advance the ball up the court. They lose the ball. Kid gets it. Kid loses it. Kid gathers it again, and then launches this prayer, and it hits nothing but net with, 0.1 left on the clock?
0.3, yeah.
It was just delicious, and it couldn't have happened to a more appropriate team.
It was incredible. It was incredible. And as you watch it and dissect what happened, there's so many scenarios where things could have and really should have gone right for Duke, and none of them did, which led to that. And it wasn't just 15 points at half. It was like 10 points with 5 minutes left in the game, and then UConn finally hit some shots, and then right at the end, just an amazing set of circumstances that we will get to in more depth coming up a little bit later on. Let's go to Bob in Grand Rapids. You are next on 97.1. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Jenna. Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
We're great, thank you.
Hey, champ is obviously Michigan and the whole Michigan program for all the teams that are advancing, and chump, I'm teetering between Tiger and Duke. I'm going to probably go with Duke. I can't. But they're the first team that blew a 15-point, first number one seed to blow a 15-point halftime lead ever.
Yep.
165-0, and now it's 165-1 or whatever it is. But hey, I had a question for you guys. You were just talking about Philadelphia bringing up that one kid. Could the Red Wings bring up Max Plan, or is he still in school?
They could.
Yep. I don't know if he's announced his plans.
Yeah, I mean,
He looked pretty good, because
he is.
They were really pushing Michigan in the third period, and they were pushing them hard. And if that game was going to go another 5 minutes, we would have been in trouble, I think.
Bob, watching that game, let's just say the name Max Plant was said a lot. He was on the puck a lot. He created opportunities a lot. They got off to a brutal start. Michigan had the jump early. But they chipped away and made it a game, and that got dicey for Michigan.
So that's what the Red Wings need. They need some youth that's got energy in the forward lines. Their forwards are old man Kane. I mean, DeBrinket's playing good. We got to give him credit, but they just don't have any juice up front in some of these lines right now.
Patrick Kane is great, but he's only great on one side of the ice. He's a liability defensively, but he's amazing as a passer on the power play. I absolutely want him back for a power play. But he can't play defensively, and that's a problem. They brought up Carter Mazer to play on Saturday night. He played 10 minutes in the game.
They're looking for something.
They're looking for something. You're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle at some point. But it's got to be up to the guys around the ice to show more. Fight for pucks that are in the corners. Make the quick pass and the right decision. Right now, they're making so many wrong decisions. It's frustrating.
Max Plant, for people who don't know, plays for Minnesota Duluth. They played Michigan yesterday in the NCAA hockey tournament. He was a second-round draft pick of the Red Wings a couple years ago. In hockey, you can draft a guy, and they actually like to leave him in college to let him grow, get bigger physically, so they're not paying him, but they retain their rights, and it's allowed by the rules. So he is a guy that can decide if he wants to jump to the league. So for people who don't know who he is the best player for Minnesota Duluth, and could end up making that jump. There is no announcement.
Well, he had
as of
like
that.
50 points this year after the Michigan game. I think because he did he score in a Michigan game?
I don't believe he did score in that game, but
I think he had 49 points going into that game in like 38 games or something like that. He was very good.
248-539-9797. All right. Kang said something about Duke today that I am going to be fascinated if anyone agrees with him. We will get to that today at 10:50. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. 97.1.
Hey, it's getting nice out again, which is great, and it means you're going to want your grass to be great. So call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You can get green and stay green. Save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. This is a company that's been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. I know all about Natural Way. They've been at my house for almost a dozen years, and I couldn't be happier. If you're tired of fighting weeds and you're tired of watching your grass grow thin every summer, give them a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing, the right program, and in Natural Way, they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, in the station's 97.1. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Feedback coming in. Champ Kevin McGonigal, easy. Chump, interleague play between opening day until the end of April. The Tigers play the National League 21 times and the American League 11 times. Enough is enough. Preserve rivalries and maintain the illusion of separate leagues. That's from Joe. That's an interesting complaint. What do you make of it?
I don't make much of it. I think that you've got early part of the season. I mean, I haven't looked at the schedule, but obviously the first two series are against West Coast teams or West Side teams. They were playing Arizona's not West Coast, but warmer climate. And in April, in March particularly, that's when I want them to play. So I'm okay with it. This doesn't bother me. And this is what happens when you get rid of the DA. You get rid of pitchers hitting. I think everybody wants to see every team you can see. I love seeing all the teams in the league now. That you're playing games against the Dodgers and the Mets, and it's not just, oh, hey, which handful of teams do we get to come in this year? I love it this way. And the rivalries are kept by the division, where you're playing the division, whatever it is, 13 times a season. So, I mean, are you seeing, does that come at a cost of not seeing the Yankees enough? Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother me, but teach their own. Bob in L.A. says, Champ of the Weekend is Dusty May for guiding the Wolverines to the Final Four. Champ of the Weekend is Dusty May for being a no ketchup on hot dogs guy. I don't know that that's a fact, but we'll have to get to the bottom of that. From an unnamed texter, Champ Michigan basketball chump Tom Izzo. He continues to produce teams that turn the ball over and can't shoot the three. He refuses to adapt to the modern game. So I don't know if that's overplayed or not. But the fact is he brought in 4 transfers. And people, he talks about the portal in a way that makes you think he hates the portal. But he brought in 4 transfers. Now, did he do enough? Should he have brought in better transfers?
Well, 3 transfers.
Well, who are what you got?
Ugachukwu.
Yep.
Trey Fort.
Yep.
And then Caleb Glenn who didn't play.
Right. And Denim Wojcik.
I
transfer.
Guess
that, yeah. Anyway, so does he need to do more in the portal? He doesn't talk. I mean, Dusty May brought in 4 transfers and they all start. Izzo brought in 4 transfers and none of them do. Ugachukwu was, and Glenn might have. I mean, it sounds like he would have, but is he not adapting to the modern game, or did he, is it something if he gets better transfers, it'll feel like he's adapting to the modern game?
Yeah, I think that they play the transfer portal just fine. And are they shooting threes well enough? No, they didn't shoot it well enough, but it's not for lack of trying. Ugachukwu is a shooter. I thought that Fort was going to be a shooter. Jordan Scott, who came as a freshman, and Cam Ward. These guys are guys I thought that could shoot. And actually, obviously, Jackson Kohler got off to a great start and then cooled down significantly. They weren't able to shoot threes against UConn, and that sucked. And if they're not able to shoot the three, it's really tough to win if you're Michigan State or any other team in basketball, because that's what it is now. It's a big-time shooting league. I suspect that these guys will be better shooting next year because a lot of these guys are young players. The aforementioned Ward and Scott are freshmen.
If you look at Arizona, for instance, Arizona is a team that has 3 freshmen in their starting lineup. Okay, they're as good as anybody in the country. They have 3 freshmen in the starting lineup. That's the old school way to do it. But they also, the Big 12 Player of the Year was a transfer from Alabama. They got a few other transfers on their roster. So, there's more than one way to get there. But if he's stubbornly avoiding transfers, I guess but I don't know that's the case. All right, here we go. He talks like it's the case, but there were 4 transfers on his roster from last season.
Yeah. And the guys that they had were, they had top 10 players. They had 2 top 10 players in the country as freshmen that were coming.
You're talking about Arizona.
Arizona, yeah. three of the top.
They had the number 2 recruiting class in the country.
Yeah, it's an impressive class.
All right, Kang said something about Duke, and I'm like, whoa. Kang?
Listen, I don't expect anyone to be with me on this one. I feel like I'm Jon Snow, taking on the entire army of the, coming at me by myself.
He's already put himself as the hero, Doug.
Well, some heroes are, ahead of their time, Gator. No, not hero or anything, but just unpopular opinion. And I said to Doug this morning, I kind of feel bad for Duke. And I don't expect people to be with me, but here's my rationale behind it. One, the college of, where we're at in college sports now, no one stays around for 3-4 years. I haven't hated these guys for 3-4 years, let alone even 2 years, okay? Secondly, there's like no Grayson Allen on this team or someone that's really hateable for me personally. Third, Coach K is no longer on the sidelines. And fourth, I don't feel bad for the Duke fans. I actually just feel bad for some of the Duke players, like, the Boozer brothers. Like, that's what I felt bad. And it's not like that's my overwhelming response after I watched that game live and saw what I couldn't believe I just saw. But it was just like, ooh, as a person, as a human, as a basketball player, as someone who enjoys the game, I felt the other side of it, and it just happened to be Duke. So, yeah, I don't know if anyone's with me, Doug, but I kind of felt bad for Duke.
I get where you're coming from. All of my anger towards Duke is residual. Who is their Christian Laettner? Who's their Bobby Hurley? Who's their punchable face? Like, is there anybody on that roster? And so I didn't feel necessarily bad about Duke losing. I didn't feel bad at all about Duke losing. In fact, I screamed out loud, even though it cost me on a wager. But I was like, oh my God, they blew it. I do feel bad for Caden Boozer, the kid that turned it on. I feel terrible for Caden Boozer. Yeah. And if you see him in the locker room, and I got a kid his exact age having to face cameras and say, I made a mistake that cost my team its season. And he looked like he was fighting back tears and he was quivering. I was like, oh my God, that poor kid. So I do. I
kind of see where I'm coming from.
Yes, I totally see where you're coming from. Is there anything about this Duke team that is as hateable as previous Duke teams? Gator's going to puke. All right, go ahead.
I just didn't realize this show was sponsored by Kleenex. Do you want a tissue? Do you need that? Do you need something stronger? I mean, come on. Really? You know who's got a punchable face? Anybody who wears a Duke jersey has a punchable face. I don't care if you think they're likable or not. Oh, it's not Coach K. It's Duke. Love it. Enjoy it. Bask in it. They lost. In embarrassing fashion. In frustrating fashion. In heartbreaking fashion. It's just too bad to see Duke go through this. Kang, I'm so with you. No, not at all. This is brutal. Your take is brutal. I don't understand that take. Duke is always Duke.
It's not a take, it's my feelings.
Yeah, and your feelings are all over your sleeve right now. They're all over that sleeve. I'm embarrassed for you that you are having these feelings.
There's already a movement from the people on Twitch on the streaming chat that Kang gets docked a vacation day for bringing this up. But look, I do want to ask, because I watched Duke a lot this year, and there was nothing about them that was uniquely hateable other than the name on the front of the jersey.
That's all you need.
Well, it might be for some people, but is there anything else about that roster? Was there a reason to hate on the Duke players? They didn't have hateable players.
They're hateable because they're Duke.
Okay, yeah. I mean, for some people, that's good enough.
That's enough for a lot of people, Doug. But for me, and this is going to make it better for the other people that hate Duke, like Gator. But the way they lost, it wasn't just a buzzer beater.
So awesome.
It was epic. Like UConn didn't have the ball.
No.
You had a collapse.
They didn't have the ball and they hit a buzzer beater.
Second half collapse followed by that.
That only happens because UConn down 3, gets fouled with 10 seconds left, misses the first free throw. So now they're in the position of, do you try and miss the second one intentionally to get the ball back, or do you make it? Now they make it. So there's a timeout. Duke sets up a inbound play that by design actually was working. Pass into Boozer, back to the inbound guy, goes right up the heart of the defense to the other Boozer kid, to Caden Boozer, and they have the aggressive play was to throw it deep, and it's ball game. Or he was going to get fouled and go to the free throw line, which is all he had to do. But UConn was also trying to foul. Like, they tried to foul Boozer. He got it back to the inbounder before he could. Watch how they are scrambling to foul the kid who inbounded it. And he released the ball right as the UConn player was going to foul. And then Caden Boozer makes the epic mistake. And I mean, I do feel terrible for him. That's where I have authentic.
Like, I took the jersey out of it, and I'm just like, that's a terrible basketball mistake. And that's why I felt really bad. It happens to be Duke, though, which I understand no one's going to feel sorry for Duke.
Because that kid hears all year he's the boozer that sucks. He does. I mean, he does. And it's...
Sucks when you live up to a legacy.
I have a feeling now chump votes are going to come rolling in for those of us that actually have some sympathy for Duke.
Kang wants to be Jon Snow out of all this.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Here on 97.1 tonight, you can hear Justin Verlander's debut with the Tigers for the first time since the 2017 season when he was traded to Houston at the deadline. Verlander is trying to have another full, strong season and avoid injury after his 2024 campaign was derailed by a lingering neck injury that took the better part of 2 months to recover from. With the Giants last year, Verlander largely returned to form for a 42-year-old with a 3.85 ERA, 150 52 innings, a walk rate just above 3, and a strikeout rate better than 8. Tonight he goes against the Diamondbacks team, who he has a 2.77 ERA against in 61 career innings. First pitch from Phoenix is scheduled for 10:10 p.m. tonight. You can hear the broadcast and all live coverage starting at 9:45 right here on 97.1. If you're looking for the Pistons tonight, they'll be on WWJ News Radio 950 against the Thunder. Both teams are heavily injured as the Pistons have 6 key players either out, doubtful, or questionable for tonight, while OKC comes in on the second night of a back-to-back and typically rests their starters in such a situation. Last night, the Thunder defeated the Knicks 111-100. Pre-game coverage on WWJ starts at 9:05 tonight. And Michigan women's basketball has a chance for history tonight as they go for their first Final Four appearance ever against top-seeded Texas. That game tips off at 7 o'clock in Fort Worth. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
This is an interesting psychological experiment about whether or not anybody had any sympathy for Duke. Because as sports fans, there are losses and then there are losses. And season-ending losses or postseason losses where you have something and then unbelievable circumstances take it from you. And Gator, I mean, I was trying to think for the Red Wings, it was that 3-0 lead with like 6 minutes to go in LA in a playoff game where the slew of penalties and
the Marty LaPointe game.
Yeah, I wasn't going to use his name, but yes, because I feel like he gets unfairly blamed for that, even though he took, I think, 2 of the penalties.
Well, I mean,
yeah, but they end up they end up blowing the 3-goal lead and lose a postseason game in LA against the Kings. This for Duke, it was so definitive and such a disaster. And the odds of them losing the game at that point were minuscule. And I feel Kang's point that they don't have hateable players anymore is valid. And maybe I'm missing something. If you have a reason to hate on any of the Duke guys and that they deserved it, there were Duke teams that would have loved this happen to. But it might be just residual disdain, which is enough to carry your feelings through to enjoying the hell out of that loss. But like Michigan State blowing the 2-goal lead in hockey, it's such a a terrible way to lose. Duke lost where they had a 15-point lead, 10-point lead deep into the second half, couldn't close it out, and then, I mean, even the 2-point lead with 6 seconds to go in the basketball, you think you got it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they're kicking themselves today because all they had to do was hang out on the basketball and get fouled. Go to the free throw line, knock down your free throws, and it's over.
It felt simple.
But well, it wasn't.
It's just and if it happened to your team, you'd be like, I'm never ever going to forget that. I remember that the day I die and many years thereafter.
Right, but it's Duke, so I'll never forget
Duke,
it.
Right? Yeah, so you don't care.
And it's amazing. Yeah, it's one of the best things I've ever seen.
It's funny, but can you name a player on that Duke team you hate?
I don't like any of them.
Okay. But did any of them do anything in particular?
To me personally? I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, Grayson Allen.
Beat my team.
Well, Grayson Allen didn't do anything to you personally, but Grayson Allen was a
dirty-ass player.
Yeah, right. 248-539-9797. Anyway, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to David in Brighton. You're on 97.1. Hi, David.
Hi. Chump.
Yep.
My Chump's Kid and Boozer. I mean, it's not hard to just hold on to it. So that's him. Champ, the dude who sank that deep 3, Braylon Mullins. That was incredible. And luckily, I switched my bracket from Duke to Michigan. So go blue, and that sucks for all the Boozers, the brother, their dad, like whatever. I guess.
I'm assuming, David, you're saying you switched your bracket before the tournament started. You had Duke, and then at the last minute you changed to Michigan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I kept hearing how Duke was kind of hurt. I just go blue.
Yeah. Well, they got their kid back, but yes, it was definitely unbelievable way to lose that game. Unbelievable way to lose that game.
Just like it was an unbelievable way for them to win when Christian Laettner made the shot.
Yes, it is. I think this is every bit as historic as that moment was. and will be remembered and talked about for years like that moment was. 248-539-9797. Marlon's in Walled Lake and next on 97.1. Hello, Marlon.
Gentlemen, good morning. How you guys doing on this Monday?
What's up?
All right, guys. Jesus. I have sympathy for Duke because it was a brutal loss, but personally, it hurt me a lot more. So I'm in a bracket every year. We've been doing it for 15 years. And I was in the top 4, well, top 6, but I was 4th going into the Duke game. So everybody else who was left had Arizona winning it, which still could happen. But to keep hope alive, me and the other guy had Michigan, and he had Michigan versus Houston. I had Michigan versus Duke. So if Duke would have won the game and played Michigan in the finals, I would have won the bracket no matter what because I would have edged them out by 1. And Duke cost me $950 yesterday off a $10 buy-in.
That's reason to hate Duke. I'm all for it.
It's just so brutal, man. That just ruined my evening. I could just hold on to the ball, man. Like, what happened? I just can't believe I lost that just because of that.
Well, Marlon, outside of there's going to be bracket people all over. Just about every result when you get deep into the tournament is going to cost somebody any hope they had. But that's March Madness for you. That is March Madness for you. 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in. My champ is the Detroit Tigers for starting 2-1. My chump is LSU for hiring Will Wade after firing him 4 years ago for cheating. That's from Mark in Grand Rapids.
Well, it's not cheating anymore.
Right.
Now it's it's just business, right?
My champ is McGonigal. I'm chumping the Wings for another faltering in March. That's from Jay Mays. The March thing is seriously unbelievable. At the beginning of this, I'm like, okay, Larkin's out. So that's a little bit different. But what is it? Because you can't avoid that this roster isn't prepared for March. You can't avoid drawing that conclusion that when it gets late in the year and everything means more, this group of players, they just can't do what is necessary to win these games, is what it's starting to look like. I mean, it's looked like that, but you can't shake the tag if it keeps happening. Champ, Michigan, the winner this Friday wins it all. They play Saturday. If you're saying the winner of Michigan and Arizona wins it all, they will be a heavy favorite. Yes. Chump, the Wings. The offense is putrid. Turnovers all over the place. No puck control.
5, 6, and 2 in the month of March, or the Munch of Marth.
Let's see here. Champ, Yaxel Lendeborg. He's the best player in the country. Chump, the Red Wings. Enough said. That's from Jamie. Yax has had his step-up moments, and, he really has had a hell of a tournament.
Yax has been great, and can't help but think how that's going to translate to the next level. It will translate well, I think, to the next level.
When we talk about how this team was built, when Yax committed to Michigan, it was kind of looked at, okay, that's cool and all, but he had also declared for the draft. And he went to the combine and was basically saying, if I don't get a first-round guarantee, I'll go to Michigan. But he was fully committed to going to the league. And he couldn't get that guarantee. And his quote was in an ESPN story back then, I'd rather play a full season in Ann Arbor and play for Michigan than bounce back and forth between the G League and the NBA. So he went there hoping to walk away with some sort of guarantee. He did not get it. And you have till 2 weeks after that combine to announce your intentions. And I remember, and maybe Michigan fans, maybe it registered with you, maybe it didn't. I was pretty surprised that he announced he was actually going to go to Michigan. And that was kind of the whoa moment. Because the other guys that they took in the portal, Elliot Cadeau, when he put his name in the portal, and look, I mean, message board and social media stuff represents the extremes. There were North Carolina fans celebrating. And then you had Mara and Morez, who weren't starters at their previous stops and have been great starting for Michigan. Dusty did a great job identifying players in the portal that would fit together well. 248-539-9797. Dan in Tennessee, my champ is Dusty May. He makes the best in-game decisions, scouting, putting his team together, just a phenomenal job. My chump is the little boozer. All he had to do was hold on to the ball and get fouled. Instead, he put it in harm's way, got the turnover, and then didn't play defense on the final shot. Well, they were scrambling on the final shot. I mean, there was all kinds of things they could have done differently in terms of closing out, guarding the perimeter, knowing that time was of the essence and they probably weren't going to have time to get to the rack. But, and a lot of Duke guys were just kind of standing there. They did close out on Caravan because Caravan got the first pass from Mullins and he didn't have a shot because he was well guarded. But it's almost like guarding the inbounder. When the ball went back to Mullins, it's exactly like guarding the inbounder. Everybody turned their back to him. And, I mean, he was wide open. He was 35 feet from the hoop, but he was wide open.
Well, when they broke the huddle, they didn't game plan for, hey, in case they steal the ball, UConn steals the ball. Duke was, they were doing the press breaker, and that's what they game plan for. That's why that ending to me is bigger or crazier than the Leitner ending back in the 90s. Because when Duke beat, was it Kentucky at the time?
Yeah.
With the Leitner shot, they had the ball. They drew up a play. They executed. This time, Duke, they knew they were going to shoot a free throw, but then after that, they don't have the ball. So what do? They completely sell out for the steal. And if you don't get the steal, you foul. Well, Duke was able to release the ball before UConn could even foul, and then somehow they got the steal. And at that point, it's instinct taking over, and Duke was just kind of like, don't foul, man. Really, they should have pressed up, but they didn't want to get called for a foul either. And what happened was you leave a guy open, quote unquote, open for a 35-footer.
Well, and add to that, because I agree with you. I think when we talk this through, I think this is more impressive than what Duke did to Kentucky back in the day and Jamal Mashburn and company. It's everything you said, and add to it, they had, a 15 or 16-point lead at halftime. They blew it. Duke doesn't blow games like that. They did. They blew the lead almost to the point where they were trailing, but they weren't. They had the chance to just seal it. And so it all adds to that. It was fantastic.
More of your phone calls and feedback next, 97.1. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Talking a lot about the Final Four. Michigan advances. Michigan State loses to UConn. UConn advances. Kang brought up that he actually felt sorry for Duke. And, his point is there are no hateable guys on Duke. And I challenge people. I mean, if you think of a reason to hate this group of Duke players, that's fine. But I feel like it was mostly residual hate, which, by the way, was more than enough for Gator to do nothing but enjoy what he saw and not have an ounce of sympathy for Duke. Now, as Kang's point, and I think there's some validity to it. This isn't a collection of players that has a Christian Laettner or Grayson Allen or somebody like that, but it is Duke. I will say this. I think it would have been way more enjoyable for me had there been a Grayson Allen type of person on that Duke team. But
yeah, give it time. You'll come back.
Connor and Holly are on 97.1. Hello, Connor.
Hi, how are you?
Great.
So I want to talk about Kevin McGonigal, and everyone, I know it's only been 3 games or whatever, but everyone thinks he's the next Tiger star. I'm thinking, when's the last time that the Tigers drafted a hitting superstar?
A hitting superstar? I mean, I don't know. I can't. They've drafted some guys from in the organization that have been pretty darn good. Riley Green's quite an asset. Colt Keith has a ton of potential, looks pretty good. Spencer Torkelson hit 30-something bombs, but McGonigal, this start has people thinking about what the ceiling might be for a guy who just started. He looks great. He looks great.
Yeah, for sure. But that makes you think truly, people hate on Scott Harris for not, extending Scooble, doing this, doing that. But I mean, he drafted this guy. This is his first true guy he's brought up.
Well, it's still relatively early. The problem with judging, guys who make the draft picks in baseball is that it's such a long-term play with draft picks that you have to wait around usually for a couple of years. But Connor,
particularly if you're drafting a high school kid.
Yeah, exactly. But Connor, your point, when's the last time we got to see other fan bases do this where we'd heard names like, Bryce Harper, we'd heard that name before he debuted, and then we see him and we're like, wow. And we get to watch other fan bases do this, and now we've got that guy who is considered the top prospect in baseball, and the early returns are, well, you can see why. And we did the topic on Friday. If this kid truly can rake, how does it change the season? It feels like it changes the season a lot.
Right.
Yep. No, it's huge. It's absolutely huge.
All right. Thank you.
No, we appreciate it. 248-539-9797. All right, here we go. I'm with Gator. Screw Duke forever. That's from Mark in Ann Arbor. Sean of White Lake. Honestly, I used to hate Duke the most, but it has switched to Connecticut years ago. They have been way more dominant. And then you add the women's team. They also dominate basketball. Thanks, Sean writes.
Yeah, but if you use the same logic that you guys are trying to use about Duke not having hateable players, I don't know if UConn's got hateable players.
Well, people don't like the coach. They don't like Hurley.
Well, I get that.
I mean, if you who bothers you more, Hurley or Shire?
Well, Shire, usually Duke.
But is there anything if they switched, you wouldn't hate Shire if he coached anywhere else?
I'd always because he played at Duke, so I'd always associate him with Duke.
I think Hurley, it didn't matter who he coached, you'd find him irritating.
Hurley is irritating.
Yeah.
Because the last name is associated with Duke.
So you were rooting for Duke yesterday.
It was lesser two evils.
Yeah.
And the way that game finished up, it couldn't have been better. It really just couldn't have been better.
Next text. Gator's just mad his team is sitting at home just like Duke is. Instead of yelling at his own team, he's basking in the loss for Duke.
Not happy Michigan State's sitting at home, but I didn't have Michigan State advancing past Duke. I had Michigan State losing to Duke in my bracket, and I'm more hurt by Michigan State's hockey team losing than I am by the basketball team.
You know what's funny, though, is that I can relate because when your team gets eliminated, I just want everybody to lose.
Yeah, 100%.
It can't happen, but I'm like, how does everybody lose now? Champ is Gator. Chump is Kang. Dude should never be allowed to talk on air again. I'm 1,000% on Team Gator. Every time Duke loses, I smile.
We're not dividing into teams.
No, and then
we're all one big happy team.
And we're also.
I feel like we have to pick up our little buddy over here.
No, you know what though?
You don't have to pick me up. This is how I feel. I don't care how anyone else thinks about how I feel.
Here's the thing about
Now
it
he's getting
is,
defensive.
I thought this was a safe space. We were all friends here that Kang could come forward and admit
No,
that
Gator
he felt.
was really triggered by my feelings. Very triggered.
I'm not triggered by your feelings at all. I think it's funny that you've strayed a little bit. You'll come back.
No.
Okay. You'll be back.
This is how I feel.
It's
not like I like Duke, or I even like if Duke would have lost, I would have been like, hey, just like a regular loss, I would have been like, hey guys, I really feel bad for Duke. No, it was the fashion that game happened, and then that poor little boozer, man.
Oh.
He made just a poor decision in that one split second.
It happens.
Next text, avid Duke hater here. I love that it was the lesser of the two boozers who turned the ball over, as he is only on the team because of the name on the back of his jersey.
I
No,
don't
he's
think
not.
that's
They made him a starter.
He's got some.
He's starting for them. They wouldn't make him a starter because his last name's Boozer. Feeling bad for Duke is like saying you feel bad for the Empire because they spent all that time and money building the Death Star. That's from John in Lake Orion.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm with you, Kang. I feel bad for little Boozer. He should have faked the pass and dribbled hard. I bet he'll never do that again. My champ is Gator for being a Duke hater. My chumps are Doug and Kang for feeling Duke's pain. Well, look.
He addressed your feelings.
What's that?
He addressed Kang's feelings there.
Yeah.
You made mention of it.
Yeah. Well, you knew it wasn't going to be a popular to share your feelings. You knew that.
Yeah.
My champ is Mullins. What a shot. That was March Madness and what it's all about. My chump is Izzo. The sport has passed him by. He's not elite. He's a B-plus coach, and Sparty would be better moving on from him and find their own Dusty May. That's from Rob.
No, that's okay, Rob. I'm fine with Tom Izzo. He's got a great recruiting class coming in. Let him see if they add in the portal, which I imagine he'll add at least a player in the portal.
I think he will. I think much is being made about this. I think Izzo's frustrated with the system, but he low-key had 4 transfers this year.
He also was the first guy to take advantage of it back, one of the first guys. Michigan State's a program since the 80s is picking up transfers. They did that with Chappelle.
Mike Chappelle, yeah. Who's the guard a couple years ago? The kid from Northeastern. Completely blanking, but
yeah.
Champ is Mullins. What a shot. F
Forbes?
Duke. No.
Is Bryn Forbes a transfer too?
I don't think so. Chump is the Red Wings. Please fire Eiserman. So here's the thing. I mean, I think there have to be serious discussions about moving on. There's no point in doing it now. Forbes was Cleveland State, but he's not the guy I'm thinking of. Who's the kid from Northeastern? Why am I completely blanking on his name? More of your feedback coming in here. I think the problem is Larkin is captain. I don't think he's a leader on this team, so they only follow the other leader in the room, Kane, and the team actually plays like Kane plays in spurts, but overall lazy. That's from Phil in a cell. Champ is Alex Caravan for passing the ball to Mullins instead of forcing a shot after going 3 for 16. Chump college basketball refs for being the worst of any sport. They're so inconsistent in calling fouls. Well, I will say at the beginning of the Michigan-Tennessee game, those guys had a rough start. They missed travels. They missed goaltends. They blew whistles like crazy. Everybody got in early foul trouble. The game had no flow. I thought they did a brutal, brutal job at the beginning of that game. But yes, Tyson Walker. Thank you. It's a player from Northeastern.
There you go.
Yep. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We posted on our website on Tuesday who the people select Champ and Chump. And let's get right back to your phone calls. AJ in Lake Orion, you're on 97.1. Hello, AJ.
Hey, great show as usual, guys. I have a complaint about Duke that maybe Gator can agree with. I got really tired of seeing the Boozer Boys on every NCAA commercial. That's why I hate Duke.
Okay. We were trying to figure out if there was anything unique to this Duke team that makes them hateable, and you just overexposure of the Boozers.
Yes, overexposure of the Boozers. It reminded me of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Similar relationship.
Have a great day, guys. I'll let you talk. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, I guess I just lock commercials out. I don't even. They do have that. I don't even know what it's for. It's they get in the car accident. You call dad. And the tow truck driver says, "I'll call dad."
Mm-hmm.
Champ Alex Caravan. Oh, I already read that one. My apologies. I think the Tigers are 2-1 with the road where. Sorry, let me start over in 3, 2, 1. The Tigers are 2-1 with a road series win against a really good team, all while 3 of our key offensive players were horrible. Karp, Torque, and Green will start to hit sooner rather than later. That is a scary thought.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see them hitting, but so far McGonigal's off to a great start. Obviously, Colt Keith is off to a nice start. Dylan Dingler had the home run, and the bullpen has been really, really good. And the starting pitching's been great. Obviously, School had a great first start, and we had a nice start from Valdez. And Flaherty, unfortunately, didn't make it out of the 5th, but he wasn't awful.
Champ Kevin McGonigal, Chump, the Red Wings. Who would it be fair to compare Dylan Larkin's tenure to Matthew Stafford? 10 years of losing. That's from Will.
Is it fair? I think it's pretty fair.
I mean, the one thing I'll say is Larkin's it's the roster around him that concerns me more than Larkin, right? And if they build a better roster, I think that's what their issue is more so than it's Larkin. And I thought the same thing about Stafford is that it was the worst player's fault, not the best player's fault. But
that's why they're alike.
Yeah, but to me, I didn't blame.
I know that you don't,
yes,
but I'm saying
I didn't blame Stafford.
When somebody says, "Is it like Stafford?" I think it is exactly because of the way you've put it. Because Stafford took the blame for a team that lacked enough, and they had a couple decent teams. Larkin's playing with a couple good players.
You're right. I'm looking at the wording of this. Will says compare Dylan Larkin's tenure to Matthew Stafford's 10 years of losing. He's not blaming Larkin, and I don't know that he's blaming Stafford, and that's the way I took it originally. I guess. My champ of the weekend is Roddy Gale. He had another great March Madness game against Alabama off the bench. He was great at both ends and knocked down important threes to keep up with Alabama. And I'm in line with Doug. My chump of the week is Tiger Woods. How many times do you have to make the same mistake? You want to get drunk or high, get a ride. You're worth billions of dollars. Have somebody drive you.
I've talked to several people about Tiger Woods over the weekend. It is incomprehensible to me how somebody is well off, wealthy, has the means to hire a driver. Heck, hire security detail that drives you. How tough is that? I don't know if he's got a bodyguard or not, but you might want to be if you're Tiger Woods. Have some security detail. Let them drive you everywhere. I love to drive a car. I think it's a lot of fun. But you know what's not fun? Risking everything because you're high. That's ridiculous.
I mean, we'll see what the results of this investigation show and what his issues are or aren't.
Well, he declined the blood test, so you're never going to find out unless Tiger tells you. And either, like I said earlier, it's either one of two things. It's going to be, hey, I have a real problem. I'm trying to check myself into rehab and figure things out. I appreciate the support. I'm embarrassed by what happened. Or it's going to be, something that sounds a lot like an excuse. Oh, there was a mixture of medication that he had. As you know, Tiger's been dealing with a lot of injuries from previous surgeries and whatnot. And this was just a bad reaction. I mean, but by the reports where he was speeding and trying to get around this truck, and I mean, it just sounds it's a terrible look. Terrible look. Fortunately, nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the driver thing, yeah, you could hire a driver, or you could maybe get over this addiction that it seems like you have to something, right? Like, that's, I mean, the last part you said about thankfully no one was hurt is the biggest thing here, man. What are we gonna? Are not we, but like, are the people around him are gonna wait until it's too late? The people that are his family members, his close friends that can, his inner circle that actually can talk to him and maybe talk some sense into him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an addiction or not. But
I don't know either,
right,
but it seems like
But
it.
it's a poor decision after you've taken medication or you've taken a drug. It's a poor decision to get behind the wheel of a car for sure. There's no excuse for it. Not today. Not in today's world. I don't know what the numbers are, but I would love to know how much drunk driving has been reduced because of Lyft and Uber and rideshare programs and all that.
Yep.
But if you're a billionaire,
well, the report is,
there is no
Gator,
excuse.
that his privacy is an issue with hiring a driver. Have him sign an NDA or whatever it is, right? Isn't that the simple solution?
There's probably people out there that would be glad to be your full-time driver.
And you can't speak up on anything where you take them. Done, right? Sign.
Jared in Colorado says, my champ, University of Michigan sports chump, Steve Eisenman. Eisenman's getting votes here, and yeah, so is Michigan. It was a great weekend. I remember back in the Fab Five era when the Fab Five beat Ohio State in a regional final. That same day, Michigan was playing Northern Michigan in a regional final at Joe Louis Arena, and I believe Michigan was down 4-1, and they were playing at the same time. And my dad was at that game by himself, and he said it was weird because Michigan's down 4-1, and fans emptied out into the concourse of the Joe and started watching the basketball game on the TVs there, and then Michigan started coming back in the hockey game, and I think they won 6-4, advanced to the Frozen Four, the same time the basketball team went to the Final Four. They've had days like yesterday before, but for fans, at least yesterday, they were coinciding that back in 94, 93, whenever that was. This one, they were at different times, so they were able to roll right from one to the next. And, of course, that Duke game was ending while the hockey game was going on. The way Duke lost was very similar to trouble with the snap. All that player had to do is exactly what he did, or is exactly not what he did. Yep.
That's a pretty good comparison.
That's a good one. One of them ended a season. But, yes, if you look at the circumstances that all happened, like Michigan would have been better off going for it than punting. Champ Boozer, the boozer that sucks, chump Kang for his feelings. So
it's okay, Doug. That text did not hurt my feelings.
Well, I mean, feelings are authentic. You don't like. I'm
not telling anybody else how to feel.
No,
these are just my feelings that everyone's telling me that suck.
A Duke loss means America wins. That's from an unnamed texter. Keith and Frazier, well, I saw something going around that every time Duke loses, an angel gets its wings. I mean, there's so much fun that's had.
We need more angels in the world these days.
We do, and I don't feel sorry for the name Duke, the brand Duke, the fans of Duke. I do feel pretty bad for the Boozer kid. I feel terrible for the Boozer kid. I feel bad for the kid on Duke that threw the ball away instead of holding it, but I have no sympathy for Duke as a whole. That's from Keith and Frazier. That's a good way to put it. My champ is Gator. My chump is Doug and Kang for that Charmin soft take on puke. I mean, Duke. That's from Troy at work.
Kang didn't say it to be popular.
No.
Obviously.
No.
Come on, man.
Just telling you how I feel.
Let's see here. Champ, U of M. My chump is Gator. I'm with Kang. That's from an unnamed texter.
We're alone.
Jim says Kang and Duke should get a room. Well, I mean, like trouble with the snap is a great example of just a horrific way and out of like something you've never seen before way to lose a game. Is Michigan State the Keyshawn Martin punt return that was called back on the roughing the punter?
Thanks, Wisconsin.
Right? I mean,
Russell Wilson team. Yeah.
I mean, blowing a 2-goal lead over the weekend for Michigan State hockey. But hold on, that wasn't like so unusual.
This is mean of you right now.
We got trouble with the snap. We got Cordell Stewart. We've got the Red Wings blowing a 3-0 lead. We've got all kinds of examples. We've got Josh Reynolds. I mean, that.
Now Josh Reynolds catches us straight because of this conversation.
We got Kendall Vildor off the face mask.
Same game.
We got all kinds of stuff that qualify in the way this Duke loss qualifies. 248-539-9797. There is a report out there. Dan Campbell said something about a change. Hasn't been made yet, but he's ready to do it. We'll get to that today at 11:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it comes time, well, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets Shaner apart. They're a local, family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a new roof, new windows, or new siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
All right, here's a quote. According to Albert Breer, tweeted out, Lions coach Dan Campbell said he'd like to move Penei Sewell to left tackle, and while no final call has been made yet, quote, he's ready to do that. So there you go. There's no reason to make a final call right now, but this is lining up for them to have a rookie right tackle. Somebody that they hope that could come in, and you got to get that pick right. You can't go out and get Stocker McDougal or Riley Reif. You got to get, not necessarily the next Penei Sewell, but at least a Taylor Decker kind of guy. If you get that pick right at 17, you got a plug and play right tackle. You move Penei Sewell to left tackle, the most important position on the offensive line, maybe outside of center. I guess I suppose we could debate it. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's all lining up for that to be the case. We should not be shocked.
No, I'm not going to be shocked at all. I think, from the moment he was drafted, people were like, okay, how long before he goes to left? In fact, people said at the time, okay, so he'll start at left tackle and move Decker over to right. Mm-hmm. Remember, there was backlash. People were, well, why won't Decker move to right? He should move to right. Mm-hmm. Well, they made the right decision, and having both those guys on the field, Decker staying at left and Penei Sewell at right. And from moment one, Penei Sewell was a freaking stud, one of the best in the game at right tackle. And up to this season, he's maintained that elite status at right tackle. So switching him back to the left side makes all the sense in the world. You can draft whomever, and they'll compete at right tackle with Borum. I mean, when they signed Borum in the offseason here as a free agent, it's because they like him at right tackle. But that will not stop them from drafting somebody because it's a 1-year contract.
248-539-9797. John's in Battle Creek, and he is next. Hello, John.
How are you today, Karsh?
Good, sir. Thank you.
I got a question. I got one question for you.
Sure.
What's the difference between what I can't think of his name now. The Michigan basketball player that called the timeout.
Chris
Webber. What's the difference between him and what Boozer did?
Well, one was a mistake because one's a physical mistake and one's a mental mistake.
Okay, but aren't those pretty much the same when you're in this realm of
was Michigan winning?
Was
Michigan winning that game against North Carolina at the time, Doug?
No, they were down
so
2.
there's a big difference there. Duke had the lead. Michigan was trailing. No, they were.
Because that's why he called the timeout, wasn't it?
They were losing.
Oh, okay.
But I mean,
okay.
They're both. I mean, they're both pretty infamous moments. Yes.
And one other question was, they're all talking about Dusty going to North Carolina and blah blah blah, and Michigan's not a blue blood. I want your take on why is Michigan not a blue blood, and why would you leave when you have a national championship? You're not guaranteed with North Carolina, even with your skills, and you have one if they win one.
Yeah, John.
I just don't get all this.
Look, this is what happens when you got a good young coach, is that people are going to come after him, and that's fine because it's what you expect. It's kind of what you hope, right? You hope that you have so much success that your young coach draws attention. With that said, it's Ward Manuel. I guess there's been reporting that there's been underway to have some sort of extension in place here soon. And Dusty's going to be very attractive. Here's what you get anymore in coaching searches. You get teams that are bidding on you and your players, right? They're hoping that you will come and maybe bring some guys with you. Now, I'm sure they're not thinking, can we get Elliot Cadeau back because they had him. But at the end of the day, that's what would make. That's how it is. You fend them off, and sure, make a run at them, and Michigan has to respond.
Yeah,
and as far as the blue blood thing, I don't think any of that stuff really. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter. Are you happy where you are, and do you have the support where you think you can win? Michigan's NIL, what they've got put together for NIL is really good, and he's proving he can win here. There are a couple of challenges, but that might be unique to Michigan. But at the end of the day, you got to fend just the way we talked earlier about Michigan State fending off people who are going to come after Fears or come after Cohen Carr or come after anybody else on the roster. And everything's year to year. And I don't love it, but it's the way it is. So you may as well. I mean, I personally don't want to turn into the old guy with a rotary dial phone, and so you do what you have to do to keep your guys.
Yeah, as far as Michigan and blue blood, what keeps them from being in that conversation is they haven't won a national championship since 1989. They're a very good program, and if they win it all this year, then they can revisit that discussion. They won't, but people will revisit that discussion. I'm not sure Michigan State is considered a blue blood anymore because Michigan State hasn't won since 2000. They've been to a bunch of Final Fours, but Michigan's been to a few Final Fours as well since that time. So it's about winning. And when I hear blue blood, I start to think, okay, it's the longevity of being. If you can be elite, it's great. But if you do it for a long time, then that's a whole different ballgame. And right now, you've got like Duke and UConn and Florida is quite frankly they could be considered because they got 3 championships in the last 20 years, 25 years or whatever it is. So there aren't many there. I mean, there's programs that are maybe dormant right now, like your Kentucky or your Louisville, UCLA that used to be considered blue bloods that aren't. But it's just an interesting topic conversation.
There are people that know more. Yeah, there's people know about it more than me and say Dusty's not going anywhere. But I mean, you want to be in a position where your coach is so coveted that others make runs at him, and you just fend them off.
I mean, North Carolina is pretty historic.
Yep. And if that matters to him, there's nothing Michigan could do about it. He's certainly set up at a good spot where he can win. Michigan, they've proven they can win at basketball.
Well, one thing's for sure, Dusty May is going to make some money off of this.
Yep.
Whether it's leaving for North Carolina or staying at Michigan, he's making more money.
I suspect in the end he stays, but we'll see. 248-539-9797. Tom in Lansing is next. Hello, Tom.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good, sir.
I've got a champ and chump, and I do agree with you, your take on Sewell switching over. That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Champ, I got to go with Michigan athletics, not just the basketball team, but athletics in general. It's very rare to have 3 championship potentials, women, men, and hockey. That's very rare.
Yep.
That's UConn almost level, even though they don't really have a hockey team.
They do.
They had a hockey team make the tournament.
Yeah.
Right. My chump has got to be, and I think, Gator, you will agree with this, streaming services. Can I please get a streaming services that has CBS and TBS together, and I can actually watch, because I have Sling and I have Fubu, and I went on Sling to where I can bounce between the game and the Tigers game, and I can't watch the Tigers game unless it's on Fubu. I mean, it's the same channel, but I don't understand it.
So wait, you have to back out and exit one app and get into the other app. You can't just yeah.
I got to hit the home button, go back to the other one to watch the Tigers game, hit the other one instead of being on Fubu. Like I could switch when the Tigers are playing and Michigan's playing on CBS. I can switch back and forth between the games, right, just like you have regular TV.
So
you can't do that
yeah,
with apps.
I mean, I guess this is one of the challenges of streaming. I remember Gator complaining about this, and you, I'm sure, are okay with this. I started counting how many more clicks it takes, and depending on what app you're going to you can get somewhere with like 4 clicks, whereas on cable it's just 1. So you start thinking about, is the money I'm saving worth 1, 2, toggle 3, toggle 4?
Well, but it's more than that. It
can be.
No, it's always more. It's not just the clicks; it's the time it takes to load the whole thing up, and that does take time.
And then you ask yourself, is it worth streaming?
Yeah, because
is a time bother you?
You're talking about 60 to 90 seconds to get that done, to get out of an app and into another one.
60 to 90?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's ever taken me that long, but you're right. There is more from a time standpoint than the single button. But if you're going to stream, that's kind of what you're getting. And I get it. We have streaming that it takes longer. But if you're paying less, that's kind of what you're giving up, I guess. Antonio in Mount Clemens. What's up, Antonio?
How are you guys doing?
Good, sir.
So I wanted to comment on the Duke game and Michigan State. So firstly with Duke, as someone who I didn't get to play as high of a level, but a lot of people I haven't heard anyone say it, I probably missed it. But I think that's just as much of a mental error as a physical one, considering that they had exactly 10 seconds left when they inbounded. And if I'm remembering correctly, college has 10-second, not 8-second backcourt violation.
Yes.
And like they could have held the ball. The play to swing the ball back and forth felt unnecessary to begin with. Like the coach was trying to overplan for a situation when they could have inbounded and held it, or inbounded and made one swing to avoid a jump ball possibly.
It's interesting, Antonio, because did they get it to the guy that they wanted fouled? It went into Boozer right away, and he went right back to the inbounder. And it almost looked like they had the perfect breakout play where they weren't even going to have to make any free throws, because if he connects that pass, UConn had all 5 guys in the backcourt. And, it would have been tough for them to get down there. Cameron Boozer was a 75% free throw shooter. Once they inbounded it, he could have just covered up the ball. Carson Anderson, 97-1. Completely missed it.
Dan Campbell spoke with reporters today at the NFL annual league meetings, and he was asked about the possibility of moving Penei Sewell from right tackle to left. Campbell said Sewell could move to left tackle in a heartbeat. Quote, just give him a few days. He said the team isn't fully committed to that yet, but it's on the table depending on what the roster looks like. The Lions pick 17th in the upcoming NFL draft, which starts April 23rd in Pittsburgh. Justin Verlander will pitch for the Tigers tonight for the first time since 2017. With that, we could see some ABS challenges in the game, showcasing the system that has been largely positively received by the baseball community. However, the Athletics' Ken Rosenthal warns of possible shortcomings of the system on the latest episode of the Fair Territory podcast. Pitches being decided by a tenth of an inch have a margin of error ranging from 0.38 to 0.48 inches. Surely that won't bite the Tigers this year. First pitch tonight at 10:10 right here on 97.1. Pistons also face the Thunder at 9:30 tonight. That game live on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Apologies to the previous caller. I got charged with an error over here. Missed a hard break, but only by like 13 seconds or whatever it was.
You need to apologize to the west side of the state.
Yeah, sorry, west side of the state. Sorry to him. He was talking about the end of the Duke UConn game, and all they had to do, they inbounded the ball to a 75% free throw shooter, who passed it back to the inbounder, who was a 58% free throw shooter, who then threaded the needle up to an 81% free throw shooter.
Hold on to the ball.
Caden Boozer was an 81% free throw shooter.
Just hang on.
And if you are going to get rid of the basketball at that time, it has to be the most sure thing ever. It has to be an easy play. It has to be. And it was a kill shot play, right? I mean, if he does complete that pass over the top to one of the two Duke players wide open in the front court, yeah, the game's over. They have a game clinching dunk, and there's your highlight at the end of the Sports Center highlight package, and Duke moves on to the Final Four. But it wasn't a sure thing. And yeah, the execution there in the end, they could have inbounded it to Boozer and have him stand there until he got fouled. They obviously had a bit of a press breaker that had potential to work very, very well. And it was an unbelievable sequence of events. 248-539-9797. Meanwhile, Michigan goes to the Final Four with their dismantling of Tennessee. Look, they really shot the ball well. You knew it was their day, and they were going to roll when they'd started to pull away, and then Ade Mara pulls up and drains a three. And then you're like, okay. That was their moment when he hit that one to go up 27. That's like, it's their day. It's their day. But you know what? Thing about Michigan and Michigan fans, I think you need to be very appreciative. They do the non-glamorous stuff that helps you win more than anything well, which is the defensive end of the floor. On the offensive end, they are so unselfish. For a team of many which component parts haven't played together for a very long time, they sure look like they've played together for a long time. Very good at moving the basketball, the pass and the extra pass, and they don't shot hunt. They don't have guys looking for their own.
No, they're a very well coached basketball team. They're unselfish in those things, and they're also, by the way, extremely talented. Those three things are why they're a number one seed and why they have a really good chance of winning the national championship. And when you look back at Michigan teams of the past, this team stands up with all of them. You know, I mean, you had those Final Four teams. The Trey Burke team was really good.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of those teams had chances to get it done. They didn't get it done. This team still hasn't gotten it done with a championship. But you go back to the Fab Five teams didn't win either. But man, they were really, really good. then they do have the national championship team that it's not overlooked by Michigan fans, but I think it might be overlooked by basketball fans in general because the Fab Five came shortly after that, and they got all the hype, and yet it's Ramil Robinson and Glenn Rice and those guys that actually won the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that team had how many pros were on that team with Sean Higgins and Terry
Mills and Loy Vaught.
There's like 6 guys on that team that made the pros.
Yep. And on their bench was Rob Pelinka as a redshirt freshman, now the GM of the Lakers.
Right. So you've got some really talented teams to look in the past and see how does this team stack up. I mean, if this team ends up winning it all, you can make the argument this is the best Michigan team you've seen.
Well, they say they want to be that, but ultimately they've got to seal the deal here, and that means getting past Arizona. Arizona is a wagon, man. They are something else.
Who's the bigger wagon?
I mean, they're comparable. This is a heavyweight matchup. We'll get into it as the week goes on. But yeah, it is going to be a heck of a battle Saturday night in the second game at the Final Four. Meanwhile, Michigan State, look, you got Izzo afterwards. What's clear is Izzo doesn't like the new dynamic of college basketball. And he seems reluctant to use it at least as aggressively as others do, but he did bring in 4 transfers this year. And he brought in guys that probably, Ugochukwu was starting when he got hurt. I don't know if he started that game, but he had a bunch of starts under his belt. Caleb Glenn very well would have been a starter. So he doesn't feel like he's embracing it, but he's using it. And maybe that's an overplayed card that he won't use it. But it's just like our Lions discussions. Tom Izzo and some Michigan State fans think he won't be aggressive enough in the portal. Michigan State fans and Tom Izzo want the same thing. They want to get to the mountaintop. It's like the Lions discussion with Brad Holmes. There's debate over how to get it done. But there are no real discussions about a change. Okay, let me be clear about that. And that I heard those texts coming in the morning show, and we've had a couple of texts come in here for people who are ready to move on. That's not a real conversation. The only question is, does Tom need to embrace modern college basketball more? Or has he already done it? He just hasn't done it quite as successfully as some others.
Well, I think what Michigan State fans, if they're complaining about Izzo and the portal and the guys you're getting in the portal, they want the big name in the portal. Mm-hmm. They want the stud. Hey, here's a guy who's an All-American, decides he's going to play another year of college basketball. Go get him. A guy could jump to the draft but chose to stick around because he wants to get paid. Okay, go find that guy, and we'll see if they make a move like that or if it's going to be just another move to get quality player, but you want the high quality is what Spartan fans want to see because they want to be over the edge. They want to be playing in a Final Four again and looking for another championship. And obviously Izzo wants that second championship desperately, but he's got a real good recruiting class coming in, one of the best in the country. They've got a big 7'1" center coming in as part of this recruiting class. They got a kid last year who was a big-time recruit who didn't play because he was hurt. And Ugochukwu only played half the season before, and then he got hurt. They've got a lot coming back. If Cohen Carr comes back, and you assume Fears is coming back, and there's a lot to be excited about for the future of Michigan State basketball. It sucked how it ended this year because it was problems on the court. Guys just didn't play as well as we've seen them play.
I mean, look, the fact that UConn beat Duke tells you how good UConn is. Yeah. Michigan State dug a huge early hole in that game. The big complaint would be the last possession where they ended up down 3 and they get a Kurtang 28-footer covered fadeaway.
With a few seconds left.
When you had a timeout, and if whatever action they started in that set, I mean, look, I don't try and coach teams for a reason, but you wonder if Izzo wish he'd taken a timeout saying, okay, this isn't working. We don't want to use our last timeout here, but let's take it and try and set something up. But bottom line is, both basketball fan bases, we invite you at 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. My champ of the weekend is Dusty May for building a team that really, it's Yax was a star, but Ademar and Morez Johnson were coming off the bench for their teams when they went into the portal, and Elliot Cadeau was kind of a cast-off from Carolina. I know social media doesn't reflect how people really feel, but there were some people celebrating when he put his name in the portal at Carolina. What he has put together with those guys all in his starting lineup, the way that they play the game, the way that they're unselfish, they look like they've been playing together forever. So Dusty May, my champ of the weekend. Gator, your champ of the weekend is?
Well, it's Michigan. I think University of Michigan deserves it. They're in the Final Four in men's basketball. The women are in the Final Four as well?
No, they got to win tonight.
They have to win tonight to get to the Final Four. And then you've got the Frozen Four team and the hockey team. They're all getting it done. And the basketball team looks as dominant as ever. Now they got a massive matchup on Saturday night, which should be a great matchup in college basketball.
My chump of the weekend is Tiger Woods. Look, addictions are a really something that I do have sympathy for, and people have them. But, there's decision-making that goes into it. And at this point, you're getting to the point of being a menace on the road. And lucky he's only potentially hurting himself and nobody else so far. So, Tiger, my chump of the weekend.
My chump is Michigan State for everything they're not that Michigan was this weekend. Michigan State lost in their game against UConn to get to the Final Four. That doesn't happen. And then in the Frozen Four, they lose the game against Wisconsin in absolutely heartbreaking fashion. Had a 2-goal lead with 5 minutes to go. Gave up 2 goals in 30 seconds and then gave up a goal 15 seconds into the overtime. Just devastating for Michigan State athletics this weekend.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend and who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? This is the People's Choice Awards. We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. It's open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1. So we like to think that we've all grown close enough here. Everybody is part of the show and the audience, that we're in a safe space, which is why Kang felt comfortable, because we're all so close and have such tight relationships that we, us together as a group here doing the show, and those of you out there that listen all the time, it is a safe space where we can bring up, things that are personal. And Kang shared earlier today his actual true feelings about something that happened yesterday, and it was the end of the Duke UConn game. And Kang, it was.
I kind of felt bad for Duke a little bit.
Yeah.
And I know that's not a popular opinion. I'm not asking anyone to share it with me, but if you want to, please call and text.
Because you're getting destroyed.
Yeah, of course, and I knew I would. But as just a basketball fan, and the thing about Duke is I just don't hate him as much as I used to. Trust me, I don't like Duke, but there's no Coach K. There's not the same type of hatred for the players. The players don't stay as long for me to hate them even longer. So all that played a role. But I don't, if they lose, that's cool. I'm happy. It's fine. But the way they lost that game last night, just as a basketball fan, and then I just felt bad for, Boozer, the young Boozer, the smaller Boozer. Some call him the lesser Boozer.
Mm-hmm.
Just made a critical error at that moment when the game was on the line. And it was a great moment for March Madness, though. It's one of those we'll always remember.
So I always talk about this, and I actually agree with you from a standpoint of there's nothing about this group of players that makes me hate them. And I don't mind Shire. It's residual leftover, disdain for the Grayson Allens and the Christian Leitners of the world. But look, at the end of the day, feelings are authentic and genuine, and they sneak up on you. And so when that kid turned the ball over and the Mullins kid stepped up and drained the three, you actually was like, one of your emotions was that poor kid from Duke.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Yeah.
Well, far be it from me to stop applauding when they eat their own young, but I will say this with regards to Caden Boozer.
Yeah.
If you look at what he did during the game, he really was good.
Yep.
He had 15 points, knocked down 4 of his 5 shots, including the only 3-point attempt he made. He knocked down all 6 free throws, which is, you're like, just stand there and take it. Had 5 rebounds, 6 assists. I mean, a couple of steals. Didn't foul anybody. I mean, this was a guy who's the reason why you're winning a game, or why you should win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then they end up not winning it, and it's a total team collapse why they didn't win it. It's not on Caden Boozer because of the last second. I mean, that certainly is the last straw. But take a deeper look inside at why you guys imploded, why you allowed UConn to get back in the game. A team that was absolutely positively horrific. Won for the first 19 from 3-point range. And then you somehow let them back in the game. Well, F around and find out.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. You want to talk Wolverines or Spartans? We've been doing it throughout the day. Kevin McGonigal's created quite a buzz with his opening weekend for the Detroit Tigers. Kang actually has a prediction he'll make that we'll get to later this hour. Tigers related, that at 12:47. Maybe it's not a prediction. Maybe it's more of a question, but we will get to that at 12:47. It's Tiger related. Well, let's go to Brian next on 97.1. Hello, Brian.
Hey, how's it going? Champ will be U of M sports, and hopefully the women are able to win tonight. It'll be history for them. First time to the Final Four ever.
Yep.
So hopefully that happens. Looking forward to it. Chump Duke, not because I'm a Duke fan, but from a sports perspective, they made a stupid play.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Doug, I've listened to you guys for a while, and I know you're not a fan of this, but the last caller about the streaming, I have a jailbroken Fire Stick, so I get everything for free. And it seems like that's the best option. All right? You get everything for free. You don't have to miss anything.
Risk jail, but it's okay. Maybe not jail, but
all right, well, the cable, the streaming companies are screwing us.
Well, it's
so
not.
I'm
It's not a reason
returning
to
the
cheat.
favor.
I mean, I would not condone it, but you do you, I guess.
I get to watch everything for free.
I'm completely convinced, Brian, that the moment that I made that decision, okay, I'm going to get a jailbreak Fire Stick or whatever the hell it is the moment they'll figure out how to trace it, and I will end up in federal prison. I can't sleep at night with stuff like that. But the reason this came up is because somebody jumped streaming services because it took them forever to switch channels when they were trying to watch multiple games, and it's kind of what you get when you're streaming. But anyway, I'm not a fan. Let's go to Matt in Ann Arbor. Hello, Matt.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you loud and clear.
Hey, guys. That was a great win yesterday for the Wolverines, but the funniest thing happened. It was about 8-8. The score was 8-8, and the Tennessee guy was about to shoot a free throw. And in the stand, you can see a fat, bearded, 350-pound guy flashing him. You guys got to look that up. That was awesome.
I saw it when it happened. Our guy had quite a bit of wolf. He was rather hairy. He lifted his shirt. It was baseline on the far side. Yeah, woolly mammoth. Matt, I saw it, and he was kind of off to the side.
Doug, I cannot find a replay anywhere online. You guys got to find that and post it.
At some point, that game's going to be replayed on Big Ten Network, or CBS has those tournament rebound things. But yeah, he was. I saw that dude. It was quite a look.
None of my friends did, Doug. None of my friends did. It is driving me crazy because I'm sending texts left and right, and nobody noticed them.
It was. It was quite a look, man. And Matt, we'll see if we can find it.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Go Blue.
Take care, Matt. 248-539-9797. Gator, you on this?
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Trying. But it's not something you really want to search too hard when you're looking for.
Because other stuff might come up.
Hairy flashers. During a basketball game. But
let's go to Mike and Jackson. You're on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
So for champ, we got your Michigan Wolverines basketball and hockey programs. You know, both of them in the Final Four. You know, nothing but respect for that programs and what they're doing right now. Chump is for the second week in a row the Detroit Red Wings for losing another game at home that they probably should have won. Yes, I know they had that excitement at the end of the third period where they scored 3 goals in like 2.5 minutes, but you still walk away with an L and 0 points grabbed. I know that a lot of teams out there are kind of helping them a little bit by losing as well, so they're not that far out of the playoffs, but this has just got 2024 spring written all over it again, where they're blowing games that they should win, and they come down to the last game of the year, and you missed the playoffs by, I think it was a point.
Yeah, it was. And it's brutal. It's happening again. This will be the 4th straight March that something like this has happened. You go back a few years and you had those games against Ottawa that were in
back-to-backs
late February, I think, but it was right before the trade deadline, and that basically, halted any kind of chance they had, and that was Brady Tkachuk, and then you look at what's going on here. Now it's both Tkachuk brothers. The Red Wings took on Florida twice this month, and Florida is, even though they're defending champions and all that, but they are a depleted team. But Matthew Tkachuk got it done both games, and he and his teammates beat him. And then Ottawa and his brother Brady, they beat the Red Wings too. So it's Tkachuk's 3, Red Wings nothing in this month, and it sucks. It sucks because they have a chance to make the playoffs still. I'm not counting them out, but what I don't like is their style of play. It's woefully inconsistent. And even if they get in, it's not a style that's conducive to advancing into playoffs. They're not that physical. They're not big, and they're not getting anywhere near enough scoring. And now on top of all of that, in the last 9 games, the goaltending hasn't been great as it was, because it was great for 2-3 months, and now it's reverting back to what it was prior to December.
Mike, thank you for the phone call. It's been frustrating. And there's, I can't stand the Ottawa Senators. They did it to them again. There's winnable games in here. They're 2 points out with a game in hand. And it's still doable, but the problem is they're playing at a rate that's not playoff worthy right now. how do they find that gear that they had earlier in the year? Or is it just something about this constellation of players that you get to this time of year when the games mean more and they can't respond?
Well, back on the road, that should help. They played Saturday night and lost. They got Sunday, Monday off, and now you play tomorrow night. We'll see how it goes tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a team that has 88 points. They're in third place in their division, but everything is tight in both divisions in the East. They're desperate for points. They played the other day without Malkin and Crosby. What's their status for this game? Are they going to play? Are they not going to play? And look, the Red Wings have to. They got to bear down. And they got to win. They have to win games. It's that simple. And people were asking me on Saturday night about the reason why were they starting Gibson again in back-to-back games? And I said, because it is desperate times. You've got 10 games left in the season. You're going to put your best goaltender in the net. And unfortunately, he wasn't the best player on the ice. And now everybody's starting to rethink things and what's going to have to go for the rest of the season here. Cam Talbot ended up coming in the game after he got out to a 4-0 lead. Talbot weren't sure he was even going to be able to suit up because he had missed practice earlier in that week, and they had brought up Postava, but he's fine now. Talbot is apparently. We'll see what team shows up tomorrow night, but it's just not a confidence builder.
97-1. Tucker, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Coyboy1 on Twitch says, safe space or not, I now understand why Kang's daughter doesn't like him.
That's unnecessary.
Yeah, but that was way before this Duke take.
That's
way
true.
before.
Yeah, all the progress you've made, though. Are you worried that maybe you just threw it all in the garbage?
Kang said he felt sympathy for the Duke kids. When America celebrates a Duke loss like no other, he felt bad specifically for Caden Boozer, and I actually agree with that. I felt that if you saw the kid's post game when he had to sit at his locker and answer questions, and I got a kid the same age, that might have something to do with it. I was like, oh no.
Well, I would agree with this. I don't think Caden Boozer deserves as much of the vitriol that's coming his way from the Duke fan base. But at the same time, I really can't. I can't enjoy this enough with it. They're eating their own over there. I mean, that kid played great for them, with one play being the exception, the last play of the game, and it should never have come down to that. Blame a lot of other plays. Now, this is like a Stafford situation, where Stafford got the blame for everybody else around him not being good enough. You guys needed to do something, the Dukies, to prevent it from happening, and you didn't.
We had a caller a few calls ago talk about a free throw that Tennessee was shooting when a Michigan fan started to disrobe, pulled his shirt up, and he hasn't been able to find it since. It has been tweeted out from our account at Doug and Gator 971.
Oh boy!
Watch at your own risk. The big fella was doing his best to distract Jalen Carey on a free throw attempt. And Scott, have you found the video?
Yeah.
Big fella showing off some rolls.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, he's, you know what? Taking one for the team.
Taking one for the team. Again, if you want to see it, you might not want to see it. At Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter. Check it out for yourself. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Adam in West Bloomfield. You are next. Hello, Adam.
Hello. Good afternoon.
What's up?
My champ, my great weekend of sports. My champ is Dusty May. He doesn't get enough credit for integrating 4 new starters, which is not easy. I don't care how good they are or how much money you have, reloading on the fly and actually being better. It's really impressive. And 2 of those guys didn't even start last year. So, champ. My chump is John Shire. I don't blame the kid. I coached AEU in breaking a press. We put a big man at center, as does everyone else I know, for obvious reasons. You put a short guy there, he's got trouble making the pass. Their center was all the way down the court on the left. Why, I don't know. But that's coaching. Everyone coaches breaking the press. I don't blame the kid. I blame the coach.
Well, ultimately, the coach is responsible, and that's part of the coach's job, and is to make sure the kids know everything, and the coach should get up there and say, that's on me. And look, as far as Dusty May is concerned, I've said it 10 times today, Adam, and I don't know how long you've been listening, but this team plays like they've been playing together forever. With the way they share the basketball, they don't hunt shots. They get open shots. They sell out on defense. They're happy for each other's success. No greater example than Charlie May's three-pointer at the end. But they have guys who will give up a good look for a great look. And, they're not looking out for their own. And it does look like a unit that's been together for a long time and not a team that's, had 4 Portal guys in the starting lineup.
100%. As I said yesterday during the game to my brother, I said, this is beautiful basketball. And Dusty May said that in the post game. Getting teams that have been together for years to play that way is hard. These guys, Yaxel could be averaging 24 points a game. Beautiful basketball. Very impressive.
Adam, thank you. And he was a non-factor for 6-7 minutes in that game offensively in terms of shots, but he was giving up the ball. And eventually you're going to get yours. It's kind of the way it works when everybody shares the ball. Let's go to Jay in White Lake. You're next. Hi, Jay.
Hey, gents. How are you?
What's up?
Nothing. So Kane wanted people to call in, and I got your 6, bud. I'm an 80s kid. I grew up loving North Carolina, and I always hated Duke. And I still hate Duke. But, man, watching that poor kid last night in that interview, I'm 53 years old, and I look at this young kid who says, I ruined our season. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a kid. And yeah, man, I felt horrible for him. I mean, I don't want to see Duke win. I won't go that far, but I totally agree with King that I felt bad. I felt so bad for that kid. And that, I mean, you think about the millions of people that are watching these people all over the country, and the unbearable weight that these kids have on their shoulders, where when you really put it in a human perspective, it's brutal. So yeah, I'm on King's page. I felt terrible for the kid, but and then I got a quick champ and chump. Everybody's champ Michigan enough today. I would, but I'm going to go with Mullins, man. Every year, this is the best part of March Madness. There's always that magical Disney sports movie moment, and that shot was it, man. I mean, yeah, that was so awesome to see.
You know, it's hard to imagine because Duke was on the winning end of one of those with the Christian Laettner shot. They literally had a moment, I think, that is as iconic go against them.
Well, you know, like I said, I'm old enough to remember that, and I think I got to put him at even at least. I mean, maybe this one even trumps it. But yeah, I mean, me and 7 of my employees were all staring at the TV, and we all did the simultaneous, oh, like we couldn't believe it. I mean, it was unreal. And then my chump, yeah, I'm with everybody else's boat, man, the Red Wings. I mean, it's like they got an open sign hanging in all 4 corners of the ice, letting the whole neighborhood in there and dig out the puck, and they don't do anything. They don't hit anybody. They're turning over the puck in the neutral zone like crazy, and it's frustrating. I mean, I'll always support them. I'm going down to the last couple of games, but you know, it's this March thing, man. They got to figure it out.
I don't know if this group can figure it out.
I don't know if they can either.
I mean, I just at this point, it's a very valid question to ask. Is this group of players and this core? And I'm like, the through lines aren't everybody. The biggest through line's Yzerman, the guy in charge, who knows what it takes to be successful in the postseason as a player, has built a team that was successful in the postseason in Tampa. Now, we don't know about this core's postseason success, but here's what we do know. The last several marches, they've had shots to elevate their play and make the postseason, and it hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened. And so Yzerman is the through line, Larkin's a through line, Kopp's a through line, Sherratt, guys who've been there for all of it. There's a couple more, but it's hugely disappointing. And one of the failures is the prospects that they refuse to trade aren't arriving fast enough or never will arrive to make a difference.
Yeah, it was frustrating to watch it has been all season long, the inconsistency of the effort that's put forth. Friday night was brilliant. They played at Buffalo, a place they don't win, or they haven't won much, and they beat the Sabres. And it was a total team effort, a gritty, gutty effort too. I mean, Evanson had the old Jack Hughes treatment to the front teeth. Comes out spitting out a piece of his teeth, and he's bleeding all over the place. And hey, no problem. They were able to withstand it all, and they toughed it out. And then the next night, nothing. Completely flat. Get down 3-0. And then they score a real pretty goal. Another one of these pretty goals. Called back because offside. And it was the right call again. The third time we've seen a goal be disallowed because of offside in the last 10 days. And it hurts. It's a gut punch to the crowd. I was there last week when the same thing happened. They were down 3-0. They have a pretty goal, makes it look like it's going to be 3-1, and here we come. And it deflates the crowd. And then the team gets deflated. And then the fourth goal comes in. You have a goalie change. And there's nothing for the whole second period. And then the third period, and there's nothing going on for the first 12, 15 minutes of that period. And then all of a sudden, one goal begets another goal. Let's pull the goaltender, another goal, and have a chance. And they didn't get it done. And it was too little too late. And there's, I don't know, there can't be any carryover. There's too much time has gone by. So now you got the game tomorrow night against Pittsburgh. And every game from here on forth, the last 9 games are vitally important. You can't afford to lose probably more than 2 games the rest of the way. The good news is you're going to take on plenty of teams that you have to fend off. Mm-hmm. So if you're worried about Philadelphia, beat them. You got them twice more. take care of that business.
Kang asked a question about opening day. Is this going to happen Friday in Detroit when the Tigers come home and play for the first time? Plus, big night tonight for the Tigers. We'll get to that today at 12:50 on 97.1.
Take care of your lawn now so that in the summertime it looks fantastic and everybody's going to ask you, what did you do? Here's what I did. Called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the telephone number, and you get green, stay green, and you'll save green when you prepay. If you call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. And I'm telling you, for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. They offer fertilization and aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. They've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control those weeds. You don't want dandelions, those pop up, that's a problem. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season. For a limited time, you purchase a full lawn program, and you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Are you getting the itch?
Golf?
Yeah.
Dude, I got the skiing out of the way Saturday. Last runs of the year. Nubs Knob. Went out with a few runs down Scarface in the Twilight Zone. And pushed it a little bit right at the end. I told my wife I'm going back out and I'm going to go get hurt. And she laughed, and then I didn't get hurt, thankfully.
I was
post-skiing beer is my favorite beer.
Pretty good beer.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I don't ski. But anytime you're doing something active and then they come back and having a beer afterwards is great.
And thus I closed the door on winter.
There it is.
Yep.
Finally.
Yep.
It was my mom's yesterday, and when I got there, she was watching the golf, or had it on anyway, and watching it, and like, I'm getting the itch.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Getting the itch.
I'm ready.
Got that new putter ready to go.
Gator asked because I was doing swing drills during the commercial break. Skis go away. Here come the clubs. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Keenan in St. Clair Shores. Hello, Keenan.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Well, I wanted to give my champ and chump.
Yep.
So my champ definitely is the Michigan Wolverines. They didn't just beat Tennessee. They just absolutely suffocated them on defense. And that 21-0 run was really the nail in the coffin. They look like the best team in the country.
They did. Arizona's really good too. That's going to be one hell of a matchup on Friday. And I've been talking about it for a couple of months because I waited till I saw Arizona a couple times. Keenan, they're so good. They are the West Coast Michigan.
They are, and they got some big, strong guys that are going to give us a problem down in the paint. So we're really looking forward to the matchup.
Yep.
So yeah, and my chump is that previous caller who said he feels sorry for Caden Boozer after his presser. Look, guys, I get the kid was emotional after the turnover and the loss. Save the sympathy, though. Caden Boozer, his valuation is worth about $2 million through the NIL. He's got deals with Jordan Brand, Samsung. These kids aren't just playing for fun anymore. They're highly compensated professionals.
Keenan, I completely disagree. Getting money doesn't change who you are in your maturation as a person. He's still the same 20-year-old person he would have been had he not gotten paid. He is paid now, but that doesn't change. He doesn't grow up any faster. He's the same kid he would have been.
Oh, that's a good argument. Yeah. That's a good argument.
I mean, they are. People do look at them and say they're pros, and I look at it and I'm like, and it's nice, okay? It's nice, and it's certainly, if he has the right support system, the kid's going to be fine. And if he's, able to, that's a lot to take on. If he can handle it, he'll be fine. But at the end of the day, he's the same person he would have been whether he has a paycheck or not.
Understood. But, yeah. I mean, when you're making seven figures to play a game, the weight on your shoulders is exactly what you should be being paid for and what they're carrying. So, they got to be able to take the heat. That's all I'm saying, guys.
Well, I don't see it I don't think it changes. He's not suddenly a 30-year-old man because he got paid.
No, and he's still a human, and he's 18 years old, by the way, too, Doug.
Is he 18?
Yeah, he's only 18, and he's still a human. I'm not asking anyone to start a GoFundMe page for Caden Boozer, okay? Yeah. He's got money, and this comes with the territory being, D1 athletic at a big-time program. But I was just saying, in the moment, as a basketball player, as a human, as a kid, 18-year-old, whatever, I just felt, man, that was rough.
Yeah.
That sucked. And he felt it. He let his emotions out and he took it. And he's like, hey, I just let my teammates down. I just ended our season. He felt terrible. And that's all. That's where it starts and ends for me. I mean, yeah, he's going to go home and he's got a nice life. He'll be fine.
All right. You want to ask the question since we were talking about the Tigers, or do you want to push it back because people still want to talk?
I can ask. We can get some feedback on it.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Just the question was, I asked Doug this morning, and maybe I kind of feel this way it's going to happen too, is McGonigal going to get the loudest ovation on the home opener, an opening day at Comerica Park? And now he's got competition. JV, I think, is going to get a very, very loud ovation.
Yep.
The Skubal thing, I know we got a lot of people hating on Skubal this offseason because the whole offseason seemed weird, but he's still your best player, the best pitcher in baseball. They're going to cheer for him too.
Please don't boo him.
Yeah, don't.
Please,
do you think
don't.
That actually happens?
I hope not. I think there are some fans that will. And I hope there's so few and far between.
That they get drowned out by all the cheers?
That you don't even hear.
Yeah,
but there'll be people that are like, there was some guy next to me who was booing.
So do you think, though, Gator, McGonigal will get the biggest ovation from any Tiger that's announced on opening day?
I think it's between he and JV, like you said. I mean, there's still 3 games to go before that game, so if something happens. I mean, JV's pitching tonight. If he pitches a gem, we'll see. But if McGonigal keeps hitting... I think it's going to be McGonigal.
I think it might be.
I think so too.
I think it might be. If I had to bet, I would bet on McGonigal. Like 51, as we like to say. If we're forced to give an opinion, I think McGonigal does get the loudest ovation. It might have something to do with what happens this week. There is one small problem with what's happened so far. Is it's happened in some people's world overnight. Now, they'll play at 10:10 tonight, and JV is on the hill, which is kind of a historic moment to have him back after being gone. They play at 9:40 tomorrow night, and then they have a 3:40 game on Wednesday afternoon. So, but, the 10 o'clock start in the West Coast isn't exactly prime time, and it's just, I get the hardcore fans don't care. They're staying up late. They're watching it no matter what, but the masses, maybe not. But there's definitely been a buzz created, and in this day and age, you can see highlights like that the first thing when you wake up the next morning. Dale in Plymouth, you're next. Hi, Dale.
Hi, how you doing? First of all, I'll tell you guys are fantastic. I can listen to you guys all day.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Dale.
My champ is McGonigal. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But to me, hitting a baseball, a round bat and a round ball is one of the toughest things to do in sports. And it doesn't seem to faze him at all. And then for the chump, I have two, if you don't mind. One is everybody's blaming Boozer, but I think the coach of Duke has to take just as much player. I mean, he should be looking at those guys in a timeout and saying, if you can't personally hand the ball off, then you don't get rid of it. And then the second chump is I feel so sorry for the whole scenario that Tiger Woods is creating for golf. One of the greatest golfers of our time, and he can't keep his personal life together, and I think it's so sad. That's all.
Well, it is sad, and I'm scared that this might end tragically for him or for others. Like, that's the thing about this is he's fortunate he's only hurt himself in these accidents. But it's time. It appears, I don't know what's going on. It appears he's got a problem, and it's time to get help before he does hurt somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have a drug addiction problem or a prescription drug problem, if he doesn't have a problem, then his problem is that he doesn't know how to handle himself if he's under medication. He's worth over $1 billion. You've got the wherewithal to hire a driver.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, screw around with drugs, at least be responsible so you're not hurting somebody else on the road. You could have killed somebody, let alone yourself.
Yep. Let's go to Kurt in Chesterfield. You're next. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, guys. How you doing this afternoon?
What's up?
I just wanted to, first of all, champ and chump really quick. My champ is going to be a different one than you've probably heard so far. Colt Keith, not McGonigal, because a guy that had a lot of pressure last year, again, it's only a few games, first series of the year, but he's come through. I think he got a couple hits, even in the game that we lost, that we only had a few hits. And it seems like he's swinging the bat really well. I like what I've seen out of him, and my chump is just, it's the Detroit Red Wings. It's the whole organization. What a letdown, man. Watching that Flyers game, just, everyone's excited. Same thing as the Senators and the Bruins, and just to go down 4-0. I know they made the late push at the end, but, man, just so disappointing to see it again at home with everything, everything at stake, and just kind of laid an egg.
Yep.
The one thing I did want to touch on, I've heard a lot of people calling in about Boozer, and it's the age-old story. Everyone points at one play, like Boozer lost them the game. Boozer made that pass, but you had a 19-point lead, and it wasn't that play. It was not playing with the defensive intensity you had in the first half. It was the inability to score and the inability to get the offensive rebounds they were getting in the first half. And ultimately, they just got out-battled. Really, I mean, it dwindled from 19 to 15 to 10 to 5, and then at the end, obviously, you have the play that everyone's going to point to, but really, UConn played better. They were the better team.
You're 100% right, Kurt. It was everything that led up to that last play. Everything led up to it is why they lost.
If I were a teammate of his, I'd be saying exactly what that previous caller said. Yeah. We all are responsible.
And Colt Keith's off to a great start, 4 for 9 in the season. He's played all 3 games, hitting .444. I like that. A lot of pressure on him to perform.
Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Last hour to get your champ and chump votes in. We'll continue knocking them down next here on 97.1.
2026 Worldwide Mustard Company.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Tigers will face the Diamondbacks right here on 97.1 tonight in the debut of Justin Verlander this season. Arizona sending Michael Soroka to the mound as they are still in search of their first win. Soroka pitched with both the Nationals and Cubs last season before signing a one-year deal with the Snakes this offseason. He had a 4.52 ERA and 89-plus innings last year. First pitch in the desert at 10:10 tonight local time. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 9:45. The Pistons face the reigning champion OKC Thunder in hostile territory tonight. Two-way guys Tolu Smith, Bobby Clintman, Wendell Moore Jr., and Isaac Jones were all at morning shoot-around today as the Pistons are heavily injured heading into tonight's matchup. Asar Thompson is listed as questionable. He was also at shoot-around, though. Reports say Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, and Duncan Robinson were not seen there. Those three are doubtful for tonight. Detroit is, of course, still missing Cade Cunningham and Isaiah Stewart. Cade gets reevaluated for his collapsed lung on Thursday. And Dan Campbell said today he's open to moving Penei Sewell over to left tackle in a heartbeat. At the annual league meetings, he told reporters Sewell would just need a few days to make the switch, but the team isn't fully committed to the move yet until their roster shores up over the next few months with off-season moves and, of course, the draft. Lions have the 17th pick in the first round in less than a month in Pittsburgh on April 23rd. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tom Wyrot, Michigan's sports information director for basketball, has sent out a press release. For those of you going down to Indianapolis, Michigan's open practice is at 1 p.m. The doors open at 10 a.m. There is a USA basketball 3-on-3 exhibition at like 10:15. I don't know what that is. Then Illinois' open practice is at 11 a.m. UConn's open practice is at noon. Michigan's is at 1. There is a Reese's NABC College All-Star Autograph Session, also at 1. Arizona's open practice is at 2. And then there's the Reese's College All-Star Game, which includes a bunch of...
Not the Feces one.
What?
You said Reese's.
Yeah, real Reese's.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, yes. The actual, they sponsor the NABC College All-Star Game. But if you're going down there and you want to see Michigan's open practice, it is at 1 p.m. For fans heading down to Indy. That is Friday afternoon. And it's free. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Venturi in Southfield. What's up, Venturi?
How you doing, guys?
We're
love
good.
your show. Love you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, yesterday I'm looking at the game, Duke, and I'm like, okay, they down 15. I'm saying, okay, at the half. And I'm like, it's going to take some divine help because the refs ain't helping us. Okay, so second half, Duke can't hit a shot. I'm like, what's going on? I'm watching this comeback. And at like a minute and a half, I'm saying to myself, it's going to take a last basket shot, a last shot, last second
You saw
shot.
it coming.
I saw it coming. And when they lost, I laughed, I jumped, and I said, thank you, Daddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because, you know, last second shot on the Fab Five, man. I'm from here. I grew up here. I'm born here. I done seen it. So, you know, I have no sympathy. I don't care. I don't like Duke.
Venturi, I'm not sure the Fab Five ever lost to Duke on a last-second shot. Michigan had a last-second three-pointer to tie the game again at Chrysler, and then they got blown out in the national championship game.
Christian Laettner.
That wasn't against the Fab Five.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, that was against Kentucky. Now, you can make the case that might have cost the Fab Five a natty because Duke went on to beat Michigan in the national championship game after the Laettner shot, but I mean, you never assume you're going to win whoever you're playing against, but at the end of the day, yeah, that was against Kentucky.
Thank you. I stand corrected.
That's all right.
Love you guys, man, but it was a joy.
Yeah, I don't find this group of Duke players to be as hateable as some of the ones in the past.
How good was Jamal Mashburn in college?
He was so good. He was one of the first players that I remember thinking, that guy can do everything. And there were ones before that. Maybe
just
I was coming of age a little bit when it came to watching the college game.
What a college player.
He was unbelievable. And when Michigan beat that Kentucky team with him and Dent and who else was on that Kentucky team in 94? Was it 93 or 94? Couldn't believe it. They were so good.
Oh, and they were also in Hoop Dreams together. There was that scene of the AAU camps following those kids in the documentary, and you could see, I think, Juwan Howard and Jamal Mashburn were part of that.
Really? I don't remember their appearance.
Oh,
yeah. Jamal Mashburn, Travis Ford, Roderick Rhodes, Rodney Dent, Dale Brown, and Jeff Brassow. That's a core. Let's go to Blake and Goodrich here next. What's up, Blake?
How we doing, gentlemen?
We're good,
How we
thank
doing
you.
On this warm Monday.
Well, it's nice day
Nice,
out.
beautiful. For now.
Yeah. So first-time caller. I drive a lot for work and really enjoy listening. You guys make my travels a lot easier.
Thank you.
So do appreciate that. But first of all, my champ is Michigan Athletics, men's and women's basketball, and the hockey team. It's all fantastic, so it's great to see. The chump, Doug, I think hopefully you can relate to me. So I'm a beer league hockey player, a Sunday Warrior.
Yep.
And last night we're playing a team. They only have 7 guys. Somehow we're still in a tight battle. It's 3-2, minute 30 left, and I completely miss the guy breaking out towards center ice. He goes in on a breakaway and ties the game with a minute 30 left. So I'm going to chump myself. Then we go to 3-on-3 overtime. And my buddy, as he wins the face-off, he collects the puck and say, man, I hope he doesn't do something stupid. And as soon as I say stupid, he toe picks, face plants, and then the other team goes in on a 3-on-1 and scores and wins the game. So
You lost to a shorthanded team you never should have lost to, huh?
Oh, yeah, it was brutal. And again, I'm one of the chumps because I let him tie the game. It was clearly my guy. He broke behind me, never saw him. And then I couldn't believe it. My buddy, his name's Brandon, just toe picks, lost it, and the other team went 3-on-1 and
You know what, Blake?
and
Why go halfway? What's Brandon's last name?
I'll throw him out there. His name's Brandon Hagenboo.
Hagenboo. Hey, Blake, let me tell you something.
Hagenboo.
I thought the Red Wings were making a strong play for Chump of the Weekend, but Hagenboo and you are in the running.
Doug understands.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to grab a clip of this and send it to the team. It's going to get a rise out of everyone.
That damn Hagenboo. But
I know.
Thanks.
But
Hagenboo.
How many times have you been caught where you end up giving up odd man rush?
I'm terrible.
But you get out there. That's good for you.
I mean, it's good exercise and all that. And I think there was a time when I first started playing, I was like, I'm going to get better and better and be able to skate with some of these guys.
Not happening.
It's not happening at the pace that I thought it might.
Oh, you're not getting any younger.
No, but I might still get better. Daryl, you're next.
Playing once every week-ish. Probably not going to make you better.
What's up, Daryl?
What's going on, fellas?
How we doing?
I'm good. Champ and Chump. I got to champ the U of M program, the girls and the boys, the hockey team. And I got to chump Duke and the team and the coach. Because, look, they had that lead. Coach should have did what he needed to do. He didn't. So, yeah, that's my champ and chump.
It was an unbelievable result, and hard to imagine how you get over that.
You know what I mean? Exactly.
There's been some bad stuff. Nebraska only having 4 guys on the floor at the end of the Iowa game in a critical moment. That's a tough one to get over, but this is bigger because they were winning. And they had to do They had to do
19-point lead.
And
Come on, you're not supposed to lose that lead.
And with
the pros,
2 seconds left or 10 seconds left, Daryl, you have this most simple of tasks, which is stand there and get fouled. Now, making free throws isn't easy, but the kid who turned it over is over an 80% free throw shooter.
Now he's going to take it on the chin because he made the bad pass. But if the team, like you said to the earlier caller, the team should come and embrace him and say, look here, you didn't lose it, we lost it because we had a 19-point lead. And let's look at the coaches. Hey, sit there in half court and get fouled. You got 10 seconds to get it across the big court line. And you just sit there. So that's my chunk.
Daryl, thank you. 248-539-9797. Yep. But it was Duke, so some people are celebrating it today.
Oh.
Gator being one of them.
You want to lean into it? Lean into it. Look, my team's out, right? We didn't have the chance to
you
match
want
up
everybody
against
to
Duke,
lose.
right? So I want everyone to lose. But you always want Duke to lose. I had Duke winning the whole thing, and I still wanted Duke to lose.
Yep.
Because Duke is Duke.
Maybe
they're not so much Duke as Duke anymore.
To me, they aren't, okay? Because I can't find anybody on that team that I can't stand.
Give it time. Just give it time. Let it marinate. Let it marinate, man. Watch more commercials with the Boozer Brothers and see if that doesn't, spark something there.
Yep. And look, on the grand scheme of life, well-adjusted person who's got a strong support system will probably be fine, right?
Watch what happens when, the rest of the national media starts to apologize for Duke's shortcomings. And then you're going to get the sympathy card being played constantly. And then, come back to me and let me know how you feel about this.
Thank you for the phone call and thank you for the votes. Champ and Chump of the weekend, get them in. Rob Wood said something interesting over the weekend, and see how the fans feel about it as it pertains to the edge rusher opposite of Hutch. And, of course, he is walking away from his role as president of the Detroit Lions, but provide some insight on what the organization is thinking. We'll get to that today at 1:20 on 97.1.
March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. We got the big thaw coming. Is your home ready? Before the spring rains start, check your basement. If you're worried about water or a sump pump that won't kick on, do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush. Get your AC or your pool boiler tuned up for the summer because you don't want to wait for humidity to kick in. Go ahead and get ahead of the heat today. From leaky basements to cooling prep, trust the pros you know. Visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh. Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so story circulating today with some quotes from Rod Wood. It's interesting. He does say he thinks he made a mistake at his introductory press conference by saying what he said, which was paraphrasing, this is the only organization that would hire me. But what he meant was, I'm tight with the Ford family. They trust me. And he says, I wish I would have worded that differently. Regarding the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, I get it. The cap side, as I said, is easier to manipulate than your cash budget, but eventually the bill comes due. I know, and everybody else thinks we need to have a partner to Hutch. And it reminds me so much of everybody said we need to have another receiver opposite of Calvin. And when you have one of those guys, trying to get another one is really hard. How many teams have two? It'd almost be like if you had a great starting quarterback as a backup because there aren't enough guys to go around. Then you'll pay one like we did with Aiden, and you try and pay another one. Let's say you did. Let's say you now have 75 or 80 million of your cap tied up with pass rushers. You're giving up something else. So we would love to have it. Would we love to have another great pass rusher? Yeah, but we'll probably have to find him in the draft versus we go out and pay top dollar for him.
So a couple things about that statement. I didn't love that statement because I don't think you can compare having two guys around the field at the same time to a quarterback and a backup quarterback. No. That's not fair. And as far as the Calvin stuff that we want another receiver to go with Calvin, yeah, we did. And you need, again, receivers around the field. I think we all understand if the Lions had made a move to acquire Max Crosby or gone and made a bid on Trey Hendrickson, that, yeah, it's going to cost you something or could cost you something in the future. And maybe it's one of these 2023 guys. If that's the case, so be it. I mean, there are hard decisions you have to make. And when I think about the here and now with this team, let's just say that you made the decision to sign Trey Hendrickson. All right, You've got the 4-year deal that he signed. You bring in Trey Hendrickson to be the other edge rusher, and the casualty is, say, it's Brian Branch. Well, Brian Branch isn't likely to play until maybe halfway through the season. So it really is a go for it for this upcoming year move because I'm not displacing him yet. After this year, I could let Brian Branch go if that's what I choose to do because I had already made my bed to sign Trey Hendrickson. Then I'll have to deal with that afterwards. But I might already be looking for the replacement at safety this year in a draft anyway because both safeties, who knows?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. It's either I sign the edge rusher and go with a draft pick with a safety, or what? I go with the draft pick of the edge rusher and I re-sign the safety.
True accessibility to Max Crosby, because I have no interest in Hendrickson. I think Hendrickson is another injury waiting to happen. But he goes on to add this. The priority, he said, was to, quote, keep our sustainability at a good level and not be a one-and-done type team. Wood said the concept of sustainability doesn't mean the Lions aren't pushing hard for a championship now. Quote, I can see why that would be interpreted that way, but to me, sustainability means we're going to be able to compete for championships over a long period of time. Not that we're going to try and be pretty good for a long period of time. So I think when we talk about sustainability, it's not to go 9-8, 9-8. It's to be able to compete for championships with the core of guys that we drafted. So, and they're going to value their first round picks and all their picks because that's how you are able to afford the older players. The guys you re-sign is by replenishing the rest of the roster with talented draft picks. But you better get the draft right. You better crush the draft and keep crushing the draft. And, he has, for the most part, this past 2 drafts have gotten more scrutiny. I think it's way early to judge the most recent draft, but it's interesting insight from Rob Wood. So
it is, and I appreciate Dave Burkett sitting down and getting a chance to talk for nearly an hour at these, I don't think the owners' meetings or whatever meetings they're at, but Rod Wood was there, and so check out the Free Press and look at that because there was a lot to digest there. I think there's like 2 or 3 different articles there, but very insightful.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Brett in Rochester. Hi, Brett.
Hey, guys. So, Champ, I'm going to pivot now. I know I told
you boy, Brett, you're in a bad cell. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, yeah, better. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
That's way better. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Champ is going to be my grandpa, Tom Winkle, who passed away on Saturday. Oh. And he had season tickets to the Lions that dated back to 1952 and was responsible for starting a tailgate group that's now into its 3rd generation of existence. I've got two chumps. I'm gonna chump the Detroit Lions for not winning a Super Bowl in his lifetime, and he made it to 92 years old. So when Rod would talk about strategic, I just want him to know he ran out of time. He had 92 years to get it done.
Well, Brad, he did see a couple of NFL championships.
Yeah, right.
They just weren't Super Bowls.
Really neat. And then my other chump is going to be Brandon Langenboo. If was that his last name?
Hagenboo? Was it Hagenboo?
It was Hagenboo. Yeah.
Hagenboo.
Yeah.
Hagenboo for giving up a toe pick fallout on a 3-man. You can't do it.
No, Hagenboo. Get it together, Hagenboo. I don't feel sorry for.
No?
Let's go to Wally and Wyandotte. You're next. What's up, Wally?
Hey, first, I'm angry at myself because Gator, I've been wanting to use it. So just call me Pete because I was going to go with Pete Mitchell to force Gator to try to figure what movie it was from. But anyway, two things.
It's Top Gun, but go ahead.
First, yeah, I know you would have known it. I was going to give you some gimmies to start.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, though?
Oh, I want to talk about, first off, my champ is Dusty May. I think what he's done with that team is incredible to take those kids, and they always make the extra pass. And just watching them is just poetry in motion.
They share the ball so well.
Yeah. Yep. They and that's taught to them. My chump is the Red Wing players, not the coach, because I think they're well coached, and I think they're just not implementing what he's put in place. He seems so frustrated after the game. What I really called for was a little Tiger love in that he had zero alcohol in his system, zero. And if any of you have ever, Tiger Woods. If any of you have had bad backs and things like that, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and think, he probably took prescription drugs. And my guess is when he got in the car, he wasn't like he was after he was driving. And, you're not going to pull over and get a Uber. You're going to try to get home.
Or you just have somebody drive you, period. And, I don't know. That doesn't excuse trying to speed and get past somebody. If you all of a sudden your body is different because you've taken some medication. This isn't the first time he's taken medication. This isn't the first time he's gotten in an accident. I love Tiger Woods, but I think we're done making excuses for him.
Well, I'm just saying your body will react at different times to the same medication. I just want people to be cognizant
there's a possibility that there's something here that isn't as bad as it looks, Wally, and you're right. There is a possibility. And we should let this whole thing play out. It feels like a bit of a stretch, but we do our best to try to be fair to people and not try and convict them in the court of public opinion. But when somebody is a second driving under the influence of one thing or another, whether it be prescription drugs or alcohol, it feels like there's a high probability that he was pretty irresponsible.
Well, I think it's interesting that he has yet to release a statement. Mm-hmm. And here it is Monday afternoon on something that happened on Friday afternoon. Had all weekend to do something. And now here's Monday at nearly 1:30. We haven't heard anything.
Chris is next on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how we doing?
Okay.
My champ, I don't know if people know the background of Gary Woodland and all he's had to go through.
Yeah.
He won the golf tournament this weekend.
Yeah, the Houston Open, and he's gone through some PTSD after having a lesion removed from his brain a few years ago. And after that, he's had thoughts that he's going to die, and he's had horrible PTSD with that. He's had to walk off or run off the course at times because he just broke down in tears. And the fact that he won that golf tournament yesterday going away, and you could see his emotion afterwards and his speech after he won on the 18th green there and talking about anybody who's struggling. It was really a nice moment for him. And if you're having if you are struggling, get help and don't be afraid to go out and reach out and get help.
Chris, who's your chump?
Tiger Woods, and you can figure that as the opposite of what we just talked about.
Yeah, Tiger's. I'll be interested to see, like you said, what his statement is going to be, because that story it's weird, and I don't want this to end tragically for him or for anyone, but you really have to start wondering. And this guy was on top of the world. On top of the world. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, we just made it through a crazy sports weekend, but Twin Peaks ready to have you and host you tonight. So we got a basketball game, our team's in action, potential finals matchup with the best in the West. Take advantage of late night happy hour when our baseball team takes the field at 10:10. That's right. All sports, all the time, all at once. It continues. We had people mention the women's game tonight. So Twin Peaks can bring it to you all. 50-plus TVs, that's right. But it's not just about the sports. Their Scratch Kitchen boasts the best bar food you've ever had. I wouldn't even call it bar food. Highly recommend their chicken ranch sandwich. Get it blackened with some avocado smash. You won't regret it. It's my favorite thing on the menu now. They got a bunch of new menu items like the sweet heat shrimp tacos and the Texas-style cheesesteak twice baked potato. Gator had that when we were out there. It comes in a skillet. Pretty good, isn't it, Scott? Delicious, he says. Imagine you get all that. You got your favorite beer, your draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for over 24 hours. That's how they roll. And then there's the best part, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. Come see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. What's your level of excitement to see Verlander pitch?
I'm tempering my enthusiasm. My excitement to watch the Tigers play is a 9 on a daily basis.
Yeah.
McGonigal is a 10 for every at-bat. JV, I'm trying to keep it low, in check here at like a 6.5 to a 7. And it's only because I don't want to get too up or too down. His spring was wrought with challenges.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many home runs he gave up during the spring, but it feels like it was like 5 or 6. And they were all solo shots. And I'm a little concerned about that, but I also know that you're just working on stuff. So I don't expect him to be great JV out of the gate, but I'm hopeful that by middle of the season, we're looking at this part of the rotation going, it's a solid part in the rotation, and JV is giving him great innings.
My excitement level, honestly, is about a 9. My anticipation or expectation is about a 5.
Maybe that's the way I should look at it.
I'm super. It would be at a 10 if it weren't a 10-10 start, because I recognize there's a possibility that I might not make it through this game.
No,
but and I can't say my excitement level's a 10 if I admittedly might not make it through the game. But I think it could go either way. I don't know what kind of year JV is going to have, but if he can capture some magic, that's going to be such a fun plot line this year with the Tigers. And it'll be fun to follow, and that much more cool to have this legend return and capture some old magic and continue the way he finished last year. And we all have reasons to doubt it, but I'm pretty fired up to see him pitch tonight.
Yeah, I guess it's a better way to look. My expectations versus my excitement. My excitement is probably a 9. I'm fairly excited to see him pitch. My expectation, I'm trying to keep that low.
Yep.
Lower. But it's just it's not only a nice story for Tiger fans to see him come back, but it has potential to be just a great baseball story because he still has something left. The second half of last season, he was really good. So let's hope he can help the Tigers in October and beyond.
Let's go to Denise. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Denise.
Hi, Doug. I have a champ and chump today.
Great.
My champ is Michigan. They just destroyed Tennessee. They looked great. And my chump is the NBA, because tonight's game with the Pistons and the Oklahoma City Thunder is on Peacock. I don't have Peacock. It's at 9:30 at night. I'm not going out to a bar. So I'm really chumping the NBA here.
Yeah, look, if you don't have the streaming service, there's absolutely no reason to enjoy that at all. I'm fortunate that we do have Peacock, but yeah, I get it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
More and more is being asked of the sports fan. And it's hard to, I understand where you're coming from.
I was surprised the other night when had all these things go on at the same time. Tigers are playing, the Red Wings were going to play. I'm like, wait a minute. So where am I going to be able to watch the Red Wings? If the Tigers, I saw the Tigers are on 12:53 on Xfinity. But then you flip on FanDuel, and they're still on FanDuel. The Red Wings and Pistons can still be on FanDuel, although not tonight with the Pistons because of Peacock. But it's still going for the end of the season for the Red Wings. Mm-hmm. And then it's done once the season's done. So I was glad to see I could still find it.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, more your phone calls and feedback. And last half hour of the show to get your champ and chump votes in. Who should be called out? Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? From Stephen Bloomfield Hills, he writes, an easy week for champ and chump. My champ is the Detroit Pistons. My chump is the Detroit Red Wings. Yes, I'm a homer. Well, I mean, Pistons are certainly have adjusted to their temporary life without Cade, and hopefully it'll be easy adjusting back. Unnamed texter, my champ is Gary Woodland. My chump is Tiger Woods.
Well, if you want to keep in the world of golf, it's a good champ and chump.
Next text from an unnamed texter. I've coached basketball, and you can't plan for every little thing. The coach of Duke drew up a great plan to break the press. It's not a video game. You can't control the players to not make a horrific pass.
No, but I think you could direct it once you get the hands of an 80+% free throw shooter that you don't have to pass. You can hang on to and get fouled and go to the line. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they would do it totally differently if they had to do it over again. They
had the ball in the hands of a 75% free throw shooter when they inbounded it to Boozer. He immediately passed it back to the inbounder, Sarr, who was a 53% free throw shooter. So already there was an agreed upon risk that they were going to go back to a poor free throw shooter. He immediately got it up to the other Boozer kid who was an 81% free throw shooter.
And was 6 for 6 in the game.
It honestly looked like a brilliant design where he could stand there and get fouled. They got into the hands of their best free throw shooter without allowing UConn the opportunity to foul. When probably UConn, when you're the coach of the other team and you know you're going to foul, you are trying to get them to inbound the ball to a certain person. And, okay, so think about that huddle prior to the end of that game. Hurley's probably telling him, do not let the ball get inbound to Caden Boozer. He's maybe their best free throw shooter. He might be their best free throw shooter on the floor at that time. In fact, let me see where he compared to the rest of his teammates. Only Isaiah Evans was better this year. So they design a play where they get into Caden Boozer's hands anyway, even though he was probably one of the top priorities to not let him get the inbounds pass, because you want to get it into the hands of somebody you want to foul. And they didn't foul Cameron Boozer. They didn't foul Dame Sarr. And then they had and here he is. It's in Boozer's hands. And at that point, it's get fouled or make only the sure pass. And he went with the not sure pass.
Yeah, Shire, they've practiced this all year long, not just, last night. But like what happened was everything was drawn up perfectly. They got it into the best free throw shooter's hands. And he lost his mind for a moment. He forgot his fundamentals. He forgot his technique, because technique and fundamentals is when you get the ball, you turn around and you face up, okay? Mm-hmm. And then you assess the situation. Can I get a pass to one of those wide open guys down the court, or can I not? Then I hold the ball. Instead, what he did was he caught the ball, he turned around, he dribbled instead of facing up, which was he's taught to face up. And in that moment, when he dribbled and he saw two guys come at him, he instinctively just picked up his dribble. And from that point on, he was dead in the water, because then he tried to throw the pass over the top. And Mullins and what was the other guy's name?
Caravan.
Yeah, Caravan did the great thing. They actually didn't foul right away. They jumped up and tried to deflect the ball, and that you saw what happened after that.
A lot of times coaches will say, go for the steal. And if we can't get the steal, then you foul. Mm-hmm. And that was probably their last chance to get a steal. And if they don't get that ball, Duke's got it in the front court, and all 5 UConn players are in the back court. Yeah. They might dribble out the clock.
They do.
That is a devastating way to have your season end.
Boozer I told you, he just lost his technique and fundamental in that one moment. He just needed to turn on and face up, and instead he turned around and he dribbled.
Now, what then happened with UConn? They get the steal. Braylon Mullins has got the ball in his hands, doesn't play hero ball, gives it up to Alex Caravan, who is immediately covered. And what does he do? Passes it back to Mullins. Now, Mullins isn't in a great spot. He's 35 feet from the hoop, but he's open. And he launched an incredible shot. And drills an amazing 3. And if you look at that guy, he's a great perimeter shooter who hadn't made a 3 in that game. He was 0 for 4 up until that point. And he actually said after the game, as soon as I got it, Caravan had just hit a 3. That's why I gave it up to him, and he gave it back, and I realized, okay. And he said, I don't have a made 3 this whole game, but I got to shoot it. There's 3 seconds left. And he drilled it. And as Bill Raftery said, onions.
Yes, onions.
In that moment.
Whew. This begs a question. Is Bill Raftery allowed in Jimmy Powers' car?
Because of the onions thing?
Yeah, he's got the onions policy.
I would guess he's probably banned.
That's too bad. It's on some good conversation.
Yeah. Raph is so good. That crew.
Did you see the angle of him and Grant Hill,
yes,
Doug?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Gator,
It's great.
They were speechless. Literally speechless. They just sit back and... Did that just happen?
You got to catch your breath.
Yeah.
Raph is a college basketball treasure.
I love that guy.
I do, too. I had one night where I happened to be in a media room, and there was free beer, and Raph was there, and I was able to sit there and listen to him hold court. The stories he told, man.
How many beers?
How many beers did he have?
Well, him and you, yeah.
I didn't have that many, but he was getting after it, and he is a gem. Raph Unplugged. I mean,
I would have thought that before you saying that he'd be one of the guys you want to have a beer with because he's got stories for days. He's been around forever.
With a bunch of young reporters. I mean, he's been an old dude forever.
Yeah.
And I was a young guy, and he just told us stories. Stuff that we could repeat and get him in trouble. He didn't care. He told great stories. Entertaining as all hell. And I love it when he's on the call. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builder's First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking with brands that you trust like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Recently, my mom actually got a hold of them. They came out to her house and they rebuilt the entire side deck of the house. It looks fantastic, and I know it's going to last forever. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Just looked out and saw an email earlier from a listener, Scott. Oh, Kang feels bad for the Boozer brothers. How will they possibly go on after this? Oh, no. Will Duke still be able to recruit? I hope they can get through these troubling times.
I'm glad people understand how I feel.
Let me ask you this. Did you catch yourself a little bit off guard?
Absolutely. Who feels bad for Duke ever?
I know. I didn't.
I'm not a Duke fan.
For me, it was especially when I saw Caden Boozer facing the media. And his eyes were swollen, and he was shaking and spitting out the words. You could tell he had problems spitting out the words. I cost my team the season.
Yeah, because you can imagine your own 18-year-old.
I can.
Right? Yep. Having to face people, you know.
I can imagine being me. I think about like that clutch gene that some people have.
The one the Wings don't have in March?
Yeah, the one that I never had. Yes, the one I never had.
Don't take it out on me.
I'll take it out on everybody at this point.
Yeah.
Everyone's coming at me.
I didn't have a clutch gene. You think you're a clutch performer, Gator? Are you standing over a big putt? Is what going through your mind? I'm about to drain this and be a hero, or is it? If it's like 2.5 feet, 3 feet, that perfect distance where you know you should make it, but it's not a gimme. I'm not wired that way. I'm a pathetic mess.
I've had hit or miss in clutch situations. I don't think I would say I'm a clutch performer. I don't think I would say I choke either. I think there's probably more hits than misses when it comes to stuff like that.
And I think most people would choke. But you know,
first of all, I can't play basketball, so even I'm not saying what he did was choking.
You have to.
He couldn't live up to the moment, unfortunately for him, and he probably regrets it deeply. He didn't just hang on to the basketball, take the foul, and go to the line.
Go to the line, which is one of his strengths. I think of it. He's always been portrayed as the other Boozer. So I get where Kang's coming from, and this isn't like I've decided to talk this way about Duke. It's, I mean, as you said, your feelings come from inside, and sometimes they catch you off guard.
It's just a moment. I'll be rooting against them as soon as basketball season starts next year. You know,
right. Now I don't feel bad for Hagenboom,
that guy,
or Hagenboom, or whatever the hell his name was, who was a listener called and
Brandon
Hagenboom, who choked in overtime and cost his beer league hockey team.
Toe pick.
All right, so we're going to spend all week building up to Michigan and Arizona, which is going to be a war on, not literally. It'll be a heavyweight bout. Maybe that's a better way to put it in these times. But Arizona is legit. Braden Burries. Look, if you believe you could still build with freshmen in a great recruiting class, there's no better example than Arizona. Braden Burries, their leading scorer, might be the best freshman in the country. Koa Pete is in the front court, outstanding freshman. They've got the big kid, the European, Ivan Karchenkinov.
Oh, nice.
Yes, who's exactly where you'd expect him to be. No, he's not from Russia. Ivan Karchenkinov is from Germany. But I think he's a freshman too. I got to double check that. I'm pretty sure he's a freshman. You've got a transfer in Jaden Bradley, who came from Alabama and was the Big 12 Player of the Year. You got the Australian lumberjack, the Del Oso kid, coming off the bench, who can shoot you. I've seen him hit some clutch shots for them. They've got great size. Like, this is a game that's going to match. The Krivas kid is 7'2", and him versus Ademara is going to be a legit matchup. I think these are the two best teams in the country. And, the fact is, I shouldn't discount Duke, because Duke beat Michigan. Okay? But my eyeballs told me over the course of the 35 games, I didn't see Arizona 35 times. Hell, I didn't see Michigan 35 times. But Arizona and Michigan look to me like the two best teams in the country. And they will play in the semifinal, second semifinal on Saturday.
Well, looking at and kind of comparing their two schedules and what they've done, Michigan's lost 3 times and Arizona's lost twice in the regular season. But Arizona played a lot more games that were tighter than what Michigan has played. Michigan is just flat up blowing everybody out. Didn't matter who you were. They're just blowing you out all season long. They had a couple of tight wins earlier in, I shouldn't say, maybe in the middle of the Big Ten season, had a tight win over Nebraska. They let Michigan State come all the way back, but then they ended up, handling that situation.
Northwestern.
Yeah.
Penn State had a shot in the air to beat Michigan.
But then Michigan also, beat Penn State by, 41 points back in February. I mean, my point is that Michigan is, they're clicking on all cylinders again. They're blowing everybody out. I don't know if they'll blow out Arizona, but I'd feel pretty confident if I were a Michigan fan, which I'm not, but I'd feel pretty confident that their chances are really good to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is one that it made a best team win, whoever, it's going to come down to just basically, and this isn't a shattering analysis, but whoever plays best on that night. And it could be Michigan, could be Arizona, but Arizona is, after realizing that a hole in my game and evaluating whether Michigan was the best team in the country, I went and watched Arizona and said, well, I think Arizona is every bit as good as Michigan, and they too have kind of motored through this tournament, and we'll see what happens on Saturday night. Meanwhile, Illinois versus UConn. If UConn actually goes out and wins this thing and wins 3 of 4, that's like an unprecedented run that it hasn't happened since John Wooden was at UCLA.
Wow, that long?
Yeah.
Since the 70s, huh?
Yep. And at some point, everybody turns on you, but
it's going to happen.
I think in some people's eyes it already has happened.
I think a lot of people already hate UConn.
Yeah. But Brad Underwood at Illinois had a reputation for not being able to get it done in the postseason. I've always kind of liked him. I've always found him to be a mixture of Pat Riley and a Three Stooges character. Like, that's what he looks like if they had a baby. If Mo and Pat Riley had a baby, it would be Brad Underwood. And I love his sideline demeanor. His team seems to love him.
Isn't that just Shemp?
Maybe. I don't know. Do you think he looks like Shemp?
I don't know. I try not to take too much of a look. I'm impressed with what they've done to get to the Final Four. Illinois, for a while, they looked like one of the best teams in the country, and then for a while looked like a middle-of-the-road Big Ten team. Mm-hmm. And now they're back to playing great basketball.
I know.
They've got a stud player in Wager, and we'll see how they do.
Yeah, he's one of the best freshmen in the country. I might be the only one, and I recognize it. I like Underwood, and I like Illinois football coach Brett Bielema, and I feel like most people don't like either of those guys, but I think they're both awesome in their own way. And look, it's going to be an interesting Final Four, and certainly drivable for both Big Ten fan bases. Tickets are a B to come up with. I'll tell you that. They're Michigan fans. They're hard to get. I think if you wait it out, Indianapolis being drivable, if you have a hotel room booked, don't give up just yet. I think that as the week goes on, my guess is more and more tickets become available.
Well, I suspect you're probably right just how it works with the Final Four. Close enough to drive, really easy to get down there if you want to go. Fun city.
I think, you know how Omaha always gets the College World Series. I would have no problem if Indianapolis always got the Final Four. They won't do that, but Indy's such a perfect town for hosting it.
Well, our guy from the Sports Commission might take exception with that.
Yeah. What was his name again? Beechnaw? Dave Beechnaw told us face-to-face. He gives a little sick of all the Indy hype as Detroit's trying to host some stuff too. Hell, we got the Final Four next year, so certainly it'll be a fun week previewing that. And the weekends with Tiger home opener. The Detroit Tigers home opener. JV on the Hill tonight. Another chance to see Kevin McGonigal. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. What's up, man?
Doug Gator, what's happening?
How are you?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
Good. Thank you for asking. Did you have a good weekend?
Not really.
No.
I mean, I
know the feeling. No, I know the feeling. So.
No, it was you know what? I swear to God, if you guys are down by 10 points at halftime, I'm turning this game off. Not that they heard me or cared.
The least authentic promise of all time, because there's no way you were turning that game off.
Actually, I was.
Were you?
Doug, it looked like it was just going to be. It was 25-6.
I know.
Okay? Well, I got dignity.
I don't know if it had anything to do with it. The same thing happened in the exhibition game. They fell behind big.
Yeah, it didn't.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
I know, but the same thing did happen.
Hello, basket? Anybody? Nothing?
No.
Okay. And then they came back, and then they missed free throws. I mean, they missed layups, and yeah. And then 2 days later, UConn down by 19 shows, oh, you can win a game. And then I had Duke to win it all, and they crushed me.
So plenty of college basketball talk next.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great show.
All right.
Sorry, man.
It's a great day. Enjoy it.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Hi, it's me. And I forgot how loud Doug keeps his headsets. Oh, my God. Kenny, I may not be able to hear out of my right ear. All right. Rico just fired Adam Nightingale in the break. It is breaking news. He's had enough of MSU hockey. Rico?
No. I said he probably has another year. He's got to win.
I'm kidding.
That's Mike.
We have a lot to get to. This is very exciting because we're going to start where I think we're getting both Michigan and Michigan State fans together on something. I can't guarantee it. I'm just excited about it.
It sounds good on paper.
Idealistic, not realistic, but we're going to try. Here's my question. I want to start with Michigan fan because they won. And I'm very excited because I am just in a commanding position of our bet. Michigan and Arizona versus the world. Hi, Duke. Oh, you hate to see it.
No, you don't.
I definitely do not. I hate them.
Well, you know what? Now you see why all season I refer to him as what?
Bad boozer.
Good boozer? Bad boozer.
And bad boozer.
Bad boozer turned the ball over.
Yikes. But the Michigan question is this, and we're going to do this for each fan base. If you're a Michigan fan, is this as magical in your world as your 2023 title run in football? Because remember, you live in your world where you didn't cheat, so you enjoyed it in real time. So I'm asking, is this as magical as that, or has the state of this sport taken some of the joy? Because we always make the joke about boats and hoes.
Right.
Again, this isn't a team of Wolverines. It's a team of people that not gonna work here next year.
Yeah.
So that's for Michigan.
Yeah, as I like to say, it's almost like watching that adopted team that you have. Not the team you grew up, but that team that you just say, you know what? Since my team is out, I'm going to root for this team, and they're having this magical journey. But I like the question.
Now
that's
that's
like the 23
right. So are you getting as much joy out of this? Because you don't get to see guys develop. You don't get to see the progression of a Blake Corum or his LLC. You don't. Okay. Sorry. The point. Let me stay on task.
I saw the thought bubble. Do I say it? Do I say it? F it. I'm saying it.
He's right. So the question for Michigan fans is all a joy quotient. The question for state fans is decidedly different, and I'm not letting anyone slither out of this. You are not allowed to say both. You're not allowed to say neither. I think your emotions as a state fan are one of the two. You are either angry about Michigan's success. And I think the people that are angry, they're starting to make up slogans. Well, we're built, not bought. Yeah, you're also home, you bums. Oh, I hate Dusty May. Why? Because he went belt to ass on you twice? That's anger, okay? The other emotion is envy. And make no mistake about it, envy is Dusty May is the Kurt Cignetti of college basketball. His evaluations are better than yours. His portal haul was better than yours. And he's got a more modern approach. And I'm very upfront about it. I'm not passionate enough about the sport anymore because the sport's a joke to be angry. No, I'm envious. I wish Tom Izzo would just wake the hell up, get modern, and go. Yeah, I'm envious. Of course I am. Michigan's the hotness right now. They play an entertaining brand of ball. They're fun to watch. And when they get a chance to take your head off, boy, howdy do they do it.
You know what? I like to call this Michigan team, they're silent assassins. Mike, you don't realize that they just hit you with a 15-0 run. You're like, wait, the score was just tied. How are we down by 16 points? Well, and there's Yaxel over there smiling. That was me. Thank you.
Kenny's contribution to basketball.
I understand. Now, the beauty of it is I was told and invoked by somebody this morning to never lose my passion because I was done with the state team at 25-6 during that game. This is just, I'm yelling at the TV. But to answer your question, Mike, as far as Michigan State goes,
gotta be one.
I'm more envious of what Michigan is doing.
Okay.
Because I've always been one, I appreciate when a coach does something that nobody else does. It's the reason why you guys criticize me, but I like small ball. When you take a rule, and you use it to your advantage, I'm envious because Dusty May said, what if we go and get that person at the low end of the draft?
Yes. And bribe him.
Convince them to come play for us rather than be a second rounder in the NBA.
That's right.
Picking up Yaxel Lindeborg was why I'm envious, because that wasn't just going out. Like Johnson and Mara, those were good pickups. Godot, good pickup. Yaxel was a game changer because
might be the Naismith Player of the Year.
He was an NBA player, and you convinced him, hey, bet on us and we'll bet on you, and let's see how far this thing can go. That's why I'm envious of what they have done.
And he's grown. He's 23, 24 years old.
Right. He's a grown man. And you see sometimes he just takes over the game, and it's almost too easy for him.
Yeah, because he's playing against children.
Yes. So
he's
that's
24
why.
And he's playing 18-year-olds.
The whole, the mercenaries.
No.
I don't care about
People
that.
need to grow up with that. That whole Spartan angle, that's why they call you little bro. Stop doing that.
I'm not angry over what they're doing. If anything.
You're jealous that you're envious. You're not.
You learn, what are they doing? How can we incorporate that into this program? Who is that guy that we could go get that's probably going to be an NBA pick, but it's teetering borderline first, second round? Come here. We have $400 million. We'll play you, and we'll get you. Help us get to the next level, and we'll help you get to the next level.
Or do what Izzo does. Get no one who can play in the NBA. That's a bold strategy. Yeah. Bobby Oogie Kabuchi. Like, come on, man. Look, here's the question again. Both fan bases are invited, and no one is mad at you if you're mad. You can be the type of Spartan who's pissed.
Right.
Because Shabbat's having a mental breakdown.
Because you're looking at it saying, well, I want to see my players develop and I want to go on this journey with them. Well, you're not going to get that with Michigan, but you may get a title out of it. I hope not. Not because it's Michigan, because I don't want to see this man happy across from me.
I get lunch.
I still have my team of Euros.
You do. Well, you got two of them now.
Yes.
Which is another strategy, by the way.
Yeah.
Just go to Bosnia and buy a 6'10" kid who's been smoking since he was 12 years old and bring him over.
Right.
Is your last name Vitch? Sold. But I want to just ask, if you're a Spartan about Michigan, are you angry at Michigan's success or are you envious? Got to pick one. If you're a Michigan fan, give me the joy quotient. The state of the sport is what it is. And look, I want to juxtapose it. They show shots of the crowd, and you get the maniacs, blood-curdling screams and yelling, and people are into it. And you have to be to pay the prices to go to these games.
Right.
Maybe that person feels this is every bit what 23 was. But there's another side of it, which is you still love your team. You'll still wear your hat, or maybe you dress like a stick of butter like John. But you're not quite as passionate.
See, I think it is, and I don't want to speak for Michigan fans. Lord knows I can't do that. But
how dare you? I'm the voice of Ann Arbor.
If I had to pick between what the Michigan fans would say,
yes,
it still would be 2023 football.
Okay,
because football still means a lot more in Ann Arbor than
but
basketball.
Didn't that team feel that was the last pre-NIL mania?
Yeah, because for that team, remember, it's like they came back, they stuck together. These were homegrown products.
That's why
You've
I'm
been
asking
on
them.
this journey with them.
And cheated. Sorry.
I'm trying to be objective and leave that out.
Bad. Sorry.
But I think for the basketball team, I think it's fun. I think it's a fun ride.
Do you think basketball's treated like a plaything? That it's not?
Well, it is. I mean, when their own Jalen Rose says on a podcast, they don't recognize us, and Michigan's not a basketball school.
I think they're mainly embarrassed of you, Jalen.
Hey,
that would just be
that beard is tight.
What'd you call it? Cocoa bean number 5?
Cocoa bean number 5.
He needs to lay off the dime. He looks like Black Wayne Newton. He's got to stop.
He's Blind Day.
Dude. Yeah. Jalen, no one believes that's real. We just got you move off of the jet black to like, I don't know, black.
You know,
man, it looks like shoe polish.
You know it's bad. Ryan Day is like, damn, that's a lot of dye.
That might be a little bit too much dye. I don't know.
Even Ryan Day is appalled. 248-539-9797. Both fan bases. Just tell me where you're at it. Yeah, obviously. I've had Michigan and Arizona since January. I'm thrilled.
You know Duke?
buddy.
Duke.
Why didn't they just hold the ball?
There are so many different things. Like, why did you use your final timeout? Hey, guys, we're up to, we don't have to cross half court. It's 10 seconds. So let's just hold it, make them foul us, put your best 5 free throw shooter. Because the funniest thing was Sar on the court.
He shoots 54%.
He got the ball and was like, nope. He couldn't get rid of that.
He threw it like it was a live grenade.
Mike, there was nobody around him, but he got it. He could have held it for a couple of seconds. Nope. Now, I don't want to shoot these foul shots.
Not me.
He tossed it to the bad boozer, and then rather than just dribbling or throwing the ball up in the air.
Also, Mullins, dead ringer for Killian Murphy. Peaky Blinders. Tell me I'm wrong, Kenny.
Yeah.
Slap one of those Irish taxi cab hats on it with a razor blade in it. The kid, he's a dead ringer for Killian Murphy.
I'm an old man. I don't even know what a Peaky Blinders is. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. Kenny, it came out like 6 years ago. It's not even that old of a show. Oh, my God. Okay.
Cillian Murphy. He's a dude from an Oppenheimer.
You think he even knows what that movie is?
I know about Oppenheimer. I haven't watched it, but I know about what it is.
All right. 248.
He went to go see it when you had to see that in Barbie that weekend.
I quit. State fans, anger or envy. You're in a safe space. Michigan fans, joy quotient. Does this live up to 23's football season, or does the state of the sport take a little edge off? You're still happy, but there's just something missing. Rico, take him to church, will you please?
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way, Mike. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. I was just out there last week. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. And all March long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in the Truckloads of Hope campaign. It's a donation drive that supports over 20 local community food pantries. So stop in there with some non-perishable food items right now, and you could drop them off in the showroom of Hamilton Chevrolet. While you're there, you can check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the March Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox EV. Get this, $179 a month for 24 months. Walk in there with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Okay. Both fan bases in the mix. Michigan in the Final Four. Well, State not. And again, if you're a Spartan, you got to pick one. Don't be a coward. And it's okay if you're pissed. You don't like the way Michigan does it, or you don't like Dusty May. You're still passionate about college hoop. That's all fine. I'm not judging you. But no, I'm envious just based on they're doing it a modern way. And Tom Izzo would rather bash his head against a urinal. I mean, it's just what it is. Michigan brought in the number 1 portal class. Michigan brought in grown-ass men. And we're focused on development and emotional stories. Yeah, no, I'm envious. I don't care. You know what? Not to sound like a Richard, or more of a Richard than you already believe me to be, I wouldn't be shocked if Dusty's already got his team put together for next year.
Well, buddy, funny that you said that, because that kind of came out by accident. As they said, Yaxel said, well, Alabama didn't recruit me. And it's like, what are you talking about? Nate Oates did recruit you. And even Dusty was like, yeah, don't tell him Nate Oates tried. Nate Oates said, like, yeah, we tried to recruit you, but you were so far along with Michigan that it didn't make sense for us to do that. Reading between the lines, Michigan had the head start.
Yeah, so my point is, I'm envious. There are no rules. No. There are no rules. Do you know what? Do you know what the NCAA is now? It's whatever these alleged open relationships are. Mm-hmm. Everyone's banging everybody. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. There are no rules. That's right. That's the portal. It's Rico walking out his front door with no pants on.
Mike started up the DTF NCAA. All right.
That's right. All right. So my point is, I'm envious. You don't even have to like them to envy what they're doing. And that's a form of respect, is that, look, they're hip to the modern game.
He has embraced it. He has said, okay, here are the rules. Let me do a deep dive here. Oh, there's really no rule against this. Let's try it. And if it happens, I'll play the aw shucks. I wasn't supposed to do that. My bad. Didn't know. Won't happen again until next year.
Kenneth Cott.
I like him going full Costanza. Like, oh, I wasn't supposed to do that. Nobody told me that was against the rules.
It's Urkel.
We have.
Did I do that?
We have plenty of texts on this coming as well.
I respect it, because this idea of loyalty, integrity, class, who cares? Kurt Signetti is a gigantic hole. And guess what? I love him. I don't care.
Let me tell you how much I'm envious of him. Mike, in a game where he's up by 20.
Be up by 50.
His staff, have you ever? They will challenge everything. Most coaches are just like, I'll live with it. Nah.
Review
that. Dusty, you're up by 20. Make it 22.
Dude, they were still gutting Tennessee. It was hilarious.
Right. It was a goaltending call that you're thinking, you shrug it off and say, all right. No, he had his guy review it, and he must have the fastest iPad in the world, because he was reviewing it before the TV did it.
He's today and Izzo's yesterday. All right. And I love Coach, but let's be real about it. Tom has the money. He doesn't want to use it. Okay? Just be real about it. I guarantee he's lying awake right now knowing what he's got to pay Jeremy Fears. Instead, Tom, it ain't your money.
You know what, Mike? As you like to say, both things can be true. I think he does lie awake, but the Jeremy Fears thing, knowing that Fears is going to probably walk in there and say, Tom, I need $3 million, $4 million. But he did go out. I'll give him credit. And he spent the money on this incoming class that was kind of like a Duke, Kentucky incoming freshman class.
Now go get Al Bundy out of the portal. I need a 30-year-old who looks like he drives a tractor trailer and has an unhappy marriage, like the guys Purdue gets. Where's Oscar Grumpy or whatever his name is? Go get me that center.
Or get 3-Pointovich out of Europe.
Have you smoked menthol since age 12 and your last name ends in Vitch?
Right.
Sold.
Yes.
So text coming in this month, Mike, I'm going to need you to stop texting into the text line, the text communications line. I'm miserable. College has completely lost my interest. Am I broken? ?
No, you're me. You just texted me. Yes, I watch the games because this is what I do. There's no emotion.
I mean, other than the Arizona and the Michigan games this past week, there were some good games. So if you were like, oh, I hate the game, you can't be helped.
No,
because there were actually some
let
good
me be
games.
clear.
Arizona and Michigan had boat races.
Yes.
Everybody else had games that were like, wow.
I enjoyed UConn and Duke. It wasn't emotional. I'm saying when I watch Michigan State, there's no emotion.
Right. And
it's not real.
And if I didn't graduate from state and I was just watching that state UConn game, like, wow, that was a hell of a comeback. It actually turned out to be a good game at the end. But, like I said, Michigan, Arizona, those weren't games. Those were blowouts. But other than that, if you still feel that way, then I can't help you, because I think this Final Four is going to be a great Final Four.
Well, there's a number of people on the text that have the sentiment of this sport has broken me. The state of college sports in general has made me not a fan anymore.
But hold on. Okay, so the question then is, I don't know, are they Wolverines or Spartans? And again, if you hate the state of the sport, you still take joy that Michigan's there. But it probably lacks some starch. For state, if you hate the state of the sport and your team is a complete pretender, as I told you all season, then that's a different level of joyless experience.
But see, I'm going to question the fact that they hate the state of the sport. If they hate the state of the sport so much, I promise you, they're still watching these games just to say, I hate it.
Yes,
because
there's a word for that.
Things aren't the way they used to be back in my time. This happened and this happened.
Hold on, wait a second. You're acting like they grew up with Model Ts. It was 4 years ago is the reference point.
I understand, but if you listen to some people, I hate the way I liked it when it was just this and that's like,
man, I'm sitting right here.
It's not
you can just say it.
No, it's not you. You'll say, well, I have to watch it because of the job and blah,
That's
blah,
what
blah.
I do.
And I understand
But
that.
I do think college sports are a complete folly right now. I do. I'm sorry.
They've changed and they've evolved. And it, to me,
someone alert Tom.
No. It reminds me of back in the early 90s, late 90s, early 2000s when the one and dones were the big thing. And that kind of changed the way college hoops was, because now you weren't recruiting a kid for 4 years.
Hey, guess what?
You're recruiting him for one.
Guess who really didn't participate in that either?
Man, Steph Randolph had a long career.
Yeah, including not going to class after Thanksgiving. All right, let's go.
Hey.
I'm making a point.
That was pre-boats and hoes.
Let's go to Albert, 97.1. Al, how you doing, buddy?
Mike Rico, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
So I think as a Michigan fan, obviously I don't love the state of college basketball either, but that's the reality of it. So I do want my team to be competitive in that. And I can appreciate Dusty May for being a new up-and-coming coach and honestly one of the best coaches in the game. And, our NIL department putting ourselves in the position where we are right now. I think compared to the 2023 football national championship run, I honestly I have more enjoyment in this just because I think this team is so dominant. I think it's offensively and defensively, it's one of the best teams in the country, if not the best. And I think even with that Michigan 2023 national championship team, honestly, I expected them to win it. I think they had too much talent on that team not to win.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, this was like 3 years in the making after beating Ohio State the first two times.
Albert, the word you could use to describe it is it was a journey. All jokes about cheating aside, it was a journey. It was a quest. You suffered. You grew with that group. They cared about each other. They cared about the school, the brand. It felt like, much like MSU's Rose Bowl in 2013 was the last of its kind, I'd argue Michigan's, we'll leave the cheating out, their national title was the last of its kind. And now
I agree.
It's just going to be a traveling strip club.
I agree. And I think what brings me so much enjoyment with this current Michigan basketball team, too, is having a player like Yaxel to put on that.
Hold on, Albert. Hold on 1 second, Albert. You all right over there?
I dropped my beverage.
First
Albert, I apologize.
No,
Albert, you continue. I'm a disaster.
It's okay. As I was saying, I think this team, having a player like Yaxel to put on the front page and kind of, lead this team, being a top 10 pick, I think, and especially, he's a product of this new NIL era. I think it can help this team in the future. And I think we haven't had a player like that for the longest time, since Trey Burke, really.
No, look, even though he's only there for a year, He is the face of the program. He'll be viewed when, not if, when you win the national title, Albert. He will be viewed differently than 99.99999% of transfers. There's going to be a level of buy-in that you will view him as one of yours. It'll be a lot like Mendoza with Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
When you arrive to town and you become that one person.
Didn't win a title, but you know what? Even for State fans, it's Kenneth Walker. You had him for 1 year.
That's a great point.
And he'll always be a Spartan.
Fun fact, that's the last good football player we had. 248-539-9790. Oh, I'm supposed to read this. Disaster. Corbin, thank you.
Disaster, yes.
You're an angel. Thank you. Just set those down. All right, let me tell you about distracted driving. It's an epidemic. It's a problem.
It's like sitting at your desk.
It's like me spilling a beverage during Albert's call. My God, I'm like I didn't drop it all over myself. People texting, using social media. Maybe they're dropping beverages in their car. Whatever it is, you're at risk. If you're not covered, you're kind of screwing your family over. Who are we being honest with? Call Mike Purpura National Benefit Plans and get life insurance. Mike shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate, and you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over and wonder what's available and not. 30 years of experience, National Benefit Plans has got you covered. Go to nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. All right, good news. I didn't spill anything else during the break. Let's get right to the people. I've managed to clean up my work area. It was a total disaster. All right. I'm just awaiting Kenny to have a drop made of that. I'm sure that'll be tremendous. We'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing? Matt, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. So, for me, I'm more angry because other coaches are doing the modern approach and Izzo is stuck in the past. And my message for him is the time is now, old man. All right, take advantage of the NIL. Don't be stubborn. All right, I'm happy for U of M. I'm rooting for them here in Tennessee, so I had to deal with those idiots yesterday, thinking that they were going to win the game.
Rick Barnes looked like he was in another dimension about 10 minutes into the game. That was his oblique face.
Rick Barnes looked like your iPad over there.
This is my joke thought, because I was listening this morning to the radio to Cookies and Jansen, and they were talking about scandals, and that's why U of M won, because they got all these scandals. In my head, my thought was, well, we need Izzo to get a scandal. Let's send some hookers to his room or something.
Okay, all right. Matt, will you please? Come on. My goodness.
That went south quickly.
Well, I'd say cheat, but there is no cheating. I mean, what's tampering? There is no tampering.
Push the boundaries is, I think, what you want to see Izzo do, and that's why you said it and I said it. I thought this was a Sweet 16 team. Now, if you could do anything past that,
it'd be a bonus.
Great. Next year, now you got the money. So now, Tom, it's because you're cheap and you don't want to spend it, and that's a you problem. That's not a school problem. That's not we can't be like the Kentuckys and the Dukes and these other teams. Yeah, you got to scratch that big, gigantic check.
Well, I think the other thing you're seeing with this Final Four is I think there's a statement on, I think Illinois is very interesting. I think Arizona's interesting, and I think Michigan is interesting. Okay, you can keep UConn. They're just a machine. UConn has become the gold standard of college basketball. Just hear me on this, because I think you'll agree. With Michigan, it's elite identification, evaluation, and portal. Fine. Illinois and Arizona are very similar in this regard. And like Tommy Lloyd, people don't understand, is like Tommy Lloyd put Gonzaga basketball on the map. All the Robert Sacres and the Roni Turioffs and the JB Batistas, all their foreign players were Tommy Lloyd. Now, he was supposed to be Gonzaga's next coach, except Mark Few wouldn't retire. But, okay, I'm going to go out, and I'm going to get a couple of foreign kids. I'm going to go out, elite recruit. That's what he does. For Illinois, what's Underwood? And Underwood's one assistant, the name escapes me. He's the foreign guy.
Yeah.
So, there are multiple ways to skin the cat.
And then he also got lucky with Wagler, because
he wasn't a high recruit, and he blossomed.
Recruit 150.
He was K9.
Yeah.
But then there's, okay, well, where's this develop and sign? And look, man, it's a lot like Brad Holmes. You either pull every lever available to you or you don't. And the problem I have with Michigan State is I actually think Tom has an issue paying the kids the money. I think it bothers him. And ultimately,
he confirmed that. He said that.
Then retire
publicly. It bothers him because he thinks they're getting too much. It's like,
just then go to your beach house and enjoy your life and your beautiful family, because ultimately you are not going to get it done this way.
And here's why I get angry, because it's not like you got to call Lupe and say, hey, we need to take this amount out of our joint bank account and pay off this player.
Why did you sell my car?
This.
I needed a center.
Right. Lupe, we may not eat this month because I got to pay Cohen Carr because he dunks the ball very well. No, it's not yours. Just pay it.
Yeah, and be good at it. And that's part of the
problem.
Because
if you do that, then you can sit and keep coaching as long as they can put you in a wheelchair.
But the difference is Dusty May or Brad Underwood or Tommy Lloyd or, pick a school. The issue also does reside in, and again, we're looking at a Spartan perspective and talking to Michigan fans. MSU's too insular. It's all the who on that assistant pool is going to go to Europe and get the best player? Who in that assistant pool is going to go get the number one player in the portal? Who? Who's your grease man? Who's your guy? No, you know what I'm saying.
Right. I don't know if they have a grease man, but I'm probably thinking that's JB now. So, yeah.
Okay. 248-539-97.
He brought in that class. I'll give him credit for that.
That's fine. But
that's
right. Just one
hop on
piece.
a flight. Right. Hop on a flight and go watch some European pickup games.
Or go steal someone's wife, basically. That's what the portal is. No, that's what it is. Okay. The coach is the husband, the player's the wife. Go steal the wife right in front of their face.
Okay. There's a chair. We're going to turn it to the door.
Yep. Go turn another coach into the awkward chair in a hotel room, and you're the pool boy with Falwell's wife. Go get the player. That's all it is now. MSU needs to hire a spender of the year. That's all it is.
I can't say you're wrong.
Let's go to Mark. 97.1.
Sounds weird.
I know. It's terrible. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing well, Mike. Hey, I want to talk about MSU, and I got a parlay for you. I'm a current graduate student at Michigan State. I'm 25 years old. I was born in 2000, so I don't remember Izzo winning. I don't have any nostalgia tied to it. I'm just evaluating what I'm seeing in the here and now.
Okay.
I've been at this university for 3 years, and each year I've watched Izzo. In terms of getting the ultimate prize done, I might as well be watching the Flint Tropics. You know, everybody love everybody. I like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but I want an NBA player, and I don't mean Jace bleeping Richardson.
Right.
So, yeah, with Michigan, I'm envious because I'm like you, Mike. All that matters is championships, and Dusty is the way to do it.
Yep.
But I've taken the emotional hedge pass, and I'm just betting on them to win it all, which brings me to if you go Michigan to win it all, and if you like San Antonio like I do to win the NBA Finals, you can pair those together right now at 18-1. I think that's really good value. And if you're a nut like me, I'm taking a swing. I'm adding the Dodgers, and I'm adding the Chargers. That gets you to 1,600-1. And I know, like, hey.
Wait. So what was that whole bet, Mark?
Dodgers, Chargers, San Antonio, and Michigan to win it.
Okay.
I don't hate it. I love the Chargers one. You know I do, Mark. I love Harbaugh 2K26. The Chargers are going to be my version of the Patriots.
No, listen, they went, 11-6 last year, missing both tackles, year 2 of Amarion. They had the 9th best defense in the league last year. That's going to get better with a better draft class.
Oh, I love it.
I just believe in it. I got the Cuban voodoo locker from Major League going. We're back.
That's from Joe Boo's in the locker. No, and Mark, listen, this is the problem, too, is state fans are going to get sensitive. Both things can be true. I can love Coach Izzo, but I can be frustrated. I'm frustrated because ultimately it's like D'Antonio towards the end. You're not modernizing. You're not doing what it takes. So at that point, look, it's easier for me now than at the end of D'Antonio. I just care less. And that's okay. But I'm not angry. I'm envious because I think Dusty May is an assassin. And look, is it sustainable? If you hang a banner, who cares? Kevin Ollie won a championship.
Well,
Kevin Ollie.
I had this conversation earlier today with a friend of mine. And
Siren.
Wait, you don't have friends?
No, I'm kidding.
You should try having some friends, Mike. It helps.
I'm kidding. Jeez, I already spilled a beverage. Leave me alone.
No, but it was just the whole, you look at Michigan State and Izzo and the tournament success and the consistency, or UConn titles fall off the face of the earth.
UConn.
Come back.
It's not even a question.
Right,
they got 4 or 5 titles.
Yeah, but what about the years they didn't make it?
Who cares? What fan is
care.
happy about this year? You know what you've just described? Ken Holland's Red Wings end phase. That's what MSU Hoops has been. Kenny Holland end phase.
Oh, no.
The difference is Tom doesn't stutter like Ken.
I'm like, I would take 6 titles in that same amount of time. You won 1, but you made the tournament all of those years.
Kenny?
Oh, we were talking about basketball.
We are. But MSU Hoops right now is Ken Holland Red Wings.
It takes 10 years to build a winner, Mike.
Okay. Leave me alone.
I thought you was going to say it's more like Brad Holmes.
I don't know what that is right now. And I'm honestly, I'm glad I've got one more trip planned before I'm here all summer. I'll be back basically the week before the draft. I don't want to even use the word Lions between now and 2 weeks from now. Unfortunately, we'll have to. They're annoying. That's what the Lions are right now. They're in an annoying phase.
They're in that transition phase.
No, and you saw what Rod Wood said. You saw it. Right. Don't tell me you didn't.
They're kind of like, when that person starts going vegan. It's like, really?
Oh, dear.
This is what we're doing now?
Oh, dear. Up, and I dropped something.
Oh, boy.
I'll get it together by Tuesday. Don't worry. Whoa.
You're okay.
I'm good. Well, listen, we had to turn the fan on in here because there's no HVAC, and Karsh likes it to be Costa Rica at 80 degrees.
Hey, Michigan won. To the victors goes the spoils.
I'm just glad Doug dressed like an adult. Why did John think it was a good idea to come in here dressed up as a bar of Kerrygold?
He was wearing his full maze. He was excited.
Why would you double up? If you wear a hat, you wear a regular shirt. If you wear a shirt, I don't know, put a brush through your hair. This guy's dressed up like he's the mascot today. What the hell is that?
He's proud of his
He didn't even watch the game. He turned it off after 7 minutes.
He watched it in spirit. Okay. He was letting it play out.
Very similar to his approach to cheating. All right. Brackets are, well, probably trashed. Why don't we just say that Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, and Truck Month loaded with deals. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado crew cab starting $199 a month, or you can lease a 26 Equinox LT $239 a month, 36 months, $999 down. And if your bracket is screwed, well, who cares? Get a good deal on a truck. It's MoranExpress.com. Stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. No better way to kick off the week. I adore this segment. It is, can we say that? Kenny? Let's solve the world's problems. Go ahead.
Michael, welcome back. You know what? I'm going to start off with an easy thing for you, and we kind of touched upon it earlier in the show.
Yes, I think Renegade is going to win the Kentucky Derby with his smashing performance in the Arkansas Derby.
It was a great performance.
Shut up.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
I know. It was tremendous. Go ahead.
Can we say that in order to make the Final Four and win a national title, you need a first-round NBA player or international player?
Yeah, I mean, it's the NBA part is far more important. This is why MSU's not winning a second championship under Izzo. They don't have NBA talent. They have really good college players. Well, guess what happens when you run into NBA talent? You get yaxled. You need NBA talent.
When you think about it, it's why that loss to Syracuse in the tournament hurt, because you had an NBA player. You had two.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Team.
I'll leave it alone.
So
I'll leave it alone because it's too early in the week to anger you and mention Ben Carter's leg brace.
You can't hurt me.
We're good.
25-6. You can't hurt me.
Most definitely, I feel like I do agree with Mike. The NBA talent is a little more important to it. But then at the same time as well, as much as people say, oh, get the NBA talent or allocate a lot of money, look at the teams like, for example, Kentucky. You can shell out $10 million. Doesn't really equate.
Yeah, but hold
to,
on. Corbin, that's bad evaluations. I don't care about Kentucky falling on their ass because Mark Pope's an idiot.
Well,
my point is, if you don't have NBA talent, you have no chance. If you do, it doesn't guarantee anything. But Corbin, you know what I know. There's not a single player on this state team that's an NBA player.
No,
not one.
By all means, I agree with that as well. I mean, MSU, in my opinion, were a little too fraudulent for that sole reason. I just think that when there are teams that are shelling out the money like a Kentucky with players who might not be first round or lottery pick caliber, but still on the cusp of it necessarily, I don't think it'll equal to results as people think it would.
No, it's not a guarantee. But if you don't do it, you got no shot.
Can we say that Yaxel Lindeborg will be the best player that Michigan had in modern history? I'm not going back to the Cassie days. I'm saying modern history.
No. He's an outstanding college player. Now that we're allowing 30-year-olds to play in college. But no, Michigan's had some wonderful, like, legit NBA do I think Yaxel will be an NBA All-Star? No,
but I'm not talking NBA. I'm talking
college
at Michigan. At Michigan, will he go down as the best player, a best Michigan player in the modern era?
How long's modern? I'm not being a smartass.
Nah, okay, we take it back to...
You want to say a decade?
No, we can take it back to 2000.
Maybe. Just because I think they're winning the title. So, all right, I can go with that.
I would say maybe as well on the sense of just how great he is as a basketball talent. But I will say, if you had U of M fans kind of make a list, I feel like some players might over trump him, like a Trey Burke, because obviously he was very beloved, maybe like a Nick Stauskas or whatever. But I think, I don't know, it's a weird gray area.
No, but I look at that, and that's what I was thinking. But I'm watching him. He could take over the game no matter what. He could throw out the assists. He could play defense. He could score. Those guys were very good. But I look at him and I'm like, for that 1 year, he's going to become legendary at that school, especially if they end up winning the whole thing. Can we say that the Duke Blue Devils blew the game more than UConn won the game?
100%. It's not even close. I mean, I give Mullen full credit for hitting the shot and the tip and the whole bit. They blew a 20-point lead. It's ridiculous. And then the last play, I'll shout out Rico. He's been calling him Bad Boozer all year. Bad Boozer did Bad Boozer things. Yes, it was one of the ultimate chokes, and you just hate to see it.
How many points do you have to be up before it's like, I'm the one that blew this thing?
It depends on time. You blow a 10-point lead in the last 3 minutes, choke.
Right.
17, 18-point lead anytime in the second half, debacle.
Yeah.
To me.
It was a 19-point lead, but it was in the first half, but still, okay, it's a 5-point lead late in the game. Okay, we hit our free throws. We could win this thing. And then it just got to the point where, can we just inbound the ball? get fouled?
Question mark?
We're up two.
Yeah, you can't choke away a lead like that no matter what time it is. And at the same time as well, sure, he can do the crying in the postgame interview. That's just a cardinal sin in basketball. 10 seconds left in college, you hold the ball. I don't care what your percentage
You
is.
didn't even have to cross the half-court
Yeah.
line. You could have just held the ball.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Can we say that the Illinois basketball team is a team that really nobody's talking about in this Final Four?
I know one person who did. Mr. Rico Beard, you've loved Illinois all year, man. It's okay to take a little victory lap, even though you didn't draft him and I did in our Sweet 16
Because
pool.
you took him before I could.
You hate it. Yeah, and look, they're a fun story. I really love Brad Underwood's RBF. He just looks miserable constantly. But they're fun to watch. And they've got a hell of a story with Wagler, the international crew. Why not? Now, they better pray they don't see Michigan, but why not?
Well, yeah, because I thought that was going to be a better game when they played earlier in the year. And they're a lot like Alabama, and they rely a lot on their three-pointers. And when the three-pointers aren't falling.
They have anybody who has 2 pounds of weed at their house?
No. Well, a lot of cigarettes.
Yeah, the Illinois team, no one's really talking about them, but they're the fun team. I wouldn't be mad if they end up winning it all.
Can we say that UConn is the center of college hoops?
As in what? The standard is what a program is?
They are the new They are the new standard.
100%
college
to me.
hoops. That Dan Hurley, as weird as he is, knows what he's doing.
Can we say he crossed the weird threshold with the pantsless celebration in the locker room? What was that? What are we doing with bath towels here? No, did he or did he not cross into Weirdville?
He may have, but you just won. You beat Duke, and I guess there are certain things you could be allowed to do.
Okay.
UConn's always been the sneaky blue blood, in my opinion. I'm happy that this particular run with Dan Hurley is more so solidifying it. And at the end of the day, if he wins it all, he'll be one of, I believe, 7 coaches to hit the 3 title stretch mark. He's the best in all of college athletics for basketball, of course. Yeah, no, UConn is the 1A in my eyes.
Okay. So, yeah, I still look back to that Duke game, and I just, what were you doing that final 10 seconds?
Makes no
I don't
sense.
get it. It makes no sense.
And what was John Shire doing with that stupid look on his face? We don't have time.
We'll get to that later. This is Can We Say That? 97.1.
3 o'clock, good to have you. Dare I say a gorgeous day, and then Rico just rained on that parade. Oh, you better enjoy it before it rains the rest of the week. Jackass.
At least I'm not spilling my water.
Listen, it was a rough start to the show. We've got multiple topics. I want to just give people where we are, and then I want to introduce something else to the mix as well. If you're a Michigan fan, the joy quotient, you're in the Final Four. I've got you winning it all. I've had it since January. I'm staying with it. Yes, Arizona will be. The winner Saturday night of that game wins the title. But
or not.
But you can hope cast all you want. The point is, what's the joy quotient with this? Does this in any way resemble 2023 football? The level of joy? Or has the state of the sport, while you still enjoy it, you're like, it's fun, but it's not that. For State fans, you're either angry or envious. Do not sit there and just lie. It's okay. You're amongst family. If you're angry, you're one of these weirdos doing the whole built versus bought thing. Good for you, I guess. No one cares. If you're envious, which I am, it's that we don't do it as good as Michigan does. We're not as good at the portal. We clearly, right now, like this, the whole way Michigan is putting teams together in back-to-back years, like Dusty's got a little Signetti in him. And to me, yeah, they're going to win the championship. They're going to win it all. So it's not anger. I don't care enough about the sport to be angry anymore. Right. The whole thing is a cluster bleep. But I'd rather be good at said cluster bleep than, well, not.
Yeah, I like the innovation that Dusty had. And, yeah, I'm going to say something good about Michigan, that he went out there and said, well, because, I only say bad things, but
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Going into the draft and convincing Yaxel, hey, rather than keeping your name in there, what if you come to Michigan? We could pay you probably more than what the NBA will pay you. At the time, he wasn't guaranteed a first-round selection. He was borderline, like in the late 20s. So, yeah, he gambled on himself, and he won. Because now he's going to go back into the draft. Probably the worst that I've seen him is like pick 15, which means he won. Plus, he got the Michigan money. But Dusty went out and got a bona fide NBA player who could just take over a game, and he makes it look so easy and effortless when he's out on the court.
Well, he's 10 years older than the other people.
Because he's 10 years older.
And I wish we had him. I want to bring up a secondary topic, and I want to say this. I don't think it's an unfair question, but I know that hindsight can be unfair.
Okay.
However, if you said something at the time, do you get to revisit it? I believe you do. Meaning, if you didn't say it then it's just absolute hindsight. But if you said it then, we can revisit it. Is that a fair establishment of conversation?
Okay.
Okay. So the opening couple of games for the Detroit Tigers, Kevin McGonigal. I was left thinking about one thing. And I go back to mid-August last year when I was saying we need to bring McGonigal up.
It was August 31st?
If you had brought him up by 11:59 on August 31st. And I keep thinking with what I've seen the first couple of games, if McGonigal was up, they win the division. They don't blow it. He comes up with a key hit somewhere to win some game sometime, and you win the division. But even more, I took it a step further because I can't stop thinking about it. You win the Seattle series. That at some point in that series, maybe it's game 5, he comes up with a hit.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's unfair, but
it's
Rico,
not unfair. No, actually, Mike, I thought the same thing because you could have used him, and I don't really care about the service time. And the beauty of it is because nobody had seen him yet, so they don't know how to pitch around him, and the Seattle wouldn't have known what to do. So, and yeah, I do think that he would have gotten a key hit at some point in that Seattle series that we're not sitting here still angry over the fact that Scuba left the game. We're talking about, he knocked in the game-winning run, and they went on to face the Blue Jays.
And no, I don't think they would have won the World Series. But I look back at it, and that's the only thing I can think of with McGonigal is shouldn't this have happened last September? Guys, is that an insane take? Is that a bad take? Is it an unfair take to be thinking that? I'm asking.
It's not, because it really, for me, it leads to another question of why didn't this just take place? What held everybody back? What was the voting in the room? We're going to bring up McGonigal. Was it a 5-4 vote? Like, how close was this? Because I'm with you. Like, why wasn't this kid here the whole time? Why was he in the minors? Like, he looks as if he is prepared. What happened between the October and right now that all of a sudden made him a viable option to be with the big boy team?
I could tell you spring training is what happened. But the idea was you were flailing, and Scott Harris has talked about this, how did we go from a top 5 offense to a bottom 5 offense? And you're like, by the end of the season, it was wretched. It was wretched. I mean, replacement level players maybe could have helped you. McGonigal, that's all I keep thinking. Not just because of the multi-hit game or the double, the big single the other night. Like, man, at some point, he helps us win the AL Central with one game in September. One. And then that playoff series with the amount of optionality that was happening and pinch hitting and different things.
Especially in the game, the extra inning game. Like,
okay, if you want to play it that the penultimate game, does Kevin McGonigal win game 5?
Yeah.
I'm leaning yes. I want to know if anyone else is thinking this way, or am I just a horse's ass?
That even if you brought him off the bench to pinch hit in the 12th or 13th inning when you had a runner in scoring, but yes, I do think that it would have ended, and it would have ended well for you, Kenny.
And guys, think about it like this too. If he's close to a replacement level player like Mike brings up, he's already an upgrade on the roster for the playoffs. And then you add in the fact that now you're kind of putting his development at warp speed, where he's seeing what real big league meaningful innings look like to play in.
Because we've seen a readiness from him now where you're like, don't tell me we couldn't have brought him off the bench.
And then you look at the optionality he has in the field. You combine all those things. Mike, I don't think you're crazy at all for thinking that way.
I just feel bad thinking that way because I know the season's over. I know I can't do anything about it, but I can't escape it. Because, like, I know for the average fan, maybe it doesn't matter, but winning the division does matter when you haven't won the division in a decade. And winning that playoff series, getting to the ALCS, just getting a chance to play for the right to the World Series, those things matter.
Seeing what you saw in this last series, Mike, it does become one of the bigger what ifs in Detroit. At least the recent history of what if he was up here, would things have been different?
What if Lucas Raymond actually was functional? I did that for Kenny. I'm just trying to. Hey, you throw a chair at me all you want. Pull up numbers. Where's your hero, Kenny? You love the guy.
I think there's something there. Damn it! Let me have this.
You are going down with the shit.
I'll join you on the Dylan Larkin train, but not the Lucas Raymond train.
Kenny, we all have that player.
He loves.
We all have that.
Loves player. Lucas Raymond
because I've seen it. When I see it, I can see it, and it's there. I've seen it.
You sound like Costanza right
now.
I know. I see it. 248-539-9797. So you want to rap about Michigan and Michigan State, both fan bases. I've given you your options. This McGonigal thing, listen, is anyone else thinking what I'm thinking? And is it unfair to think it? Because I keep looking back going, my God, I was saying it last August. If you brought him up, you mean to tell me he wasn't worth one game? One hit.
No. I'm with you, Mike. It becomes one of the bigger what ifs, just like we've all said. Well, what if Scooble goes out for one more inning? What would have happened? No,
what if you pitched a homeless person instead of Tom Lee Canley? Yes, all of these things are real.
So I even when you said that, I was like, yeah, you really have nothing to lose if you bring him up for 1 month.
But I don't like thinking this way.
That's okay.
No, I don't like thinking about the past. You just move forward. But like in this instance, it's early enough in the season and the kid's off. He's hitting 400. He's already been productive. And you go, oh, you. Like, you got to be kidding me. 248-539-9797. Text communications, Kenneth. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a minute. I ambushed you there. I'm sorry. I saw Kenny reacting quickly in his shacket.
I'm looking at the Hurley pantsless celebration. I guess he's got the Mike. This is what happens when you wear the expensive suit on the sideline. You don't want to get it wet, so you take off the suit and then you go out there.
It's called dry clean. Okay, you know what? We're having a nice day today. It's going to be crap the rest of the week. That's Rico's weather report. 28, you're screwed. All right,
for my trucks.
Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Right now, you buy a furnace or AC, you get half off the installation. The guys at Mastercraft 24/7 for emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. They got financing too, so call Mastercraft today. They are the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators. They've got you covered. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, before I go to text, I want to address something because this happens all the time. Either you people are stupid or willfully ignorant. Now, you can pick and choose, do whatever way you like. Wow. I want to help you now. Lucas Raymond has 71 points, 71 games. So you're missing it. You're doing the straw man thing. what you do in the last quarter of the season in the month of March when your team backslides matters to Uncle Mikey, okay? So why don't we stop with the whole caping up for the team? Lucas Raymond largely over the last 20 games has been lousy, okay? And thank God he scored a couple of goals, including one against Philly, because he was basically 2 goals over about an 18-game span. So you take your 71 points. Here, listen to me. You can roll them up nice and tight, and you can pound it up your ass, okay? It's not all the same. What you do in October and November is not equal to what you do in February and March. So, again, you're either stupid or you're just being willfully ignorant. You pick, but it's silly. You damn well know when Dylan Larkin went down, you needed Lucas Raymond to step up. And you damn well know he didn't. So you can come live with me in reality, or we can talk, 71 points in 71 games. It's no different than a pitcher being wonderful before the All-Star break and then absolute dirty ass after the All-Star break. Oh, but he's got 12 wins on the year. 9 of them were before the All-Star break. Come on, guys. You got to be better than that. Good Lord, you call yourself Hockey Town. Now, come on. That's all. Kenny, I'm sorry. I wanted to just save that crap. Proceed.
No, it's how you feel about Judge in the playoffs. It's no different.
Oh, but he's got 54 home runs.
Right, exactly.
Got none in the playoffs.
Tell me, it matters when you show up, when it matters.
That's the point. And I need him to take a step forward, stand on his own 2 skates, be a superstar when I desperately need you, when my captain's down or when Cop's down. I need you to be a difference maker. I paid you the money. And I am told you are going to be a superstar. Then go do it. 6 goals, 7 points over a 21-game rip when the team's dying. And the only reason it's 6 goals, you finally scored one. Yeah, great. You scored against Philly after you were down 4-0. Kenny, I don't think it's an unfair remark. I want more.
Yeah, it's not about how, it's about when. And right now is the win. And he hasn't been doing it in recent, weeks. This is when you're supposed to do it. We have
I
didn't do it.
Got him, and it wasn't me.
Dang it. I got text.
Let's check the text line.
Text communications.
The bad cot.
Yes. The Tigers waiting on bringing up McGonigal is basically fumbling a chance like Mike fumbled his drink earlier. That's from Bill in Southfield.
It was a fumble at the 3. The beverage was out. But no, and it was only for the playoffs. No one is sitting here like bemoaning that he wasn't. No, I'm talking playoffs. When this team was out of ideas, they were out of options. Mm-hmm. You were one step short of pouring rum for Joe Boo to try to generate offense. And I brought it up then. Now we see what it is, and you're like, geez. Like, man, that may have actually really helped us.
Yeah, because it felt like, what could it hurt? Can't just bring him up.
They should have brought him up. McGonigal is years ahead of Max Clark, would have affected change immediately last year. That McGonigal take is probably unfair. They brought him up. Oh, well, that one cut off. It's unfair.
Why did it cut off?
Because the text is stupid.
Understood. Noted.
Mike, on open relationships, there is no long-term loyalty, but get laid way more. That's from Ryan in a truck.
Fascinating. I compared the transfer portal to that type of silliness.
Right.
That's all.
MSU fan here. I want U of M basketball and hockey to win both titles. Maybe MSU will wake up and modernize.
I couldn't believe what Rico said about Nightingale.
Don't you project that on me.
Rico's got a new pod called the College Hockey Minute.
Hey, hillbilly. You shut your mouth
when you're talking to me. All right, to the people. Thank you, Kenny, for your contribution. Mike is up next, 97.1. Mikey, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, Mike.
Long-time listener.
Thanks.
Hey, just a couple of things. One, I think Chris Webber is still like the best Michigan guy. I mean, I know the timeout sours a lot of fans, but man, when you watch that guy play, he was just so smooth. And then also, you guys, it's Sparties. I don't think they like college sports right now because your team is like really bad. So if the process and the NIL and everything's messing with you guys, I mean, it might just be that you guys haven't adapted. That's why you're not liking.
Oh, it's not a might. No. I mean, they made a terrible hire in college football. Their NIL was a disaster. It's not might. It is. You're spitting facts, Mike. And again, I've said it. I'd much rather be good in a sport I don't care about the way I used to than whatever MSU is. Right. That's why envy's the term, not anger. Anger would come if I was still passionate about it. I can't be because of like Brendan Sorsby getting $6 million to go to Texas Tech. That is Willy Wonka chocolate factory nonsense. Right. Like that's the problem I have.
And Mike, and the reason why I capped it at the year 2000 and more recent is so that we kind of keep it modernized instead of going back. Because I didn't want people saying, "Well, what about Cassie Russell and what?" And dear. Let's just keep it in the modern era.
Yeah, I hear you guys. Hey, man, thanks. You guys do a great show.
Thank you, Mikey. Appreciate it. Enjoy the national championship.
Hey, by the way, where you were gone, you realized that Will Wade's back?
Okay. Can I file that under I hate this sport? Did you also see the reports? All right. Real quick, and then I'll go back to the callers. First of all, Will Wade is a scumbag. We all know this. So the whole wiretap thing, the paying the recruits, and it wasn't even portal. It was different paying of recruits. Gets fired from LSU, goes to McNeese State, UConn. Then he goes to NC State 1 year, says this will be the worst Wolfpack team we ever have. Cutscene, he goes back to LSU, but there's more. Did you see these reports from the sleuths? Mm-mm. He bought his Baton Rouge house back in February.
Oh. So he knew.
Go look at what happened before he purchased his house, the one he owned when he was the coach of LSU. He bought it. They were a lock to make the tournament. After he bought that house, they went 1-6 down the stretch.
Barely. Yeah, they're playing.
Now, you want to talk tampering?
They were in the play-in.
You want to talk tampering?
Yeah.
He knew he was taking that job in February.
That I did not know, but that's good.
How can I take this sport seriously? Because, and who does Will Wade have pictures of? Why is Will Wade so sweet?
I think he's the devil that you know in LSU. He's one of theirs. We'll allow it to happen.
Okay. Sounds a lot like Harbaugh. 248-539-9797. That slipped out. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's good, buddy?
Hey, afternoon, fellas. What's good? I don't know. I'm a Spartan fan. It's been a very, bummed out few days. So.
Nothing is good.
I mean, I'm more bummed out about the hockey than the basketball. I mean, 3 straight years, the number 1 seed, and 3 straight years, no Frozen Four. But anyway.
No, I mean, honestly, it's all a waste of time. They have NIL. They have an elite facility now. The fan base is jazzed. They have NHL players. I mean, it's laughable. But I lived the Ron Mason years when I went to school there. Yeah, State's really good. Cutscene.
But
garbage.
Jason, you kind of felt it in that second game because the first game was a little too close to comfort against who did they play? UConn in that game.
Go ahead, continue, Jason.
All right. Well, I need to ask you two Sparties here if I'm a bad Spartan.
Okay.
I did this in 2023 where I made some emotional hedge hate bets for Michigan.
Okay.
I did it for football. Now, about beginning of, right towards the end, I know it was like beginning of March, I got Michigan winning it all at plus 375.
Love it.
So I asked myself, how much am I willing to pay, i.e. lose, if it means Michigan won't win the national title? Because if they do, I might have to file, a suit with one of your attorney sponsors for pain and suffering to deal with these chuckleheads and their glory and their glee. So I made a significant wager at plus 375.
I love it.
If Michigan wins, it's going to pay a huge chunk of the Mediterranean cruise I booked for May of 27.
Jason, you're smart. That's what I call it. You're an adult. You're not a man baby. The emotional hedge is a quality move.
Jason, you are smart. See, I can't because I got a lunch bet with this guy. So,
all right. Well, that makes me feel better. I mean, I felt like you sin. It was fun to sin, but you felt guilty afterwards.
No, because Jason, here's the thing: in 2023. It was the only way that you could stomach watching Michigan win it all. You made money off of it.
All right.
Jason, there's nothing wrong with it. Go enjoy the cruise. There is certainty to win it all. You're good. You're just fine. Ciao.
I got Hurley, pantsless Hurley.
You do that. UConn does not want.
They don't lose.
They don't want any of the Michigan smoke.
How ironic will it be? Terrace Reed going up against his former team.
Buddy. I mean, is Michigan a 10-point favorite against UConn?
I'd have to check and see.
I
saw this one's a coin flip game.
Because Arizona and Michigan are the two best teams. That's why I have them versus the world. And you?
I got the world.
I know.
Because I love the world. We are the world.
Okay, Farm Aid.
We are
248-539-9797. Good Lord. Or was it not Rite Aid? That was the pharmacy. What the hell? Live Aid. Whatever it is. What was the one where we are the world and we're feeding homeless people? What was that one? It was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Was it Stevie Wonder?
I think that was Live Aid with like
Live
Michael
Aid?
Jackson and all them. Yeah.
Sure. That's Rico. He cares
I
about
think
everything.
Live Aid was actually a concert. That was a concert in England.
Fabulous. Guys,
Oh yeah, with Queen.
All
Yes.
right, guys, we're going way too far down the road here. Up next, Corbin has the set list.
Yeah, because they told Freddie Mercury not to perform it.
Okay, what is happening? What is happening?
Will Wade. All right.
Will Wade, scumbag. That's the takeaway. Rico?
Michael, here we go. Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But if you have reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You are guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices, so there's no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working perfectly in harmony, and you get our best equipment. No contracts, no fees, no strings. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what that 6-7 thing means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. To get started, call Xfinity, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
Kenny, couple of ticket texts. If you, whoopsie daisy, now I did it. Text communications. We'll knock out some calls. We're rapping a little bit about McGonigal, a little bit about Michigan State. And the Michigan State thing, again, I want to be clear. You have to pick an emotional lane. You're either angry about Michigan's success, and you're one of these weirdos who does the built versus bought thing, which I think is laughable. Yeah, take a lot of pride. You're home. Or you're envious. And to me, envy is the only thing. They're just better at modern college basketball than we are. They just have a better grasp of how to put a team together on the fly. And the bottom line in all of it is you have to envy them. They're about to win a national championship. There's no anger because the whole sport's a folly. Who cares?
Unless the Huskies or the Illini step up.
Dude.
I have hope. Don't take it away from me.
Yeah, I had hope about the weather. Look what you did.
It's still here. It's not raining.
Kenny.
The only pushback I have about the McGonigal stuff is maybe they saw something in him that said he wasn't ready last year. Perfectly fine if he's good this year. That's from Matt and Wicks.
Okay. Like I said, I know it's an unfair notion, but I brought it up last August, so I felt like I had the ability to at least say, geez, the hot start here first couple of games. I'm going, damn it, we would have won the division if the kid got a few ABs in September. Maybe we win the Seattle series. I know, it's hindsight. It doesn't matter. It's why I'm not overdoing it with it. Go ahead.
As a Sparty, I'm jealous of Michigan going all in on boats and hoes. I want titles, and the method to get there isn't Izzo's way. That's from Adam and Wixom.
It doesn't seem like it is. I mean, again, they haven't made a Final Four since
19.
You're approaching a decade.
I am done with Izzo, and his teams are best at average, or average at best. They turn the ball over and can't shoot the three. There's a lot of people that are kind of not calling for Izzo's head, but hypercritical of Izzo.
Well, you better be careful about that. And let me be clear about this. And this is more, it'll be a test for the administration. If they just do this thing where it's Game of Thrones and you have to be a friend of Izzo to get the gig, they're largely effed. I mean, look, when you go, I know what's going to happen. Rico, I'm just making a point.
No, or you don't have a plan in place, and I'll show you the most recent thing, because I can go back and say it's
Harken for me.
It's like Michigan with Lloyd Carr. You got to the point, well, Lloyd, we could do better than Lloyd, and you didn't. Tennessee, Phil Fulmer, we could do better than him. You didn't. But let's just stick with this sport. Kentucky, you ran Calipari out of town.
Uh-oh.
And he said, okay, I'll go to Arkansas. He's winning, and you're struggling with Mark Pope.
Yeah, be careful about that. All Izzo's got to do is just change. Alter. Because I don't see MSU doing what Arizona did. Arizona went outside the damn family. They hired the guy who was supposed to be the next head coach of Gonzaga. Except Mark Few wouldn't leave. And Tommy Lloyd comes in, has a plan. He was their Euro superstar.
Is he stuck there now?
Oh,
Few.
Yeah, guy's 1,000. Who the hell wants that rat-ass job?
Yeah, he held on to those cards a little too long.
Because he doesn't care.
I just thought that he would have parlayed that into even an NBA job, something.
Yeah, he's an electric coach.
Just saying when he was hot back in the day.
Okay.
Here's a Wings one here. Absolutely right with Raymond. While Larkin was out, Raymond seemed invisible during that time, but DeBrincat was in the box score constantly.
Thank you. But no. Get mad at the messenger. That's fine. Blame me. But if one of your hockey-ass nerd writers wrote it, oh, then it's okay. Guys, I know your game. You hockey people are all the same. You're just like soccer guy. You're an annoyance. You're a pus-filled pimple. You're an annoyance.
What do you mean, you people?
I do. I mean, you people. You gatekeep your sport, then you bitch about it when no one talks about it. This is why no one talks about it. You know what it should be? It should be 7 Canadian people with a can of maple syrup around a fire. Talk amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
That's why I have a big problem with hockey Twitter and hockey social media in general.
It's a collection of nerds.
It's a collection of nerds, but B, if you even have the gall to disagree with a tiny portion of what they have to say, then you're a villain who, quote, doesn't know puck or doesn't know ball. It's fine. The same thing with everything else.
I was about to say, Kenny, you just every sports fan. You don't agree with them, and it's a fight.
I'll give Mike this though.
You know nothing.
I'll give Mike this though. A hockey fan is more annoying than your average other sports fan base about that type of behavior.
1,000%, because they're super protective and then they complain when no one respects them. Okay, well, here's the deal. Lucas Raymond is one of the highest paid guys on the team, and he's been largely invisible during the slide. I need you to be awesome. I don't care about November, December.
And another person agreeing with you there, Raymond making $8 million a year is a shame.
Whatever. You don't know puck, bro. We should get a shirt that says that.
$8 million. He's almost like a college quarterback.
Stop. See, now is when you start to get me upset. I was fine with that.
The Wings' alleged top 2 or 3 player makes half of beef stew. Whoops.
I was listening to one of my hockey pods on the drive home the other day.
What's that called? Maple syrup and the nerd?
They were talking about a middle 6 forward making like $3-4 million. And it was like, is he really $3-4 million good for a middle 6'4"? And all I could think about was Rico going, $3-4 million.
There's Bryce Underwood. Cool sport, bro.
Right.
Yeah. Shoot the puck, bro. Guy making more than... You got a college quarterback making more money than the Wings' second line center.
I hate it here.
Nice sport.
Wait, that means Kentucky's whole basketball
Oh,
team.
boy. Okay.
You shut your mouth
Yeah,
if you're
we're done
talking
here.
to me.
AJ Dybonza makes more money than Lucas Raymond. Nice sport. I'm sorry, Kenny. We'll go to Larry.
Even Bad Boozer makes more.
No.
Stop it.
Have you seen all the commercials they have?
Can we talk about Carlos Boozer's hair dye in the beard? What is he, trying to be Brian Wilson from the San Francisco Giants?
He's going to play Jalen Rose in the movie.
The Revenge of Cocoa Bean number 5. This time, it's for real. Let's go to Larry.
Ryan Day will be the cop.
Larry, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. You guys are making me roll from Will Wade and Live Aid to you guys now.
Sorry. Apologies.
No, thanks for making my afternoon good. I'm going to kill 2 birds with one stone here. I've got 5 buddies that we banter back and forth with hockey and baseball, and I totally have 2 friends that are total hockey fans, all hockey homers. Lucas Raymond this, and he tends to think you don't know a lot about hockey, Mike, but I say that differ. He kind of says you defer to Kenny, but I think you can hold your own on hockey.
No, I do, but I also respect Kenny because Kenny is paying attention to more of the league more of the time than I am. A lot of my time is spent football-related products, and then I'm being honest, I love baseball. I will choose baseball over hockey. Larry, look, the bottom line is take the things I say and then go ahead and prove them wrong. I mean, they call me whatever names they want. Just go ahead. I mean, there's nothing I can do with these people.
And I did want to say one thing. I'm McGonagall. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. I hope to heavens that it was not it was not service time last year, because you can march out Zach McKinstry, Trey Sweeney, Javi Baez, Colt Keith. McGonagall, if he was on that team last year, we wouldn't be in the 15th or 16th inning. That game would have been over.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that he's here. I was afraid he wasn't going to break camp, but
he forced his way onto the team. Period. I mean, he was lights out in spring training. I don't think he gave them a choice. And we'll never know the reason. And I'm not saying I know the reason. I don't. All I'm talking about is a result there. And it's just, if he were here for the playoff, if he were here for the September drive, much less the playoffs, yeah, I just feel like it would have been a slightly different outcome. And by slight, I mean win division or maybe win the Seattle series. Let's go to a guy who doesn't know puck. Also, by the way, when did it become a bad thing to show respect for someone you work with because they love a sport more than you do? That's why this is where we are, though, in this country. Mm-hmm. So you get crushed if you say something, and then you get crushed when you do defer to someone whose whole life is hockey.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Welcome to 2026.
All right, up next, I'm going to walk into traffic. Kenny, go ahead. I mean, what? You can't win with hockey fan.
Like, you can't win. Period.
Hockey fans crazy.
Every fan base is crazy.
Not like them. They wear shackets year-round.
You can't win if you do. You can't win if you don't. Rico says, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead with text communications, please. Couple of them.
I'm an MSU fan. I don't care one bit about what Michigan does. I care about our program right now.
You're
our
a liar.
program is
You're a liar. You're a liar. I don't want to hear any more from you because you're a liar. Do not say you're not either angry at what Michigan's doing in hoops or envious. It is one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
And envy is totally okay. I'm envious of Indiana football.
You're paying attention.
Stop.
You're paying attention because you were rooting like heck for Tennessee for 5 minutes. You are paying attention.
Sorry, Kenny.
All I can say about Michigan State is that our program is an absolute joke.
That might be
I'm
a
not
little
gonna go,
rough.
I'm not going to go with the whole absolute joke. They were a Sweet 16 team.
Right.
An absolute joke is a team that's won 8 games for a year. That's a joke. That's rock bottom. They're not hitting their expectation.
He's right, you know.
They're about winning titles and hanging banners, and they haven't hung a Final Four banner in 6 years.
A joke is Greg Gard.
You can't tell me that half of this McGonagall wouldn't have made last year's Tigers World Series contenders. That's from Billy.
I mean, look, if you're in the ALCS, I guess you're a contender. I could live with it. Also, what's the deal with Nate Burleson? Can we get rid of him, please? He's terrible hosting that studio show for the tournament.
Both studio shows are pretty bad. But yeah, I was wondering, why is Nate Burleson hosting this show?
Well, it beats AI Zucker. I'm Adam Zucker. I'm like, does he talk like that at home? Honey, I'm home. Like, his voice is so ridiculous.
Honestly, I'd rather just listen to Clark Kellogg and I'd be okay.
Now they did this for Prince. What about a hologram of Greg Gumbel? Who loses in that scenario? Hologram Gumbel.
You know you can.
At least I could program it to be able to talk. Nate is struggling. He can't speak. Nate, are you okay?
I was just wondering, how did he get the NCAA tournament?
I think they're trying him out because he's becoming the new wave Strahan. They're seeing how many shows they can put him on to see what the hell he can do.
But at least I get Barkley because he played. But I was like, Nate, that was the best choice you had?
Boy, if that's your new wave Strahan, we are in trouble.
Buddy, don't look at me. It's not my company.
I'm with you.
He's making money. He's
AI
everywhere.
Gumbel. AI Gumbel? That's a win. All right, listen.
How about just Clark Kellogg with a bunch of AI Clark Kellogg's? And he just talks amongst himself.
Oh, boy, it'd be a lot of nothing. Moran Buick GMC, Sterling Heights right now. Moran Madness. The deals are fantastic. GM employees and immediate family members. Lease a 26 GMC Sierra Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month. You can drive the 26 Encore GX, $219 a month. Both deals 24 months and are $999 down. And Moran, best Buick GMC dealer in the state. Best car buying experience. You're always going to get that best price period. Visit them on Van Dyke just south of 18 Mile or shop anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Rico, we'll get to can we say that in a moment. I have one question for you, because I know we've spent a lot on Michigan, Michigan State, and then the McGonigal thing. But this Duke thing, I was pondering this. Like, I make jokes about how much glee I take in Duke suffering. Is there a team that is more universally hated than them? And I think I'm qualified to speak on this as a Yankee fan. But unlike Duke doesn't have any fans. Duke fans are cockroaches. If you didn't go to Duke but you like Duke, you are the worst of the worst. At least the Yankees
are you gatekeeping fans?
No, there's no reason to like Duke. No one if you were born in Metro Detroit, hold on. If you were born in Metro Detroit, I totally get why you like Michigan or Michigan State. Duke is not a big school. Duke does not have a massive fan base. Duke is a pimple on an elephant's ass. So, if you're a Celtic fan, a Laker fan, they have massive fan bases. Okay? Football-wise, pick one. The Dallas Cowboys, whatever. Duke is so niche. How do you arrive at being a Duke fan? That's why you're hated. And Duke doesn't even have real fans. It's a school of nerds. They don't even like sports. So that's why people hate Duke. But is there an entity in sports more hated than Duke? I'm asking you.
Well, unless you're a Shane Battier fan. But
you like Shane Battier?
No, I'm saying if you're from Detroit, you went to Country Day.
Who the hell grew up a Shane Battier fan?
I know. He was a big guy.
But he was the most boring player in history.
I would say Cowboy fan.
You think Dallas Cowboys are more hated than Duke?
Yeah. I think Cowboy fans, because every year they tell you how they're back. This is going to be the year, and you just wait and see.
Sounds like you're a Red Wing fan.
And every year they fall on their face.
Kenny, that was just for you, buddy. I'm just seeing if you're.
Thanks for that.
Just seeing if you're locked in.
I was going to say, yeah, probably Yankee, Laker, Cowboys.
But more than Duke.
Are we talking fans or are we talking
No, I'm
team?
talking the entity. That when they lose, the universe throws a parade.
Because I think college basketball is still niche, whereas the Cowboys, everybody knows. They're the Cowboys. And Cowboy fans let you know.
Hold on. I'm not trying to do a math equation. They have such a sizable fan base versus Duke, who has no fan base. So it's 99.999 with a bar over it are happy when Duke loses. Even if it's 90% are happy when the Cowboys lose on a sheer volume basis.
I think for Duke, it's because for years you saw Coach K, and you saw how it just seemed like the refs just influenced the game.
It didn't seem like. They straight up did.
Well, they even did it in their Sweet 16 game. Just saying, all of a sudden there was a flagrant call.
Oh, boy.
Wait a minute. That wasn't flagrant.
Could we say as an entity, the Dodgers would be one right now? They feel like the evil empire of the MLB.
No, I don't, because they're playing the system. They're going to be blamed for the labor stoppage next year. I hate to break it to you, but
they're the Dusty May of baseball, the Kurt Cincinnati.
I think they were shrewd in how they decided to game the system, and I think that everyone's envious. They wish their team could or would do the same.
You know what? No,
I don't hate the Dodgers that way.
Maybe Alabama football.
No, I disagree with that, because I feel like I look at it like this, and it's also going to tie into my opinion about Duke, because I don't think Duke as an entity is being hated on a lot these days. I feel like it all depended on Nick Saban being the coach, Coach K being the coach at Duke, to where Alabama, they haven't done anything since.
And Duke really doesn't have any hateable players. They used to have guys you just looked at. Every year they found somebody, and you're like, yep, you're a Duke guy. Yep, that's you. Now they don't really have punchable face guy anymore. They don't have that guy that you just absolutely hate.
I think I hate the jersey enough. I hate that the logo looks like Coach K.
I'll be honest, this year I hated Carlos Boozer's dye over the team more and more. Every time they'd put him on TV, I could see the paint on your skin rather than on the beard. Yeah. It irritated me.
He looked like Rudy Giuliani, just dripping down the side of his face.
Yeah, he pulled a Giuliani. No, here's the other problem.
We should do that, Mike.
What?
We should get the beard die and just come in here one day and just deadpan do the show.
Well,
and don't even
but
mention
see,
it.
that's got a bet written all over it. That's got a bet written all over it that we roll in with Cocoa Bean number 5 and pull a Jalen Rose.
Right, we don't say a word about it.
Rico comes in, it looks like he's 19 again. Well, like Duke's logo, the current one looks like Coach K. Go look at the Blue Devil.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the retro one?
Yeah.
It looks like Vincent Price.
Yeah.
You can't unsee it.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. I thought maybe Bama football when they were
let me
winning,
put
but you're
some
right.
ti-
That's as Corbin said. That was more of a Nick Saban thing.
I want to put some time into this, and maybe I'll create a hate index. Let me workshop this. I'm gonna spend a little time on this. Yes, Kenny.
I do have a list of your hated things that you can't win with. You could kind of bounce off that a little bit if you like.
Okay,
no, that's
can't win when one of your best players only does a push shot.
The last one I think
Looking
was
at you, Pete Johnson Wren, that goofball from Purdue.
I think the last
Ray
one was
Kaufman,
Amish
I hate
point
him.
guard.
Everybody's name Pete.
I hate him. I can't stand him.
Okay, Trey Kaufman ran. I like him.
Whatever, dude. All right, we'll get.
They do things the right way at Purdue.
Yeah, how's that worked? Hey, 97.1.
Brandon Smith.
Shut up. It is part 2 of This Is Our Baby. I love this. Can we say that? I'm going to kick it off with something for Kenny.
Oh.
Go ahead. Quickly, based off of the update where the Flyers were thanking Michigan State for essentially tanking the tournament so they could call up the kid they drafted, Pete Martone or whatever the hell his name is. Kenny,
Pete.
Kenny, if the Flyers make the playoff and the Wings don't, does that break you?
You assume that I'm not already.
No. I mean broken. Like, not going to watch hockey playoffs broken.
No, nothing can put me there.
You
but
sure?
In terms of, in the context of this team, yes.
Flyers are kind of a young team.
Yeah, no, that would be just another one. Okay. That's another bullet in the already dead body that is Kenny Cott.
Okay. Uplifting way to begin.
All right.
Rico.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, good.
And nothing says fun like, can we say
like Kenny's dead body.
that LSU will regret bringing Will Wade back?
Yes. Absolutely. It's insanity. The guy's a POS. But what is LSU hoops? It's nothing.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, great. 40 years ago. 36 to be exact. It doesn't matter. To me, LSU hoops, it's just whatever.
Your guy, what's his name? Quit basketball because he missed that layup.
Ben Simmons?
Yes, Ben Simmons.
Okay.
He was there for 5 minutes.
What about Cam Thomas? All right, go ahead. Next.
You want in? Okay. Can we say that John Shire is not living up to expectations?
Yes. You had the number 1 recruiting class. You got the money. You got the players. You can't lose back-to-back years that way. And they looked poorly coached in the moment. Didn't need to even cross the half line. You don't need to throw that pass. That's coaching. Because multiple players panicked.
You realize that, okay, just the microcosm, you could have called a timeout. You could have got everybody on the same page. You could have put your 5 best free throw shooters out there knowing they had to foul you. There was no playing defense. You simply could run out the clock. But when you look at the bigger picture, you've had NBA talent, arguably, one of the top picks of each draft, and you found a way to lose in the final minute in the last 2 years.
I will acknowledge that there's definitely some coaching lapses in yesterday's game against UConn and last year's game. I believe it was against Houston in the tournament in the Final Four. But what Caden Boozer did for a guy who's been around basketball basically coming out of the womb, that's a cardinal sin. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's just something, even if you panic and you feel the pee coming down your leg.
Can't say that.
Moving on. Overall, at the end of the day, just a bad moment out of Caden.
Corbin is such a nice guy.
I know.
And then he goes full liability mode. Again. He's an absolute wild card. All right, go ahead.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Oh, my gosh. He's a grandmother for wedding crashers. All right. I'm keeping the painting, Todd.
All right. In this day and age of modern day college hoops, can we say
you mean whoring?
No, I'm talking about the actual product on the floor.
Got it.
Can we say that Arizona Wildcats are bucking the system because they don't shoot a ton of threes? They're coming in. Michigan has attempted 356 more three-pointers than Arizona has. They live and die in the paint.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're not going to beat Michigan, because Michigan doesn't let you score in the paint. And you saw it early on. They were ice cold from 3 while they were losing to Purdue. And then they were able to dribble, drive, kick, get the open looks, hit them, and all of a sudden the game sped up. I think they're going to have a hell of a time because Michigan is not going to let you score in the paint. They protect the rim. They're going to have to hit some threes. And yes, they're bucking the trend, to answer your question.
I'm just excited for the matchup right there at the end of the day. Just as someone who has no dog in the fight with this, just give me a good matchup and I'll take whatever comes from it.
Can we say that this is going to be a good Final Four? When you look at the 4 teams remaining, they're not all the 1 seeds, but each has a storyline, and you can make a case for all 4 of the teams to win a title.
No. You make a case for 2 of the teams. The 2 that I have in our lunch bet.
You can make a case for the other 2.
Oh, please.
UConn gets their Final Four. They just don't lose. And Illinois, when they get nuclear hot from the three-point line, they're not losing.
I said
you can make a case. I didn't say that it was probable. I just said in this Final Four, there's normally like one team that doesn't belong, one team that's just lucky to be there, and two teams that are going to be playing each other. This one, all four teams, pretty good.
Yeah, no, I would agree with Rico on this. All four teams pretty solid. And at the end of the day, I do understand it, but I guess I don't agree with the narrative over the past 24 or so hours that the winner of Arizona and U of M is basically the national championship game right there, because clearly it showed yesterday you can't count out Dan Hurley with his horns on his head. You can't.
Funny that you said that, Corbin, because that's on here. Can we say that the Michigan-Arizona game is the title game?
Yes. Full stop.
If you did the whole reseeding, they would actually meet in the national title game rather than...
I don't even want the other game played. I just give out the national championship Saturday night.
Really?
Yeah. Whatever team comes out on the other side has no shot.
So what happens if either UConn or Illinois does this?
It won't happen. Okay. If it does happen, fine. Then I look stupid. I mean, whatever. It's a day that ends in Y. It's just not going to happen.
Okay.
I think Arizona and U of M, that's just going to decide who's the favorite for the national title game. I personally want UConn because I'm into greatness. I want to see Dan Hurley just build this big dynasty over there. But I wouldn't be shocked if either team on the left side of the bracket somehow pull out and win it all.
Can we say that, and you know what, I'm setting myself up for this quarter.
I'll be nice.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
I'll be nice.
Can we say that college hoops needs to really rein in their transfer portal when the window opens so that you don't have players declaring during the tournament that you can't do anything, you can't even declare until the tournament is over?
Does a bear take a dump in the woods? I'm not going to be nice. This is ridiculous.
See, you said you'd be nice.
Okay, here's my nice answer. Yes, Rico, you can say that. Corbin?
Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I've said it all.
No, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm pretty sure I was on this show a while back and when we had this conversation. They got to switch it up. I mean, it's egregious that ball is still being played and you can go commit elsewhere and whatnot.
No. Technically, you can't enter the portal until the day after.
Oh, but you mean when your agent is whoring you around to the next John Doe who's in town for the night?
You can't do that.
You can declare and say your services are for hire.
Why do you think half these teams quit when they're down 20 in the second half? Their agents probably hit them up at halftime. Don't worry, buddy. I got you a better deal over here at La Tech.
All right. It's come out that your guy, Ricky Pitino, got a contract extension, and I think he's the second highest paid coach in the Big East now.
And
looking at what Pitino has done, Izzo comes out and says, hey, I'm not retiring anytime soon. Can you say that Izzo and Pitino have earned the right to leave on their own terms?
No. I don't think any coach earns that right. I'm just different. No. This is not a fun club. This is not a social event. You're running, $100 million, or in certain cases, certain schools like Michigan, that's $1 billion athletic department. No, you don't get to earn your way out. No.
You're 70-plus years old.
I don't care. Sympathy for old people?
No,
that's what we're doing?
They just are. And their St. John's billionaire kicked in and said,
his name is Mike Rapoli.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Horse racing guy.
No, I think
hate his guts. No one earns that right in my world.
I disagree with Mike. I think there are a certain level of coaches that you do earn the right to say when your time is out. My only thing is, with those coaches, you got to have the self-awareness to kind of know, all right, let's hang up the clipboard and let's go, move on or just move to Florida as a retirement home.
And I got one more for you, Mike, because you were gone last week, but we had this discussion.
I was here half the week. Carry on.
Okay. Once again.
What do you want?
Can we say Iowa was a Cinderella?
No. No.
Heavens, no.
Making it to the Elite Eight.
We can say
Ben 9 seed.
We can say Ben McCollum needs some of that cocoa bean number 5.
Good for them. I guess if they're
a trip to Turkey.
I guess if they're a Cinderella, they're the ugly Cinderella. I just don't care for them. I'll move on to the next
They're
one.
a major conference team. I can't do it.
Even though they were 9 seed. Okay.
I hate Iowa. Sell Iowa to Canada.
What you got against Corn?
I hate their sports. Why do they have to play the ugliest brand of sports? Their football and basketball teams comprehensively are the worst version of their respective sport. I don't like any of it. And I don't care that they wave to the kids. That doesn't make up for the egregious style of football they play.
It gave you Caitlin Clark.
I don't care about her. Does she even play anymore?
Yeah. She's in commercials, too.
Oh, good. Good. That's good.
With Charles and Magic and Samuel L.
Oh, my God. Those commercials are awful. Oh, my God. Those commercials are so bad.
Yeah, I'm glad when the tournament is over because we don't have to see those commercials again. All right, that's Can We Say That?
Oh, boy.
Part 2, 97.1. Guys, you've heard me talk about Matrix Basements. As a matter of fact, it was the only pleasant thing that I had going on Friday night as the state game was going on was what Matrix Basements did for me. They can do the same thing for you. You've been thinking about it. You've been wondering, should I get the basement done? Let me give you some numbers. If you get your basement redone, there's a strong return on investment that comes with a finished basement, averaging about 15% of return on your investment, which means it's worth your time, it's worth your money. Speaking of money, if you go to matrixbasements.com right now, you'll see they're still offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. That means you don't have to pay for 2 years, 2028, but you still get to enjoy your beautiful new, brand new, finished, completed basement and within like 7 weeks. So I don't know what you're waiting for. Head to matrixbasements.com right now. Get that free consultation. They'll come up with a design for you. You will love it the same way that I love it. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
Man, Rico and I just had a good conversation that will never make the air.
We'll talk about it at 5.
We will not. I want to read something to you guys. Hell no.
Okay.
No, we can't.
We could.
With Corbin here, absolute wild card. All right, here
What
we
did
go.
I do?
Hey, let me get to this now. I want to read for you the latest, and I want to just revisit something I've said, and this reaffirms it to me. This is an interview with Rod Wood with the Free Press. And Rod Wood, this is at the GM meetings, had said that this is no surprise, the Lions were, quote, never in the game for a top edge rushers on the free agent or trade market. And we know that. Wood reiterated, the Lions remain committed to trying to make sure we don't overcommit today so that we can't take care of our own guys. That was with the Free Press, league meetings, Arizona. He went on to say the following. We're looking at our cash and cap budget. We're looking at it as is, and as is it will be with those guys knowing we want to keep many of them. All of them if we can. So if we had gone out and done the biggest, let's say we did the Max Crosby trade or the Hendrickson signing, that probably would have meant which one of these guys are we going to let go? You know what my answer is?
I know what mine is.
I don't give a rat's ass.
Well,
are you trying to win the Super Bowl or not? Because I have said this, and here's where I want to have a conversation with the fans. Do you believe in your heart that the Lions' sole goal of their existence is winning a Super Bowl? Because I do not. I think they like being good. I think they like being relevant. I think they like selling you tickets. But when you are talking about fiscal responsibility, not overdoing it today so we can have a bright tomorrow, I'm sorry, but those things don't align with the absolute bloodlust pursuit of a Super Bowl that you, the fan, want, deserve, for a team that has never even set foot in the Super Bowl. So I'm asking you again. Now Rod Wood, it is even more crystal clear.
He just reiterated what everybody knew in silence.
They are so obsessed with keeping their own people, they're not even willing to lose one of them. And when I say the big four, it's Campbell, Gibbs, Laporta, Branch. We don't want to overcommit today so that we have to, lose somebody tomorrow? Who cares? In fact, if that's a problem and you lose the player, you do what the Eagles do. You're going to get a high-level comp pick or trade the player. Mm-hmm. Carry on. Sorry.
No, I look at it as my answer to that is I'll worry about that in 2 or 3 years when the salary cap has gone up, where I can make up the difference from wherever I thought I couldn't pay those players if you're trying to keep them. But I don't care about that right now when you can bring in, because this tells me come trade deadline, when people are like, hey, we should go out and trade for Crosby, we can go out and trade for this, just stop, because it's not going to happen. Because that's not coming from me. That's not coming from Mike. That's coming from Rod Wood. That's coming this is coming from the Lions organization, that they don't want to upset that apple cart. They want to keep all their people happy. So
can I offer you something that'll make you really enraged? Okay. I think. Tell me if you've heard this line of thinking before. Oh, it's a doozy. Wood said the clamor for the Lions to acquire a proven edge to pair with Hutchinson, quote, reminds me so much of everybody saying we needed to have another receiver opposite Calvin Johnson. And when you have one of those guys, trying to get another one's really hard. How many teams have two? Close quote.
I think this is part of the HR package. When you get hired in as a Detroit Lions person.
This is no different than cable news. They got the talking points.
Right. Here's what you say if anybody. We already have one. We don't need two. You probably only get away with that for a quarterback because only one can play at a time. But the last time I checked, you could play multiple defensive ends. You could play multiple running backs. You could play multiple tight ends. It's good to have more. except for this organization, which believes, no, we got Aiden and we're good.
I just had to throw it out there.
Yeah, no, that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Because I've heard that before.
I know.
I'm trying to think who. Oh, that was Brad. By the time those deals really come up, if you play this game correctly, it's 3 years down the line.
How do you even know you want all these guys
back
down the line?
Yeah.
Well, like we've done the Gibbs topic. I don't need to do it anymore. I feel like Jahmyr Gibbs shows are like Iserman shows. I don't want to do any of them. I just, guys.
But think about this: taking Gibbs out of the equation, Branch off of an injury, Porter off of an injury, and you're really worried about signing them long term. You need to see how well they adapt from this injury that they've had.
Also true. And by the way, you didn't even do the restructurings. You lightly did it. You left $13 million on the table
because they don't want to take money away from their guys.
Well, that's my point.
They've earned it.
Now I'm asking you, the fan, do you believe the Lions' top priority is winning a Super Bowl? I don't. Like, multiple things can be true. I could tell you, obviously, they have a very good football team. I don't think they're great. I don't think they're Super Bowl good. I think this offseason is, I don't want to use a term like embarrassing, but it's been a disappointment. How about that? They are so committed and so rigid in their commitment to paying their own. You've now had the GM and the president, and you've had Dan Campbell allude to it before about the long-term stuff. None of the things the power brokers of the team are saying align with winning a Super Bowl. They don't.
No, Mike, I mean, in the theme of today, it reminds me a lot of MSU hoops. We're going to do this my way. And I'm going to show you
I don't
this
understand.
way is going to work. And that's where the Lions are. Hey, we don't need to go and bring anybody outside of the family. We're going to take care of our own people. And trust me. And I think a lot of this still goes back to the fact of, hey, we were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl with this group of players.
3 years ago, Rico. Come on. You can't do that. Look, you guys tell us. 248-539-9797. You've heard the comments from Rod Wood now. Do you believe this football team, the one that you care about so much, the one you spend so much money on, the one that you give your Sundays to, do you really believe their highest priority is winning a Super Bowl? Because it doesn't align with what it's taken to win a Super Bowl in the NFC over the last decade. We've highlighted that in painstaking detail. Tell me.
But yeah, just to actually hear it coming from Rod Wood's mouth, according to the article, yeah, that's just, we didn't want to get in on the like Trey Hendrickson because it means we couldn't sign one of our own players.
Best part is he's saying we got to get it through the draft. Well, how? You don't have enough high-end picks to do this crap. Go ahead, Kenny. You're ready to pounce. Go, what's up?
No, I wonder what is on these 3x5 note cards they pass out to people like Rod Wood at the beginning of the season or during the offseason. That what is on that? What does it read? Does it read say that you can only have one and not two? Does it say that we're just trying to build a sustainable winner?
Yes. You know what it tells me, Kenny? It tells me that you've had many a lunches, many a dinner, many a meeting where it was just the same voice in the room and they just went around and said the same things all over again, so much so that they just believe it, that there was never a dissenting voice who said, hey, guys, maybe we should do this. No, they were all in agreement. This is the only way to go. We're smart, right? Yeah, we're smart. This is going to work.
You can say that we're being hypercritical by saying these things, but it seems like we're hearing the – because that's what anybody that disagrees with us would say, the Kool-Aid drinkers, quote unquote.
Hold on. Let's analyze that for a second. Just hold on. We're here till 6. Kenny, what we are doing is reading the comments direct from the source, and I am asking a question that no one is yet to answer. Do you believe the Super Bowl is their top priority? Answer the effing question. I don't need any other pablum. I don't need any other commentary. Answer the question. Period.
My answer to that question.
Not you. I'm saying
I know that.
People.
But my answer to that question is no, and I think as long as that waiting list for season tickets still exists, as long as fans are still lining up and spending their hard-earned dollar at an exorbitant rate at this point to get inside of the stadium, I don't think that their goal is going to change. And I think that's
then you've answered my
horrible.
question. So if people are upset at the answer, why? Argue it. Tell me they're all in. We're still talking about 2 and 3 years down the line. You haven't won a playoff game in 2 years.
And they're worried about paying some guys, 3 of which coming off of injuries.
There's one guy you'd look to pay right now, and it's not Jahmyr Gibbs. You want to pay Campbell, pay him. I'm not going to harangue you about that. Like, yeah, he's an off-ball linebacker, but he is the supercomputer. Your defense, he's your Fred Warner. You want to pay him, pay him. I'm not paying Brian Branch. He's in a wheelchair. I'm not paying Sam Laporta. He's off a back injury, and I got to be honest, he hasn't been totally dominant since his rookie year. And I'm not paying Jahmyr Gibbs because I got 2 more years, and I got to make sure his legs are still attached. He's a running back. I don't have to do anything.
And maybe you thought you would have learned your lesson because you rushed to go and pay Kirby Joseph, and stuff happened.
Things. I'd like to hear from the people on it because I just don't feel there's any evidence to show they're all in to do this. Now, does that mean you can't do it? No. That's not what we're talking about. Those are two. Let's not conflate them. I'm asking you a question because your team has essentially sat out free agency.
At least they told you why they just sat out.
And they've sat out the trade market. Yeah. So the whole idea is it always comes back to our cash position, and we want to make sure we can pay our own guys in the next 2 years. So you're not going for it. No. You're saying it.
And like clockwork, cap will go up in those years. So
I know. And I know salaries go up too. I don't understand why we're worried about 2-3 years from now when you haven't won crap in 70. And you're close right now. You're close.
Yeah. You can't be worried about the second Super Bowl championship until you get that first one.
Oh, ring the bell. Northville Lumber. Man, all right, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time. Absolute lowest prices. Stewie, you're a deck builder, do-it-yourselfer. You count on Northville. You're going to have everything you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it. Best in class. Take home some samples. That way, when we get another day like this in 3 months, you can enjoy your backyard. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Hey, Kenny, side note, because we've got so much good stuff today. Did you read the Helene St. James piece in the Free? Did you see the Todd McLennan comments?
What did he have to say?
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
I'll say this to you. You will have the floor. I really don't feel like even discussing that team after what they did against the Flyers.
Sure.
He basically said we shouldn't have to be extracting toughness or competitiveness or heaviness out of players this time of year, but we are. Oh, dear.
Also, by the way, is that not maybe a look in the mirror type of that's your job, is to extract that. You're the coach. That strikes back to a him or I know you've been critical of Larkin. That's a him and a Larkin problem, is it not?
It is.
And
And it's
73 games in, you shouldn't be having
Here it is.
shouldn't be
You
the
shouldn't be
issues.
trying to extract competitiveness or heaviness out of players at this time, but we are. Yeah, here's an idea. Maybe you're just void of leadership, too. That's why I've called into question the guy who wears the C. That's why I call into question Lucas Raymond. Your best players have to be your leaders. I'm sorry. Jim Leland had it right when he said it. My best players are my best leaders. You can't have fourth line guy. Like for years, the Islanders did this crap with Casey Cizikas. Okay, yeah, the identity line. It's fun. Your best player has to be your leader, period. If I got the head coach with 9 games to go talking about, yeah, man, I'm struggling to get these guys to compete, then I'll tell you, if they miss the playoffs, you blow the whole thing up.
Bro, if you ever wanted that Charles Ramsey moment, something's wrong here.
That's a pretty damning remark by Todd McClellan to me. But, again, we're just a couple of doorknobs and we're not invited to hockey talk. Kenny?
Do you wonder if he's doing that to call out his team? Do you think
considering he called them a collection of just jerseys.
Right, but that didn't work.
Right,
If that was the case, then it didn't work in the first place. Why would it work now?
What is he, Triumph the insult dog? We're just going to roll out another crack?
Spin the wheel. What can I say this time?
What can you say this time? I mean, he's not wrong. It doesn't seem like this team has any fight or drive to win down the stretch. And the problem is, the reason I'd put it more on Larkin than McClellan is because no matter who the head coach has been for the past several years, it's been the same result.
That's what? Okay. Kenny, how long have I said that? Again, why do we treat Dylan Larkin like a sacred cow? I'm actually getting to a point, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually kind of dig what Vegas did. And I know the Pacific sucks and none of the teams will be in the playoffs, but they're in the playoffs because they're in the Pacific. They just blasted out a Stanley Cup winning coach and put John Tortorella in there. Tortorella's going to kill somebody. I'm kind of, you know what? I'm kind of ready for that again.
Do you remember what they did after they won their first cup? They basically said, all right, half the roster, see you.
Yeah. We're going to try to do it again.
And they did it again. They went back.
Meanwhile, I got the Lions worried about 2020 never. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good.
What's going on, Justin?
I want to talk about these sorry Lions.
Okay.
Man, I've been a lifelong Lions fan. I love them to death, but we will never win a Super Bowl with this regime, and I hate it. I want a Super Bowl.
Why do you say that? Let's elaborate for me, please.
We make no moves. We make zero moves to get better. I understand you want to keep your own, you want to take care of people, but we have to do something else to get better, or we'll always be stuck in the same spot.
Well, let me give you an example, okay? Of the 4 players listed, are you really heartbroken in 2 years if you've got to say goodbye to Sam Laporta because you added Trey Hendrickson?
Not at all. Not one bit.
Okay. That because that's where I'm at. And that doesn't mean Laporta's bad. It just means I don't care if he's not here anymore. And if that's the cost, I'm using Rod Wood's words against him, I'm good with it. And here's the other thing. Justin, I hate to break it to you. I don't know how many guys have blown an Achilles and then landed a $100 million contract playing defensive back. How do I know I'm signing Brian Branch?
Somebody needs to go.
I love Brian Branch, but I just don't know if he'll ever be the same. So why are we worrying about it?
Chance. The Lions are going to take that chance, and we're going to bet on Branch being back Branch, and it's not going to happen. He won't be back the same.
I wish he would.
Me too, because he's a nuclear warhead on defense. I love him. He's physical. He helps in the run game as much as the pass game. But, Justin, that's the whole point right there. Even if they wanted to pay Gibbs, which I wouldn't, and you want to pay Jack Campbell, which I would, the other two guys are coming off real injuries, including one that may cause his career to never be the same. Why in the H-E-double-L hell am I worried about that? Doesn't strike me winning a Super Bowl is your top priority.
No, there's no sense of urgency. It's what it is. There's no, you know what? We have to get this thing done within the next couple of years, and then we'll figure it out later. Because if you win the title, then re-signing those players are not a top priority because you won the title, and now you can go trade pieces off and start to rebuild again to win another title.
And look, there's no one player I'm talking about either. Right, I only use the Hendrickson thing or Crosby thing because Rod Wood did. Let me be clear about that. Look, we had even gotten to a point where you were willing to take lesser players. But the idea that they did not do much of anything beyond sign a center whose claim to fame is, I'm better than Graham Glasgow. Guys, I'm sorry. I can't. DJ want him, fine. On 1st and 10, I'm happy to have him on the field. But what did they do to really get better in free agency? Please. I mean, guys, come on. The whole idea is you haven't won a playoff game in a couple of years. I wanted to see some aggression. Yeah. And we're still worrying about signing people that we either don't have to sign right now or aren't. I'm sorry. Right here, right now, do you think it's better than a 50-50 chance you sign Brian Branch on a blown Achilles?
You're right. It's about a 50-50 because you got to see if he's going to lose the speed, if he's going to lose that agility. Is he going to be the same person? And it was the same thing I said when Hutch came off the broken leg. I need to see before you sign. They were smart. They waited. They saw. They signed him during the season. But to sit there and worry about 2-3 years from now, or you could just try to win this thing this year.
And I can read Rod Wood's comments in the 5 o'clock, and I will. I'm using his words. Please don't turn on the station after a day of working your ass off and get mad. Like, no, this isn't us. Just
you're bad-mouthing the Lions.
No, I'm letting Rod Wood speak and Brad Holmes speak and Dan Campbell speak. They're all saying the same damn thing. It does not seem like the Super Bowl's their top priority. Because I don't think worrying 2-3 years down the line has anything to do with right now. Kenny, text communications. General sentiment coming in. What do we got?
This one coming in from Bill and Novi. The last person I want to hear from right now is Rod Wood, of all people, about football operations.
I agree, but he's also, relevant. Carry on.
Finally, they admitted they openly want to be SOL forever. Keep drinking the Kool-Aid and supporting this garbage.
No. I don't think it's SOL forever. I just think that they're stuck in good.
Yeah, stop with SOL. SOL was 3 wins a year, dysfunction, awful, terrible roster. Ditch the SOL thing. They're a winning team. They're a good team. Come on, man. Give them enough respect to say that. Jeez.
This team is filled with players that will make the Hall of very good but not great.
Okay. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
It seems like most people on the text are agreeing with you in the sense that this team isn't trying to hang up a banner. They're trying to be good for long.
I think if the banner happens within the construct of doing it their way, clearly thrilled. Yeah. But different organizations approach it different ways, but it has to be the sole pursuit. I mean, we're in an off season this year where we're talking about moving Penei Sewell to left tackle, which, by the way, happy to see Dan Campbell likes my idea. The whole thing is you're moving Penei Sewell to left tackle. You don't know if you're going to have either safety and what they're going to look like. Your D-line's in tatters. Right. Good golly, Miss Molly. It is.
I think it's just frustrating. It's that moment where you realize that it feels like the fans want it more than the team.
Well, half of them do. And then the other half, they'll eat up whatever the team's serving.
That's true.
FanDuel, a chance to call your shot daily home runs. Join the action. It is a free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game. And if you're right, you get a profit boost. And you can use the next bet for a chance at extra winnings. FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can opt in to that program, make your free pick. It's FanDuel, the official partner of MLB 21 and up present Michigan. No purchase is necessary. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's solve the world's problems. Go ahead.
Michael, welcome back. You know what? I'm going to start off with an easy thing for you, and we kind of touched upon it earlier in the show.
Yes, I think Renegade is going to win the Kentucky Derby with his smashing performance in the Arkansas Derby.
It was a great performance.
Shut up. Just
Thank
come on,
you
let's
for
go.
sharing that with me.
I know. It was tremendous. Go ahead.
Can we say that in order to make the Final Four and win a national title, you need a first-round NBA player or international player?
Yeah, I mean, it's the NBA part is far more important. This is why MSU's not winning a second championship under Izzo. They don't have NBA talent. They have really good college players. Well, guess what happens when you run into NBA talent? You get yaxled. You need NBA talent.
When you think about it, it's why that loss to Syracuse in the tournament hurt, because you had an NBA player. You had two.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Team.
I'll leave it alone.
So
I'll leave it alone because it's too early in the week to anger you and mention Ben Carter's leg brace.
You can't hurt me.
We're good.
25-6. You can't hurt me.
Most definitely, I feel like I do agree with Mike. The NBA talent is a little more important to it. But then at the same time as well, as much as people say, oh, get the NBA talent or allocate a lot of money, look at the teams like, for example, Kentucky. You can shell out $10 million. Doesn't really equate to...
Yeah, but hold on. Corbin, that's bad evaluations. I don't care about Kentucky falling on their ass because Mark Pope's an idiot.
Well,
my point is, if you don't have NBA talent, you have no chance. If you do, it doesn't guarantee anything. But Corbin, you know what I know. There's not a single player on this state team that's an NBA player.
No,
not one.
By all means, I agree with that as well. I mean, MSU, in my opinion, were a little too fraudulent for that sole reason. I just think that when there are teams that are shelling out the money like a Kentucky with players who might not be first round or lottery pick caliber, but still on the cusp of it necessarily, I don't think it'll equal to results as people think it would.
No, it's not a guarantee. But if you don't do it, you got no shot.
Can we say that Yaxel Lindeborg will be the best player that Michigan had in modern history? I'm not going back to the Cassie days. I'm saying modern history.
No. He's an outstanding college player. Now that we're allowing 30-year-olds to play in college. But no, Michigan's had some wonderful, legit NBA do I think Yaxel will be an NBA All-Star? No.
No, but I'm not talking NBA. I'm talking
college?
At Michigan. At Michigan, will he go down as the best player, a best Michigan player in the modern era?
How long's modern? I'm not being a smartass.
Nah, okay, we take it back to...
You want to say a decade?
No, we can take it back to 2000.
Yeah, maybe. Just because I think they're winning the title. So, all right, yeah, I can go with that.
I would say maybe as well on the sense of just how great he is as a basketball talent. But I will say, if you had U of M fans kind of make a list, I feel like some players might over trump him, like a Trey Burke, because obviously he was very beloved, maybe like a Nick Stauskas or whatever. But I think, I don't know, it's a weird gray area.
No, but I look at that, and that's why I was thinking, but I'm watching him. He could take over the game no matter what. He could throw out the assists. He could play defense. He could score. Those guys were very good. But I look at him, and I'm like, for that 1 year, he's going to become legendary at that school, especially if they end up winning the whole thing. Can we say that the Duke Blue Devils blew the game more than UConn won the game?
100%. It's not even close. I mean, I give Mullen full credit for hitting the shot and the tip and the whole bit. They blew a 20-point lead. It's ridiculous. And then the last play, I'll shout out Rico. He's been calling him Bad Boozer all year. Bad Boozer did Bad Boozer things. Yes, it was one of the ultimate chokes, and you just hate to see it.
How many points do you have to be up before it's like, I'm the one that blew this thing?
It depends on time. You blow a 10-point lead in the last 3 minutes, choke.
Right.
17, 18-point lead anytime in the second half, debacle.
Yeah.
To me.
It was a 19-point lead, but it was in the first half, but still, okay, it's a 5-point lead late in the game. Okay, we hit our free throws. We could win this thing. And then it just got to the point where, can we just inbound the ball? get fouled?
Question mark?
We're up 2.
Yeah, you can't choke away a lead like that no matter what time it is. And at the same time as well, sure, he can do the crying in the post-game interview. That's just a cardinal sin in basketball. 10 seconds left in college, you hold the ball. I don't care what your percentage is.
You didn't
free
even
throws.
have to
Hold
cross
it.
the half-court line. You could have just held the ball.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Can we say that the Illinois basketball team is a team that really nobody's talking about in this Final Four?
I know one person who did. Mr. Rico Beard, you've loved Illinois all year, man. It's okay to take a little victory lap, even though you didn't draft him and I did in our Sweet 16 pool.
You took him before I could.
You hate it. Yeah, and look, they're a fun story. I really love Brad Underwood's RBF. He just looks miserable constantly. But they're fun to watch. And they've got a hell of a story with Wagler, the international crew. Why not? Now, they better pray they don't see Michigan, but why not?
Well, yeah, because I thought that was going to be a better game when they played earlier in the year. And they're a lot like Alabama, and they rely a lot on their three-pointers. And when the three-pointers aren't falling.
They have anybody who has 2 pounds of weed at their house?
No. Well, a lot of cigarettes.
Yeah, the Illinois team, no one's really talking about them, but they're the fun team. I wouldn't be mad if they end up winning it all.
Can we say that UConn is the center of college hoops?
As in what? The standard is what a program
is?
They
are the new They are the new standard.
100%
college
to me.
Hoops. That Dan Hurley, as weird as he is, knows what he's doing.
Can we say he crossed the weird threshold with the pantsless celebration in the locker room? What was that? What are we doing with bath towels here? No, did he or did he not cross into Weirdville?
He may have, but you just won. You beat Duke, and I guess there's certain things you could be allowed to do.
Okay.
UConn's always been the sneaky blue blood, in my opinion. I'm happy that this particular run with Dan Hurley is more so solidifying it. And at the end of the day, if he wins it all, he'll be one of, I believe, 7 coaches to hit the 3 title stretch mark. He's the best in all of college athletics for basketball, of course. Yeah, no, UConn is the 1A in my eyes.
Okay. So, yeah, I still look back to that Duke game, and I just, what were you doing? That final 10 seconds.
Makes no
I don't
sense.
get it. It makes no sense.
And what was John Shire doing with that stupid look on his face? We don't have time.
We'll get to that later. This is Can We Say That? 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Pistons have ruled out Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, and Duncan Robinson for tonight's game against the Thunder. OKC also sits starters Isaiah Hartenstein and Jalen Williams. You can hear the 9:30 tip over on WWJ News Radio 950. It's only the sixth time number one seeds have played each other this late in the season in 20 years. The Tigers play the Diamondbacks tonight. Justin Verlander will make his debut. First pitch at 9:40 right here on 97.1. Detroit has also traded right-handed pitcher Dylan Smith to the Giants for cash. Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke as the league meetings commence. He said they will not have any joint practices this training camp. Also said they're ready to move Penei Sewell to left tackle if need be. Campbell said it would just take him a couple days to work on his left-handed stance, but it would be just like riding a bike. He also addressed the allegations that Tyrion Arnold was involved in a kidnapping and robbery case. Quote, "I mean, as of a month ago, this was nothing, so I have no idea what this is. As far as I know, it's still not a big deal. Seems like he wasn't involved with this," end quote. New Michigan edge rusher John Henry Daly, who transferred from Utah this offseason, is trying to bounce back from an Achilles injury. Told reporters today he's progressing well and has started to jog and run. He expects to be a full go by June 1st. The Wings will start John Gibson in goal tomorrow against the Penguins, marking his 12th straight start. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, good to have you with us. We have covered Michigan in the Final Four. You know, they're my natty pick, so they're just doing what I expect them to do. Poor Rick Barnes. I was elder abuse. They were down, felt like they were down by 50 in the first 9 minutes. But if you want that, Odyssey.com rewind. What's kind of caught fire here is Rod Wood's comments, and you do what you want with it. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue. These are his words, and again, the Lions are a lot of things. Inconsistent is not one of them. They are all using the same trope. And here's Rod Wood at the league meetings basically saying they were never in the game for a top edge rusher in free agency or trade market. He reiterated the Lions remain committed to, quote, trying to make sure we don't overcommit today so that we can't take care of our own guys. In an interview with the Free Press, here's a more extended quote. When we're looking at our cash and cap budget, we're looking at it as is and as it will be, with those guys knowing that we want to keep many of them, all of them if we can, referring to Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, Branch. So if we had gone out and done the biggest, let's say we did the Max Crosby trade or the Hendrickson signing, that probably would have meant which one of those guys are we going to let go, close quote. Here would be my retort. Hey, guys in Lions land, if I could have got you Crosby or Hendrickson, which one of those guys would you have let go? Answer, don't give a rat's ass. I would love for you to call and tell me that you would not take that deal. But they are so faithful, and I would say rigid, to their plan. Wood goes on to basically talk, you know, the next 2 years in the cash position. And here, this was the other one. He basically did the Brad. This reminds me of when we had Calvin Johnson and people wanted a receiver opposite him. I mean, how many teams in the league have two of those? Uh-oh. It's the same damn thing Brad said. Mm-hmm. So look, I distilled it into a different question. I didn't do the Crosby, Hendrickson, and which guy would you let go of. It's pointless. It's a fruitless exercise. What I'm asking is, now that you've heard Campbell, you've heard Brad Holmes, and now you've heard Rod the Bod, okay, do you still believe your favorite team, that their top priority is winning a Super Bowl? I don't. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Things happen in sports. Mm-hmm. But the top priority, because everything they're doing is about being good. None of what they're doing is about being great. None of it.
No, it doesn't scream championship. It screams longevity.
It screams, we've been terrible for 70 years. We're kind of good now. We like this. Mm-hmm. It also says, hey, we got a waiting list for season tickets. But that's where it's on you guys. You tell me, do you believe your Detroit Lions as an organization have a bloodlust to win a Super Bowl. Because why they're worried about signing Brian Branch, for instance, he has blown out his Achilles. I'm nowhere near caring about signing him. Sam Laporta, let me be clear, his best year was his rookie year. Go look. Why am I going to run out and make him one of the highest paid tight ends in the league? You know what I would do? I take the comp pick. He'd play out his time here to play it out, and I let him walk. No shot at Sam Laporta, but if I could get an edge, I'm letting Sam Laporta walk in 2 years. I'm using Rod's words against him, mind you. That this isn't me making things up. Rod said if we got an edge, we'd have to have a conversation of which one of those guys is not back. Cool, Sam Laporta. Next. Why? I have Amon-Ra, I got J-Mo, I got Tesla, I got Gibbs. If that's not enough for my quarterback, then my quarterback stinks. Next. Argue it. Tell me you believe your team lies awake at night trying to win a Super Bowl. With the offseason they've had, and now with more comments saying, guys, joke's on you. We were never involved in any of it. Not a trade, not a signing, nothing. Because we're worried about keeping all of our players. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, Rick. I didn't mean to be verbose there.
No,
I wanted to lay it out for the people, though.
And you said everything that I wanted to say, everything that I've been saying, that it feels like a gap year. Well, no, it doesn't, because a gap year means you take this year off and you come back strong the next year. This sounds like wash, rinse, repeat, where they're going to do the same thing next year.
Every year.
And the year after. Think about it. Oh, well, how many times we say you got to get somebody opposite of Aiden? No, we don't. No, this year they're going to do it. Trade deadline. Oh, wait, they're going to go after Max. They're going to go after Trey. They're going to go after – no, they're not.
None of it.
They're not going to go after any of them. Once you become acceptant of this, then it becomes easier because you see what they want to be, and what they want to be is just good.
It's weird considering the head coach once said we can't fall in love with our own players.
I think he wasn't at that meeting, and then he got in there and they said, no. Here's
Go back
here's
a couple of slides so Dan can catch up.
Right. Here's what we believe, because it feels like this is what they hand out in the packet at HR when they get hired. You just want to be good. We stunk for years. We're here now. And these players, these core players, man, they almost got us to the Super Bowl. So
the problem
we gotta keep
is
these guys.
Here's the one thing I would say, and I'm not trying to be a deflator. What I would say to you is, that's a faulty premise, because what powered you to that Super Bowl was the best offensive line in the league. Mm-hmm. Your offensive line is currently constituted. I'm not going to say stinks. That's unfair. I don't think it's
in transition.
I don't think it's in the top half of football.
No.
You want to say you're in the mushy middle? I could live with that. So it's a faulty premise.
No.
You had an elite, all-world offensive line that powered that season.
But if you think about it, you look at how, Gibbs didn't have the games that we thought that he really had. When you go back and look at the numbers, you don't have a mobile QB, not doing that show. But if you don't have the line. Oh,
God, please, can we do that?
No, if you don't have the line to protect him, well, you're probably looking at more sacks.
So here, which comment is more disturbing? Rod Wood basically saying, no, man, we never even considered. And we're all about, hey, we need to keep all our players. If we sign somebody big now, like Crosby or Hendrickson, we'd have to let someone go. Cool. Sam Laporta, 2 years. Bye. But is that comment more disturbing than Todd McClellan? In the Free Press today, we shouldn't have to be working to extract competitiveness and heaviness out of players this time of year, but that's the spot we're in. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. That's after, 10 days ago or whatever it was? Basically saying we got a lot of guys out there that are just wearing the jersey. We don't have number guy. Both comments are disturbing, let's be clear. No. And I do think, again, right now here, Kenny's going to enjoy this because it's the Kenny Cott is going to be right nightclub. The Wings playoff odds, less than 2 weeks ago were minus 300. Now they're plus 165. If they don't make the playoff, you have to call everything into question, not only upstairs, but also just look, Dylan Larkin wearing the C. This would be another March collapse that he will help author. And while he's been dinged up and then, look, he's back. Look, Lucas Raymond's another one. Oh, 71 points in 71 games. What's he done in crunch time over the last 20, nerds? 6 goals, 7 assists, and he's lucky he scored a couple goals this weekend. Otherwise, you know what those numbers look like. It's not good enough. But between Rod Wood and Todd McClellan, it is notable, quotable, potables today, and none of them are good. Celebrity Jeopardy time, Kenny.
No.
Potent potables.
I thought that.
What on earth?
And the funny thing is, early on, I thought this Lions team was really going to be about building something. I mean, remember when they got rid of T.J. Hawkinson, and it was like, whoa, really? But you went out and found out we can draft another tight end. Well, guess what? You can do that again. You don't have to say, okay, we got the last tight end ever to come out of Iowa.
No, and understand, like, I want to make sure I'm clear because I feel like the message gets lost because I can just be caustic about things. Like, it's not that Sam Laporte is bad. I'm taking what Rod Wood said and I'm just throwing it back in his face, which is, oh, okay, so if you brought me Max Crosby, I'd have to choose which one of these 4 I'm letting go? Cool. Sam Laporta, bye. I have Tesla. I have JMO. I have Amon-Ra. I have Gibbs. Okay, sold. Him acting like them having to let go of one player is this, oh my God, what will we do? Yeah. What? Hey, here's another one, Rod. How do we know we want to keep Brian Branch? He blew his Achilles. Show me a list of players who have blown their Achilles and come back to make multiple All-Pro teams, multiple Pro Bowls. Show me. And refine it even more. Show me defensive backs. Mm-hmm. So his words, don't get mad at me. I mean, you can. That doesn't matter. It's fine. You have a right to be upset at me, I guess. But it's not I'm not making it up. No. And the McClellan thing, I'll leave to Kenny. I think that is a damning remark about that locker room. That's a damning remark about the guys who wear the winged wheel. I mean, come on, man. These players primarily are the authors of the entire book series called March Collapse. If you don't have the pride and you don't have the desire and you don't have that constitution, a coach ripping your ass is not going to fix that. That's just me, but hey, I'm not sitting around the little hockey bonfire, so whatever. Go ahead, Kenny.
And I don't want to hear about. You mentioned Larkin is dinged up a little bit. Guess what, man?
Everybody is. I don't care.
This is playoff hockey. Everybody's going to be dinged up, whether it's inside or trying to make the playoffs. This isn't a new problem to run into. Todd McClellan saying that is a very damning statement, and the fact that we've had these statements being said year over year over year for the past. I don't know. What has it been? 3, 4, 5 years now?
Eternity.
Feels like forever, man.
It does. I want to get to the phone calls. And the priority being the Super Bowl, do you still believe your beloved team has that same priority? Rod Wood's comments. I offered you that, okay, Rod, challenge trade. Oh, if you had brought me Max or Trey, I'd have to let go of a player. Aren't you making that deal? Yeah, great here. Sam? We're going to use you up and throw you in the garbage in 2 years. That's business, dude. Mm-hmm. And as far as McClellan, Kenny said it all. You guys can do what you want. Obviously, the Wings will come into more focus with the Pittsburgh game. Man, can we get some good quotes? Good heavens. 248-539-9797 when it comes to an IRS collection or audit. Abraham and Rose successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems, and for over 30 years. Their experience means when you're facing that collection or audit, you can rely on them. Law firms come and go, but 30 years, testament to Maurice and Jerry. Their experienced team ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income tax or payroll taxes. It's abrahamandrose.com. Call 248-539-5040. You will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, let's do the business. Right to the phones. Dave's in Westland. Dave, I'm sorry that took so long, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, folks, how you guys doing today?
Good, Dave. What's up? Good.
Good. I hope you guys are having a great day. Everybody in Metro Detroit, hope you guys are having a great day, except for the Detroit Lions. I hope they're having the day they deserve.
Okay.
My point that I wanted to make was just statistically that Jake Bates has won 5 games for the Detroit Lions, 5 for 5 in game-winning attempts versus in the last 2 years only against Jared Goff, who has 1 game-winning touchdown, walk-off touchdown in the last 2 years.
Okay. I'm a little confused because we're talking about the Rod Wood thing, so I help me understand where we're going here, Dave.
Okay. To kind of tie it together, I believe personally that Jared Goff is a loser.
Oh, boy.
And that Brad Holmes does not want to give up on this pick because he believes it'll define his career, which it is in the wrong ways.
All right, look, the verbiage you use with your quarterbacks, you can't do that. I mean, you could say Goff is not elite. You could say Goff is not going to win me a Super Bowl. You can't call a guy a loser. Come on, man. Dave.
Okay.
I mean,
I think he just did.
No, but Dave, I'm trying to help you out because I don't want to see you get hammered and then Kenny's reading a bunch of ticket text. You could say you're not enamored with the guy and you don't think he's good enough to get you home. I'm not going to have that fight. You're fine. You can't call a guy a loser. I mean, a loser's Kyler Murray.
I hear you. The name is aside. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You don't have to be sorry. I'm trying to help you out. That's all. You're fine. Go ahead.
I understand. Statistically, Jared Goff is not. We cannot win because of Jared Goff. That's my point.
Right. He is going to be a facilitator. He is the point guard who is an elite passer but not an elite scorer. He's not driving the bus. He is simply facilitating. You insulate him. No, I don't disagree. Yeah. Now, but what does that have to do with Rod Wood's comments? That's where I'm not understanding what we're doing here.
The experiment from the last year where we won 15 games, right?
Okay.
We won 15 games not because of Jared Goff, but because of the elite team that was around him, right? And that's what we're trying to do again, right? Put an elite team around him, right?
I don't think that's the case. That's the problem. Dave, in order to get back to where you were, you would have to become very aggressive in free agency and in trades, Dave. What Rod Wood is saying is, okay, if I brought you Max Crosby, boy, we'd have to sit down and talk about which one of those 4 are we not keeping. Cannon loaded, Sam Laporta. Cannon loaded, Branch. I don't even know if Brian Branch is going to be playing football in 2 years of a blown Achilles. That's the topic. Hey, man, look, the Goff stuff, I just, what do you want me to say? If you insulate him the right way, do I think you can win a Super Bowl? Yes. Why? Flowchart. Ginger just did it. Truth. Come on now. Sam Darnold's going to be the poster child for Goff being able to get it done.
Or it makes him look really bad if he can't get it done.
Okay, then. Josiah, 97.1. Josiah, how are you, buddy?
Oh, my.
Whoa, not sure what's going on there. Josiah sounded heated at someone else. We'll go to Alex, 97.1. Alex, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. So, here's what it's funny because I'm thinking the Lions are, as a Lions fan, been a Lions fan for a long time. But you know what the Lions are is a two-sided coin right now. Because back in the day, the Lions, everybody saw them as a junk organization, a dumpster fire, and they didn't have any loyalty towards players or anything. Now, we've gone exact opposite and said, oh, we're just going to be so over loyal that we're going to look past being successful. So, they've gone to both sides of the extremes and never found a middle ground. So what I take by those comments is you're an idiot because you still haven't done what everybody's wanted you to do, which is just make a winning team and win the damn thing for us.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, Alex, now the one thing that would fly into that would be the Taylor Decker situation. Again,
yeah,
I'm over it. I don't care. I didn't want him back. So I'm the wrong person to talk to about that. I'm fine. He's not.
Doesn't that actually go into saying, okay, so the Taylor Decker situation, doesn't that go into saying, hey, we're being too nice? Because a good GM is going to walk up end of last season and be like, hey, man, you've got 2 months. You got a month and a half to tell me what's going on. I don't have time to wait for you.
Well,
so
no,
but GM is going to kind of force that on him.
Well,
and
they kind of
say,
did.
oh,
He basically said, "I'm back," and they went, "No, you're not," and that's it. So
that's true.
And then he got his feelings
Sir,
hurt.
You're a little too long in the tooth for
but
this.
the
line.
problem in all of this to me is the off season is not indicative of a team going for it, and you can't really do both. I mean, everybody can pretend that you can be all in and building for the long term. You really can't. The mechanisms in the league prevent that. So you can be good and take a bunch of bites at the apple and be good for a long time, and maybe good will be good enough one time. Maybe. I'm not telling you they'll never win a Super Bowl. You haven't heard me say that. But I just don't think you're giving yourself the best shot to do it, doing it this way. And I'm taking what Rod Wood said in today's interview and just using it against him. What fan will call this show and I could have delivered you Crosby or Hendrickson and I said, okay, fine, in 2 years you can't sign Laporta? Who's not doing that?
Nobody, except for an organization that loves their players. Ironically enough, when Dan Campbell said we can't fall in love with our own players, but you did. When you go back and really look at some of the quotes after that run in San Francisco, you can't fall in love with your own players. It's not a guarantee we'll ever get back here. A lot of things were said that maybe we should have paid closer attention to, but I don't think that we did. You just assumed, oh, he's just a little angry. He's a little upset. He'll get over it. No, it's turning out to be that way. And now management is, hey, don't expect us to sign big ticket items.
But that's the
because
problem.
we have to keep our items.
The roster's eroded the last couple of years. You haven't won a playoff game, and they're not doing anything to change course.
Which is why I think it's weird different messaging coming from Brad Holmes versus Campbell after the quote that you just brought up of there's no guarantee we get back here, and then they're falling in love with their own guys or whatever Rod Wood wants to say. It seems like those are two very distinctly opposite ideas.
I mean, I want you to think about this, okay? When you almost went to the Super Bowl, you had arguably the two best tackles in the league that year, right? A Hall of Famer at right tackle. Do you realize right now you have better odds of starting Larry Borum at right tackle than not? The odds of you getting the tackle you want at 17 are way less than Sewell moving to left tackle and Larry Borum's your right tackle. I mean, that's...
Yeah, and starting a rookie at left tackle?
No. You're moving Sewell over. I'm glad Campbell likes my idea. I appreciate it. I've had that idea for months. It's too simple not to. But my other idea was I'm signing a right tackle who's a real starter. Larry Borum as a depth player can play a role. Do I want him starting 17 games? Absolutely not.
Unless you use Borum and then you draft somebody and then after like 4 or 5 games, okay,
all right.
it's now your turn.
So then who's your pass rusher? How you fixing the safety spot?
You don't need one.
I see what he's doing now. Okay, I'm done talking to you.
What do you need a pass rusher for?
I hate you.
Go. You got a hunch.
Go to Josiah 97. This was a bad idea. Josiah, how are you?
I'm so sorry about that, Mike. My dog literally got off my leash. And
It's
I was
okay.
like, please don't hang up the phone.
No,
oh, my God. Okay,
I wouldn't do it to you. I knew you were under duress. I wanted to make sure you didn't hurl an F-bomb, so I just hit the pause button.
Oh, my gosh.
Go ahead.
Oh, gosh. So, listen, no smarm, okay? But you stated that Brad, oh, my gosh, I'm totally parsing my words. You stated, you talked about Brad Holmes' comments.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to justify that with Dan's words of Dan was saying that, well, okay, so the rumor was you came out that someone came to you who worked with the team and said they're not in step with each other, that there's been different discussions with roster construction. And then Brad comes out on this podcast recently with the Lions thing, and he says that they're in lockstep. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just
I'm not wrong.
Insight, and then just one more thing.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you really believe Brad Holmes would go on an interview or podcast in public record and say that there's been differences of opinion on roster construction?
No, right.
I mean,
and that's my intent is that I don't believe him. I think
don't
he's
either.
just trying to cover. Because I think whether it's subconsciously or not, I think he knows that there is an issue, and he obviously doesn't want to speak about it. Now, if Brad does not draft this year, I want him gone. I don't want him here. And who I want, and I've told this to many of my buddies, even in my fantasy league, I want Louis Riddick, who used to work with Philly, but that's who I would want as our GM.
All right. I'm going to say, I want to be, Josiah, I'm not trying to bust your chops because you almost lost your dog there a minute ago. You've had a rough day. You can't hire someone because they're on TV. Like, I know why you're saying it, because you know the name and you see him on your television.
It works all the time.
No, it does not. And we're not getting rid of Brad Holmes. Okay, now I will tell you, if they miss the playoffs this year, a hot seat index is high.
He's in the crosshairs.
But you can't, guys, power it down for a second, all right? That's all I'm saying. You got to relax on it.
Louis Riddick.
Matt Millen. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
Okay, guys, it is getting warmer outside, and that's why you need to really start thinking about your lawn. And more importantly, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You get green, you stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Why? Because pretty soon that grass is going to start to bloom along with weeds if you don't take care of your grass and your lawn right now. That's why you need to call 888-GET-GREEN. Get Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service on the job. They'll tailor a plan for your lawn. Because remember, it is far easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. By the time you see the weeds starting to sprout, you're in trouble, and you should have called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service like I told you to do right now. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. They got early treatments that will set the tone for the entire season. As a matter of fact, if you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
quickly, based off of the update where the Flyers were thanking Michigan State for essentially tanking the tournament so they could call up the kid they drafted, Pete Martone or whatever the hell his name is. Kenny, Kenny, if the Flyers make the playoff and the Wings don't, does that break you?
You assume that I'm not already.
No. I mean, broken. Like, not going to watch hockey playoffs broken.
No, nothing can put me there.
You
but
sure?
In terms of, in the context of this team, yes.
Flyers are kind of a young team.
Yeah, no, that would be just another one. Okay. That's another bullet in the already dead body that is Kenny Cott.
Okay. Uplifting way to begin.
All right.
Rico.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, good.
And nothing says fun like, can we say
like Kenny's dead body
that LSU will regret bringing Will Wade back?
Yes. Absolutely. It's insanity. The guy's a POS. But what is LSU hoops? It's nothing.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, great. 40 years ago. 36 to be exact. It doesn't matter. To me, LSU hoops, it's just whatever.
Your guy, what's his name? Quit basketball because he missed that layup.
Ben Simmons?
Yes, Ben Simmons.
Okay.
He was there for 5 minutes.
What about Cam Thomas? All right, go ahead. Next.
You want in? Okay. Can we say that John Shire is not living up to expectations?
Yes. You had the number one recruiting class. You got the money. You got the players. You can't lose back-to-back years that way. And they looked poorly coached in the moment. Didn't need to even cross the half line. You don't need to throw that pass. That's coaching. Because multiple players panicked.
You realize that, okay, just the microcosm, you could have called a timeout. You could have got everybody on the same page. You could have put your 5 best free throw shooters out there knowing they had to foul you. There was no playing defense. You simply could run out the clock. But when you look at the bigger picture, you've had NBA talent, arguably, one of the top picks of each draft, and you found a way to lose in the final minute in the last 2 years.
I will acknowledge that there's definitely some coaching lapses in yesterday's game against UConn and last year's game. I believe it was against Houston in the tournament in the Final Four. But what Caden Boozer did for a guy who's been around basketball basically coming out of the womb, that's a cardinal sin. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's just something, even if you panic and you feel the pee coming down your leg.
Can't say that.
Moving on. Overall, at the end of the day, just a bad moment out of Caden.
Corbin is such a nice guy. And then he goes full liability mode. Again. He's an absolute wild card. All right, go ahead.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Oh, my gosh. He's a grandmother for wedding crashers. All right. I'm keeping the painting, Todd.
All right. In this day and age of modern day college hoops, can we say
you mean whoring?
No, I'm talking about the actual product on the floor.
Got it.
Can we say that Arizona Wildcats are bucking the system because they don't shoot a ton of threes? They're coming in. Michigan has attempted 356 more three-pointers than Arizona has. They live and die in the paint.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're not going to beat Michigan, because Michigan doesn't let you score in the paint. And you saw it early on. They were ice cold from three while they were losing to Purdue. And then they were able to dribble, drive, kick, get the open looks, hit them, and all of a sudden the game sped up. I think they're going to have a hell of a time because Michigan is not going to let you score in the paint. They protect the rim. They're going to have to hit some threes. And yes, they're bucking the trend, to answer your question.
I'm just excited for the matchup right there at the end of the day. Just as someone who has no dog in the fight with this, just give me a good matchup and I'll take whatever comes from it.
Can we say that this is going to be a good Final Four? When you look at the 4 teams remaining, they're not all the 1 seeds, but each has a storyline and you can make a case for all 4 of the teams to win a title.
No. You make a case for 2 of the teams. The 2 that I have in our lunch bet.
You can make a case for the other 2.
Oh, please.
UConn gets their Final Four. They just don't lose. And Illinois, when they get nuclear hot from the 3-point line, they're not losing.
You make that case.
You can make a case. I didn't say that it was probable. I just said in this Final Four, there's normally like one team that doesn't belong one team that's just lucky to be there and two teams that are going to be playing each other. This one, all four teams, pretty good.
Yeah, no, I would agree with Rico on this. All four teams pretty solid. And at the end of the day, I do understand it, but I guess I don't agree with the narrative over the past 24 or so hours that the winner of Arizona and U of M is basically the national championship game right there, because clearly it showed yesterday you can't count out Dan Hurley with his horns on his head. You can't.
Funny that you said that, Corbin, because that's on here. Can we say that the Michigan-Arizona game is the title game?
Yes. Full stop.
If you did the whole reseeding, they would actually meet in the national title game rather than...
I don't even want the other game played. I just give out the national championship Saturday night.
Really?
Yeah. Whatever team comes out of the other side has no shot.
So what happens if either UConn or Illinois does this?
It won't happen. Okay. If it does happen, fine. Then I look stupid. I mean, whatever. It's a day that ends in Y. It's just not going to happen.
Okay.
I think Arizona and U of M, that's just going to decide who's the favorite for the national title game. I personally want UConn because I'm into greatness. I want to see Dan Hurley just build this big dynasty over there. But I wouldn't be shocked if either team on the left side of the bracket somehow pull out and win it all.
Can we say that, and you know what, I'm setting myself up for this quarter.
I'll be nice.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
I'll be nice.
Can we say that college hoops needs to really rein in their transfer portal when the window opens so that you don't have players declaring during the tournament that you can't do anything, you can't even declare until the tournament is over?
Does a bear take a dump in the woods? I'm not going to be nice. This is ridiculous.
See, you said you'd be nice.
Okay, here's my nice answer. Yes, Rico, you can say that. Corbin?
Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I've said it all.
No, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm pretty sure I was on this show a while back, and when we had this conversation, they got to switch it up. I mean, it's egregious that ball is still being played, and you can go commit elsewhere and whatnot.
No. Technically, you can't enter the portal until the day after.
Oh, but you mean when your agent is whoring you around to the next John Doe who's in town for the night?
You can't do that.
You can declare and say your services are for hire.
Why do you think half these teams quit when they're down 20 in the second half? Their agents probably hit them up at halftime. Don't worry, buddy. I got you a better deal over here at La Tech.
All right. It's come out that your guy, Ricky Pitino, got a contract extension, and I think he's the second highest paid coach in the Big East now.
And
looking at what Pitino has done, Izzo comes out and says, hey, I'm not retiring anytime soon. Can you say that Izzo and Pitino have earned the right to leave on their own terms?
No. I don't think any coach earns that right. I'm just different. No. This is not a fun club. This is not a social event. You're running, $100 million, or in certain cases, certain schools like Michigan, that's $1 billion athletic department. No, you don't get to earn your way out. No.
You're 70-plus years old.
I don't care. Sympathy for old people?
No,
that's what we're doing?
They just are. And their St. John's billionaire kicked in and said,
his name is Mike Rapoli.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Horse racing guy.
No, I think
hate his guts. No one earns that right in my world.
I disagree with Mike. I think there are a certain level of coaches that you do earn the right to say when your time is out. My only thing is, with those coaches, you got to have the self-awareness to kind of know, all right, let's hang up the clipboard and let's go, move on, or just move to Florida as a retirement home.
And I got one more for you, Mike, because you were gone last week, but we had this discussion.
I was here half the week. Carry on.
Okay. Once again,
what do you want?
Can we say Iowa
No.
was a Cinderella?
No. No.
Heavens, no.
No.
Making it to the Elite Eight?
We can say Ben
9 seed.
We can
making
say
it to
Ben
the Elite
McCollum needs some of that cocoa bean number 5.
Good for them. I guess if they're
and a trip to Turkey.
I guess if they're a Cinderella, they're the ugly Cinderella. I just don't care for them. I'll move on to the next
They're
one.
a major conference team. I can't do it.
Even though they were 9 seed. Okay.
I hate Iowa. Sell Iowa to Canada.
What you got against corn?
I hate their sports. Why do they have to play the ugliest brand of sports? Their football and basketball teams comprehensively are the worst version of their respective sport. I don't like any of it. And I don't care that they wave to the kids. That doesn't make up for the egregious style of football they play.
It gave you Caitlin Clark.
I don't care about her. Does she even play anymore?
Yeah. She's in commercials, too.
Oh, good. Good. That's good.
With Charles and Magic and Samuel L.
Oh, my God. Those commercials are awful. Oh, my God. Those commercials are so bad.
Yeah, I'm glad when the tournament is over because we don't have to see those commercials again. All right, that's Can We Say That?
Oh, boy.
Part 2, 97.1.
Right now, FanDuel can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. It works pretty simply. You place any bet with FanDuel using your bet reset token. If it doesn't win, you get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day, 10 straight days. FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can sign up today. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know what? I got a bonus. Can we say that before we hand the show over to Wojo and Rieger? As Wojo is fresh back from Chicago, and Rieger is just out there. He's just a sick man. I don't know what else to say about Rieger. It's like, dude, your team's in the Final Four. He's more happy that State's at home than his team is in the Final Four. God didn't stutter.
I'm often very confused as to what Rieger actually roots for, what makes him happy, what gives him joy as a sports fan. I'm very confused by that man.
He's like, oh, you're like, or you could just be happy your team's in the Final Four.
Sounds like a typical U of M fan. Focus on other fan bases.
I'm like, you would fail to realize that Michigan is still playing. And like, dude, if you win the whole thing, yeah, you're going to be one of the better teams. Anyway, the bonus, can we say that? Fred Hoiberg's decision in the game against Iowa was more egregious than John Shire not calling a timeout. Hoiberg having 4 people on the court was more egregious than Shire not calling a timeout.
I think it was egregious having Nebraska and Iowa play on television.
But the fact that you had a man sprinting to the table. Like
he pulled a Bobby Williams at Northwestern. Lorenzo Guest wasn't on the field. I've never seen
so that.
Was
like your bonus. Can we say that Hoiberg having 4 guys on the court? Lo and behold, there's a guy open for a dunk. How did that happen?
Weird.
Oh, wait. Math.
Kenny.
We got some text communications here as we try not to mess it up one more time.
Thank you.
Talking to hockey fans about hockey is toxic. It's like trying to talk to Star Wars, Star Trek, and Batman fans. That's from DC and Ann Arbor.
It's all nerd-ass gatekeepers. Fine. Then no one will talk about your sport. Oh, wait, you'll complain. Fine. There's
what's
no
wrong
winning.
With Batman?
I don't have. Well, are we talking the goofy one from the 60s, which was one of the worst
version.
TV shows of all time? Yeah. You don't like that crap, do you?
No, I grew up. I was a kid, so yes, I grew up watching that. I didn't know any better, but it was
all right.
It was all we had.
I'll let it go.
More of the same from Woods and Holmes. What will it take for them to change their thinking in the front office? That's from
Nothing.
Bill.
It's not going to happen because I don't believe you have ownership that's going to make demands of that. Why would ownership be angry? They don't even know what being good is. Now you're good. Now, well, wait. What do you mean we have a wait? What's a waiting list for tickets? What's that?
And maybe that's the problem is you don't have anybody who's hoisted that trophy.
Correct.
No, guys, we're doing this all wrong. You need to do it this way.
And I was late because Rieger was hosting a show out there.
I was just saying that Rieger is happier the State's home than his team is still playing in the Final Four. Which that's a Rieger
that's
thing.
Him. He's a unicorn.
Dude, both things can be true. Of course, I want you guys to lose, and of course, I'm happy Michigan's in the Final Four.
You're happier that one team is at home.
No. Well, I'm happy at the situation. It's a good day to be alive. What do you want from me?
I think he's equally happy with both, which is still a damning statement.
Yeah, that's so bizarre to me.
You guys are so full of it. I know how you guys act. Oh, you're so mature. You're so much better than me. So highbrow.
That's just me.
Dude, the rivalry is still the rivalry.
The
you
rivalry
hate your rival.
is
You want them
dead
to lose.
because rivalries are dead.
It's
because
not
the
dead.
sport is dead.
It's not dead.
Okay.
What I watched yesterday.
Hey, let me know what 5 hookers you roll out on the court next year and call them Wolverines. Because the attachment, the emotion, these are our guys going on the journey with the players. I'm not mad at how you build it. I wish State would do it that way because they're terrible.
But are you really attached to Carson Cooper and Jackson Cole?
I think Rico is. But I was ready to launch them all out of a cannon last year. But I think Rico likes the journey still. I'm not speaking for you, please.
No, it is. I mean, when I told you about Jackson Kohler, and you're like, oh, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and you saw him at Moneyball.
Something to be said for that.
The whole point is, look, I'll give you an example. Much in the way that MSU won the last real Rose Bowl, Michigan won the last real national championship in college football. That 23 team, let's leave all the cheating garbage aside. That team loved each other, cared about each other, and they went on the journey together year over year over year. They came in. I know I can't say all in for Michigan because it was a Rich Rod thing, but like that felt real. Now it's just a traveling stripper bus.
I don't know. You see Dusty May? His kid hit that 3. The whole bench goes crazy. Hired mercenaries probably don't do that. Like
What
you watch
the
Michigan.
hell? That's his example?
No, watch Michigan.
Why, Bob, why do I even bother trying to make a good point with him?
Because you and others
you
try to
notice
do this.
that we are not having this conversation.
Well, no, I will say
Don't
this.
buy into
like,
Rieger.
There is something to be said for college sports and how they were and how that is. But I think it's going to meld into you just like to win, and you're going to want to win.
Totally agree. And guess what? Even though I don't love the sport anymore, I'd rather be good at a sport I don't love than whatever MSU is. Hence, envious that Dusty is the Signetti of the sport right now, and I wish Tom Izzo would wake the F up and do it.
And
but why does it mean less is what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
It doesn't mean less.
Many
People just aren't used
act
to it.
like it means
No,
less.
no. See, don't do that. I'm
not
sitting right
accusing
here
of
with
such
you.
things.
I hate Spartan fans doing this. Ooh, bot versus built. Shut up. You're at home, loser.
Good alliteration.
Yeah, that is.
But that's my point is, good. Be all prideful with your ding-a-ling in your hand.
The thing,
You're home. You're home.
Signetti got
I thought Mike didn't care though. I thought he didn't care.
I know, because people drive me insane with talking points and crap. You're home. You don't get to talk. Wojo and Rieger are next. Hey, Kenny.
We get to
Kenny,
talk.
you're number 1 too.
Hey, you need a Tylenol? Oh my God.
Take it away, guys.
Woo! He cares.
Kenny, cut their mics, please. Thank you. Imagine a world. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your own Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just fantasy, just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer game like Rieger, streaming the other game in 4K just like that.
Imagine a world where Izzo gets NBA players.
In the airport, download a cozy family comedy and a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. Now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet requires savings based on promotional rate of 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates of 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra after promo regular rates apply. To get started, call Xfinity, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.